Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes
So
I
yeah.
participate in the craziness in my case.
I
You
don't think I
did.
ever did. I was always like quiet. Like I
Yeah,
I never did anything crazy. It's more like everybody else was doing everything crazy, and I was just watching like the
yeah,
show.
yeah. I've had a few of my own moments. Like, I remember this. There was this one kid who used to kind of bug me a lot and just razzle me every chance he got. And I remember we were in art class. Like somebody was like talking to him, and he responded, "Oh, he's not gonna do nothing." And then I just got right up in his face. And then at that point, I
That's
think I
usually how
scared
that
him
happens.
shitless. Yeah, and I think they actually took me to this other place to kind of cool off a little. Now, it's usually a crisis room that's reserved for the students that get physically out of control and they get dragged there by force. I went there of my own will because I
Hey,
was,
Arj. Hey, Yoni.
yeah. Oh, Zony's here. Hey, buddy.
His trademark. Hey, hey, people.
Hey, long time no see, pal. And anyway, so I went there just to kind of cool off a bit, and I talked it out with one of the teachers, and went on from there. And from then on, that guy actually became my friend.
Well, that's usually how that happens.
Yeah,
That's usually always how it ends because it's mostly um one of the things I realized to this day is that
hmm
the reason why people stop giving me snoot when I actually explode on them
right.
is that that's usually a sort of test, a
hmm
subconscious test that they play on you,
Yeah.
and somehow you pass that test apparently, or at
hmm
least they know enough not to mess with you from now on. Once you show that bit of aggression, it's
Oh
all
yeah.
it's all it's all really a subconscious test that they play upon you
hmm
because it really just shows that it really wants they just want to know what you do in that situation because
They want to
they
know what
can
you're made of.
well not that not only that but it's a way of sharing common ground or them trying to prove that they have some common ground with you,
hmm
like because they've been put in that situation before a
That
lot.
works. Oh, I can see that.
That's how I understood it as an adult, but as a as a youngin, I just thought that just these I was very confused at the fact that they were kind of friendly to me after that, and I just rolled with it a bit. But now that I think about it, it's like, oh, that was basically a baptism of fire situation.
Baptism by fire. I know that term.
You ever, I guess, Eloise, since you're the person in the background, the witness, have you ever came across anything like that at all?
Um, like where someone was picking on another person,
Yeah, and then the other
or
guy ended up blowing back at him, and then they actually ended up becoming friends from then on.
I think that happened a lot with like teenage boys that were like fighting and stuff. Like they
Hmm.
would settle their problems to fist fights, and then the next day they'd have a
Yeah.
mutual respect for each other.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I think the only time the like for fights, the one memorable fight that I remember. Well, actually, there's been a lot of memorable stuff, but like I think the one thing that like when I was in sophomore year of high school, there was this guy who would pick on this gay kid because he looked
Hey,
so
Melissa, take
feminine.
care.
And what ended up happening was it got to the point that they ended up in a street brawl, like a fight in the middle of the street in front of the school across from this like church or something.
Right.
And the gay kid like punched the guy's face in, and he ended up rolling off the hood of a car.
Oh man, that
And
sounds
then
fun.
from then after that, no one would pick on the guy. The guy who was picking on him, like he never showed up back to school. Like I never saw him again. Like he disappeared because he was too ashamed to go back. Cause
Yeah.
Mm.
the video was recorded, and it was passed along until like the principal found out about it, and a bunch of people got in trouble for posting the video online. Cause like
Oh.
he, the principal was really strict about the school's reputation. Cause the way that
For real.
the way because I went to a magnet school, so like the way that magnet schools work is like they're competitive with each other for like
as you
for
do.
other magnet schools. So they wanted to keep their reputation from being tarnished. Even though like our building was so old, it was shit. And then compare that to the one magnet school that everybody did talk about, that was talked about constantly. They had
None taken.
a better building and stuff like that.
Yeah. I
None
read this.
taken.
I'll read this one from Victoria Fagbala. In my high school, there were a lot of fights each year, but it might be because, no offense,
Majority of
major
people at
people
school are
who are
black.
black.
It
Hmm.
was, I mean,
No, that's not
yeah.
offense taken because that is totally true.
Oh,
Majority of my high school, there was always fights breaking out every once in a while,
yeah.
and it's mostly I think it was mostly to do with these idiots pretending to be gangbangers. So,
Aha.
they were emulating what
The
gangbangers.
funny thing is that like the fights that happened in my school, it wasn't because they were emulating gangbangers. It was more because they wanted to prove themselves that it's kind of like,
I'm no punk.
Yeah.
yeah, not someone who pushed around and they got pushed around to a certain point until finally someone ends up throwing a fist fight and
Yeah.
We ain't doing no
Speaking.
yeah.
introductions. This is a chill talk stream.
Yeah, I saw
So
Yeah.
that.
I have with me Eloise Duado. I think I said the last name wrong. Dawdo.
It's my pen name.
I know. Let me start that over again. We have Eloise Dawdo, a variant, by the way.
Hmm.
Kidding, kidding. We have Brian Gil Martin with us and Trooper FN 2525. Man, y'all don't do y'all introductions. This is a chill stream, man.
Yeah. We're just
Talking about
talking
high school.
school story. And I think the reason we got in a lot of fights in my school was because the kids there all had behavioral and learning problems. So that can influence a lot of different things there as well.
Frustration.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Frustration.
Definitely. No,
I'm trying to.
some kids
I
were
think
just
for a lot of kids in my school, it was just like the home life was either terrible or there
yeah.
was the father missing from the household and stuff like that, and
Same
that's why
here.
they would act up and stuff like that. And there were a lot of good like male role models in my school too. Like the art teachers, like one of my art teachers, he was the best at like whipping the boys into shape, like making sure that they get off the streets. And he would always crack jokes about, I better not see you at the corner trying to wipe my windshield, boy, because like stuff like that. Because he's like, I'm gonna get out of the car and I'm gonna pull your daddy's belt out, like
Yeah.
something like that. Like,
I'll beat you like your daddy would.
Yeah.
yeah, and it
They'll
was
beat
it
you
was
like you
stuff
owe
like
money.
that. Like he was always cracking jokes about that, and we would all laugh because
He's like, you get on me, I'll be on you like white on rice. I couldn't resist that one.
yeah, I think that sounds like something he would say. Like he was he was a man of the community and stuff like that. So you know
Understandable.
he had high expectations for a lot
As he
of the
should.
boys because they needed that guidance in their life, and I feel like
Yeah.
that helped out a lot of the students there. Like,
Yeah.
All success stories are based around people who have found people that gave them a chance and gave them a shot and took time and patience with them.
Exactly.
Victoria says, "Is it just me, or does anyone else at high school sometimes felt stuff we learning aren't going to use in life?"
Oh,
Go ahead.
everybody has
Go ahead.
felt
Take
that at
this.
some
Take
point.
this one, Trooper. This sounds familiar.
What for me?
I'm putting you on the
Truth be
spot.
told, I mean, right up until about high school or whatnot, I bounced in between private and home. So for me, like when I hit high school, like it was like being around a whole bunch of knuckle draggers at that point. I mean, I
Understandable.
like I don't know. I mean, I didn't really have to do a whole. Well, let me put it this way: it was a minimal effort for me. So, uh, like I told Wolf a while back, like I was doing stuff I should not have been doing at that point, and then to kind of like emphasize
Real
that
quick,
point.
Yoni and Victoria, can you don't mind sharing this with friends, please?
Yeah. My God, share some of your stories from school as well, you guys in the chat.
They are, man. You don't need that, bro. You don't need to encourage them. They already started.
That's what I've
I
heard from
mean,
Joni
like
in a
for me,
while.
I focused on different stuff. I wasn't really focused on school. I mean, it was not hard for me to even with minimum effort, it wasn't really hard to actually just come out with decent grades without really having to. I mean, I had a lot of time to begin with in terms of. I mean, most of the stuff that I was covering in high school at that point was it was all C spot run.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I always tell the story of of my Earth science class, where the class was pretty much divided in two, and it was kind of like this, like we did like a mock Jeopardy thing,
Mm.
and literally it
Be right
literally
back.
became like one side of the class versus me because I, I mean I like not that I knew all the answers, but a lot of the stuff that was up there was actually very like okay, so I knew the answers, but the whole point being, it's like I've said it before, these government programs, that's what they are. They're government programs. I mean, we toss money into it, but everyone that I've talked to prior to there being a Department of Education pretty much tell me that the educational standards dropped. So I'm more or less happen to believe it. As far as like the school stuff, I mean, it's very rudimentary. Like it's only meant to more or less prepare you. Well, it's meant to indoctrinate you, to be perfectly honest, especially if you're in public school.
Oh
it's
yeah.
all about college, and then,
Well, not even
Yeah.
that.
It's
Not
a
even
the
pre-job.
you don't even
That's
really need. I mean, sad to say it, in 2021, you don't even really need a degree. I mean, you're pretty much
yeah.
going into debt at that point.
That's
Um,
why I told my mom I was hesitant to go to college. She wanted me to go to college as soon as I graduated from high school, but I kept seeing a lot of people talk about debt, and then
yeah.
well, it is.
I saw the what's going on in these colleges where it's just like indoctrination camps, and I'm
Well,
just like I don't think I can survive like you know because I don't know how to pretend to like believe in all that crap. I'm probably gonna offend somebody one way or another because I'm just honest like that, and then I just don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
well, I mean, it
That's.
really comes down
Mhm.
to why you're even bothering to go to college at this point.
Well, to
So
even want to go to
like
college,
I
you have to love learning. A lot of these guys that are in there don't love learning. It is there
Well,
to
it's
hang out
not
with
even
their.
that. It's like a lot of people that actually end up moving into college don't really have an idea of what they want to do. They go to
Well, there
college
you go. That's what I'm saying.
because, oh yeah, I know you got to go to college. But my whole point being is that you're better off learning a trade versus doing a 4 year degree followed by.
That's what I heard. Like that's the advice that I got. Like a lot that go to a trade school, but even then, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. I don't exactly know.
It comes down to learning something that if for some reason, again, we quote unquote go into lockdown, it's something that would be considered essential. So uh
Yeah.
plumbing, as far as like plumbing, electrical, that kind of stuff, that tends to still be essential versus, oh, I'm a hairdresser, if you will. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
but I really just hate the whole that terminology, like essential worker. Like, I,
well,
you
it's a
know,
big term. It's a big term, and it's meant to be very subjective because it lends itself to whoever is the head of that state. Like here in Nevada, pretty much almost everything got shut down. So I mean,
damn,
we're
that
going back
sucks.
into it. I mean, we're like at the beginning of the month, we're going right back to wearing masks.
I
Right.
But
just I just
but
can't stand the whole lockdown thing. I really think the lockdowns should have never happened.
well, it's
It's
I'm in
just
that camp
yeah,
too.
but
yeah, I
but
just I
We all
I just
are.
I just think it was very authoritarian what everything that they did, and
well,
I
I mean,
just
that's what happens when you have one party in power. And
Yep.
yeah
technically, they're both two sides of the same bird. So you can't really say
yeah.
that the other party's any better because, like I've said before, they're just there to literally quote unquote conserve outdated liberal values. What those
Pretty
are,
much.
it's subjective. But uh,
Hmm.
like case in point, you only go to school to more or less. be quote unquote a competent, 9 to 5 person. That's all it is.
Hmm.
Um,
It's your free
Yeah.
job, basically.
yeah, yeah, pretty much. I mean, are you going to use earth science in your 9 to 5 job? No. Are you going
No,
to use algebra in your 9 to 5? Not really.
no,
Like, I
not
mean,
not unless you plan on
if
going
you're
into
if
like science or something.
No, no, no,
well,
no. What he's talking about is unless you're planning to use that kind of calculus mind to apply to your job skills at your 9 to 5,
Yeah.
yeah, like unless you're going
not your
into
blue
civil
collar.
engineering,
That that stuff
I know a
only works
dude.
on blue collar, right? That stuff is
Well,
only good for blue collar. But are you
well,
working at
it's
blue
meant.
collar?
Okay,
Yeah.
again, it's one of those things where people forget, I hate to sound pretty grim about this, but you do need sheep to grease the wheel. So I mean, we are technically a $1 trillion business in debt. So I mean, we need workers all the time. I mean, that is the best thing to do is crank them out as soon as you can. I mean, we are getting to the point where we're moving more towards an automated economy, and that's kind of where a lot of companies are looking to go to because
That's
it's
kind of why I was interested in like how computers work and robots and stuff. Like, because I feel like that's going to be a necessity, like a mechanic to like repair stuff for like
well
the
any
Mm.
well
machines.
the best
Right.
way to put it, the best way to look at it is if you are in an economy that's in survival mode, like we're going to get ready to be again, you need to be able to do something to more or less keep money coming into your wallet. So clearly, I mean,
Victoria, I'm thinking of doing that too. Like, go to community college,
Go,
like, at least for like
go.
I forgot,
here's my
for two
problem with
years.
community.
Yeah,
Here's my problem with community. You're going to get a discount education, which, to be perfectly honest, I mean, if you're there for a trade, fine, whatever. But it's going to be one of these things where you really have to have an idea of precisely what you're doing in terms of, okay, so I want to become an electrician. Cool, cool, whatever. Or you want to go into HVAC. Um, you need to figure out what those requisites are, those minimum requisites are, and then just make sure you do that because uh, more than likely you'll probably end up paying an extra $5,000 more than what you needed. Um, I can tell you, I mean, I have my EMS training and all that stuff, but I mean, I don't use it. Um, did it put me in the hole? No, not really. But people that want to say become like a dental hygienist or they want to do something else. I mean, that's a trade too. I mean, people need their teeth cleaned, but that usually is. There are some 2-year programs now, and I've been told that they're pretty. The the actual learning curve is slightly steeper by doing a 2-year program as opposed to a 4-year program. But even say doing something like physical therapy or anything like that,
Hmm.
that's also 4 years. You could do it in
Yeah.
two. You could do PT in two, but I mean, if you're looking to do anything further within physical therapy, you're going to end up having to put in 4 years. So
Yep.
so you could, at the very least, give up 4 years of your existence to do a trade, if you will. But definitely going 6, 8, or even 12 at this point, it's if you have to
yeah.
be put through all the debt.
That's why I
Yeah,
don't want. That's why even though my mom really wanted me to become a doctor, I just don't. I
well,
just don't want to do that because
that's
it's
why you
too
have
many
all these
years of my
college
life.
students screaming that they want to be absolved of their debt. I mean, yeah, if you're like $200,000 in debt, of course you want your student debt paid off by the government. Who wouldn't
Hmm.
want, who wouldn't want free college at that point?
I mean,
Yeah.
government is the thing that
Free college,
causes the entire problem, though. Like,
free
you
college, so you
know,
can
Yeah.
have a respawn every time you fuck up in your classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think like the value of a diploma has gone down because there's too many people with like diplomas, degrees, and stuff like that.
And
So
most of them don't
Yeah.
even deserve them either.
true.
The
Well, I
degrees,
mean,
but the diploma is
it-
a different story.
well,
I mean,
the
yeah, that's what I meant. The degrees, college degrees, like
literally all
too
it
many
is,
people.
literally all it is it's becoming a wage slave because you get your degree in underwater basket weaving, okay? Feminist
Yeah.
underwater basket
Oh my
weaving.
god, I don't
So,
understand why people take those dumbass
so,
classes.
so,
I'm
so,
sorry, like
so you get
I
your
just
degree.
Oh,
Okay,
believe
you
me, I
get
could
your
say it
degree.
worse.
Just because you have a degree in feminist underwater basket weaving, you'll
Underwater
probably get more
basket weaving.
hourly. But here's the thing, like you're still in the negative because you have all that student loan debt. And
Yep.
like that's the thing. A lot of these students, they take out credit cards, they like max out their card. They
Oh
literally do
my
everything
god,
under
like
they do
I
everything under the
just
sun. Like
I
I know
don't
because I even did portions of that like that, but
I
I
don't
got out of it
I
because
don't
I wasn't getting
understand.
I
I
got
don't
out
know,
of it because I
maybe
wasn't getting anything out of it. So
maybe it's because I took, like, I still remember some stuff I learned in, like, financial literacy, and
Right.
so I'm just kind of weary of all this stuff, like getting a credit card, doing this and that with the banks. Like, I don't trust them. Like, and I just don't want to end up in debt because I've heard so many horror stories that I'm just so weary of
well,
all
here's
this.
the part. Well, here's
Just gotta
the
play your
caveat
cards
to
right.
that, or here's the catch 22. Your parents are supposed to teach you that stuff. So that goes back to Victoria's.
Hmm.
That goes back to Victoria's comment. Oh, don't you feel anything that we learned in school was useless? Well, yeah, because that's your parents' obligation to teach you that stuff that school doesn't. But again,
Mhm.
we have these like low IQ individuals and low IQ parenting that they just go ahead and hand their kids over to the state and then just figure, oh yeah, they'll figure it out. And that's why you have people that are, and I hate to use I hate to use the word
I will
stupid. I'm
say
not going to
this
use the
to
word stupid.
Victoria about the.
Um, that's
I
why
will.
you have these individuals that come out of high school and don't feel like they have any direction in life because their parents have more or less not given them any direction.
I want. I
It's
want
it's
to
kind
address.
of weird because I don't I don't I don't know, I don't consider my parents to be like these high IQ individuals, but like I just they've they've always had like a foundation, like I don't know how to explain it, and like I said
Well,
before.
let me put it to you this way, like children from like a like honest like you know real middle class in terms of income, like children from middle class income tend to actually perform better in school versus your. Now there's exceptions to every rule. When we look at stratification of classes, if we go towards the lower economic sphere, I mean that's where you literally get a lot of your 9 to 5 individuals. Now that's not to say that a middle class child won't turn out to be a 9 to 5 employee, but they more or less have uh, more, I don't want to say
Leeway.
generated wealth, I want to say generational wealth. Generational wealth also is a determinant as to what your success is or not. But once we get to a certain sphere of generational wealth, that's where we start getting a lot of these SJWs because suddenly there's no pressure and or there's no expectation of success. So they feel like they should be given everything because at that point it's like, well, I'm here, so yeah, you know
Yeah,
like
just getting the award for just being there.
Yeah, because no
Oh,
one ever taught them how to work.
it's like I've seen my mom like have to like pay off debt and stuff, like for the
yep.
credit cards and stuff like that. And I'm just like, why would you do this to yourself? And that's like just watching what my parents
I
have
get
to
it.
go through. I don't want to go through that.
Well,
So
that's also a learned habit. So I mean, if your parents did not teach you how to budget your expenses or show you how money works early on, and you pretty much have to figure it out on your own, guess what? You probably will suck at budgeting your money as opposed to, uh, you know, having your parents walk you through how banking works, how having some investments work, how
Mhm.
to at least start making the money that you generate start generating money upon interest. So
Yeah.
there's all these mechanisms like at play throughout the entire time. Now that's not to say you can't work your butt off 9 to 5 and put yourself through school, because again, there's exceptions to every rule. But the question is the ease of it, as far as if you already have enough disposable income, then it's going to be a lot easier for you to be able to manage your schedule. Like first 2 years for me were pretty easy. I mean, I already had that to the side, so I mean, I didn't have to work for those 2 years. I
Right.
had all the time in the world to do whatever I wanted, but that's not to say that I could, go ahead and pick up a job and start again saving more money. So, I could go ahead and keep doing that, have money to the side, take time off, have money to the side, take time off. So,
Mhm.
I know, individuals that have done two jobs, and then somehow managed to do like part-time classes, which to me is, why would you do that to yourself? Like if you're doing two part-time jobs plus going to school part-time, it's like you're only sleeping 4 hours. Like how do you expect to actually learn anything? You don't. You're just there. You're just there to meet the minimum requisite for your certification and whatnot. So I mean, so the saying "C's get degrees" is right. So, but
Mm. Yeah.
let's see. Well,
But I was gonna say something.
Victoria, yeah, go ahead.
No, like for me, like during high school, like some of the classes that I viewed as necessary had some of the worst teachers, and then some of the classes that were unnecessary had the best teachers. Like I don't
Well,
know how to explain it. Like
it
for
goes
example,
it goes into incentives. Like as
yeah,
far as educators, there aren't enough incentives to have a
yeah,
better quality of educator. I mean, look at Nevada. Nevada is what ranked. If I remember right, it's 48 or 49 in terms of overall education. So I mean, if you set up in Nevada, you're literally setting up to retire. You're not setting up to raise a family here. That would be like the worst thing to do. There's other states with better quality of education. Like I said before, mine was private, and then I also had homeschool. I was homeschooled for about a year before I went into the public school system, and that was somehow supposed to acclimate me to being around other like public school kids. Which once I did get around them, I was like, oh my god, like this is terrible. Like get me out. So, but
Yeah.
and I graduated early. Like I only like I had already met most of my requirements by the time I got out of there. So I was like, yeah, I was like, I'll take the W. I'll get out early, so I can get me out of
I
here.
hear that.
So
for
Um,
me,
hang
um,
on.
oh, I was gonna say for me, I had to go to night school to like get my diploma because like I just gave up like during like my senior year. I just gave up because like there was no order in the school. Like I don't know what
that's
the
what happened
hell
to
was
me.
going.
That's what happened to
What
me. My
the
senior year was a hot mess because, like I said, I got out of there early. I would have loved. I could have gotten there. I could have gotten out of there a year earlier, but I chose to do my senior year because everyone was like, "Oh, well, you'll love your senior year. You'll have all those memories. All the BS they kind of fill in your
Bullshit.
head. All
Bullshit.
the BS that they
I
fill in your
never
head."
attended prom because like I'm just like
I
what
never
the hell am I?
attended both prom and homecoming because I
I
didn't.
was
Yeah,
I
saying
never went
like
to a
I
prom
can tell
either.
you didn't miss anything because I was in student
I would have
council. Like
hated the music
literally
at the
all it
prom.
is like
yeah,
literally
like
a bunch of haters getting together talking about other haters and then
And some
hating on each
poor
other
schmuck hoping
while
to
trying to
dance with
plan
the
an
popular
event.
girl.
Oh yeah.
That's all it was. So
I didn't at that point in my life like I just didn't have
And the
any
weird
friends.
and
I
the
was
weird
just like
wallflower.
I just
Oh.
I didn't.
You
Well,
know,
I mean, I had friends, but we were all like in our own lives. Like we were all so like focused on ourselves that we didn't have time to hang out and stuff like that.
yeah.
yeah, I hear
And
that.
like when you drift apart from your friends and stuff like that, we all had different majors and stuff. Cause
Trooper,
I went to a
Elo-
magnet school, so like
hang
it's
on, Eloise. Trooper, real quick. What do you suggest Victoria should go into if she do decide to go to trad school or community college? I was going to suggest business, but if you have any better alternatives, I'd like to hear them.
Well, it depends on what the reason going into a trade or a community college, like what are you going to be what are you going to like what are you looking to do? Like asking me should I go to community trade schools, like asking me, okay, should I go to a 2 year or 4 year? It's the same thing. Like what is it that you want to do? Like if you have an idea of what you want to do, then uh that would more or less kind of give everyone a better idea. So let's say you want to do a trade. Uh okay, we'll go with HVAC. Okay, so if you go to trade school, you're literally going to learn that. Um and you'll end the difference is, do you want a 2-year degree or a certification? It just depends on what the employer you end up with is willing to accept. There's really no difference between one or the other. The main difference with a community college is you're going to have a whole bunch of added added requisites to get your either your either if you get an associate, depending on the type of program that they have too, because it might just
So
be
many
like a
factors.
Yep.
no, not really. It just might be either a 2 or a 4-year certification if you say decide to go into quote administration. So literally be the freaking chick who literally just sits there all day and does nothing but cut checks. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean it depends. Like I mean if that's what you want to do, then yeah, do your little whatever. But if it literally comes down to a 2-year degree or a 2-year trade, you might as well just do the 2-year trade because you're actually going to learn the trade. And most oftentimes, trade schools already have agreements with area businesses. So you might end up having to do like a few hours with a few businesses as part of your study. And sometimes what ends up happening is those, depending on the area businesses that already have these partnerships, sometimes they're able to actually, at the very least, get you some temporary placement. And if you have some temporary placement at that point, cool. Then you can get in and do something else, but you're still within that field already. So you literally like kind of hit the ground running. It just depends on how you want to do it. You can skin the cat a few different ways.
Hey,
Um,
Dominic.
the only reason that
Mm-hmm.
you would go to a 2-year community college is if you wanted to go back and do something else, and then you can literally within the span of that degree take additional courses and then literally come out with like a 4-year degree in something else using those classes that you already had. So,
Yep.
um,
Does that sound like something you would try to do, Eloise?
Yeah, I've just been debating where it's like I'm still trying to decide what I want to do. So like once I'm certain what I want to do, then I think I'll just make the decision on whether to go to like community or like trade school. But as of right now, I'm leaning more towards like trade school. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish I
well,
thought of that when I was younger.
here's the thing. Like I know a friend of mine who actually ended up going into he wanted to become a mining engineer because a mining engineer here in Las Vegas, or rather not Las Vegas, but here in Nevada, actually does pay money.
Yeah.
Um, because we still have resources here in Nevada that get used. But because it's such a and like I told him, I'm like, dude, it's such a fringe field, dude. Like, cool, you want to be, a mining engineer? That's fantastic. But I'm like, that's such a fringe degree. You're probably going to end up stuck in a civil engineer, uh, like literally a civil engineer position. And he's like, no, no, I'm pretty sure, blah blah blah. So he did his mining engineering, and then he got stuck with a civil engineer job. So I was like, so you
Oh.
literally you spent all that extra money on something that you ended up doing anyway. Had you actually paid attention to what I told you and just gone for a civil engineering degree? And all that is area planning. That's all that is.
Yep.
So it's like
my
all that useless road destruction. Yeah, that's literally what his field is. And it's like the
uh,
in my argument is this. It's like, okay, so you're always breaking things, you're never fixing anything, but if you fix everything, guess what? You don't have a job. So I mean, so I was like, dude, I'm like,
Interesting conundrum.
no,
Mm-hmm.
that's
I was gonna say my cousins they've decided to like go to like trade school. They want to be electricians and stuff like that. So
okay. Well, I
you
mean, it's
know,
up to you. You don't have to follow what everyone else does, but you have to have an idea of what
I
you
was
Yeah.
I was thinking of
because at the very
like
least,
computers and
Hang on,
stuff.
Trooper.
So
I was gonna say, at the very least, let's say you walk out with that, you can actually use the money from that to put yourself through an IT uh, like through IT uh, degree if you want. But that's about the same. It's either a 2 or 4 year. There's private establishments that'll help you with a 2 year. You can still go to a
Mm-hmm.
community for a 4 year, but again, that
Mm-hmm.
that entails a whole bunch of extra classes to get that degree to do like
Yeah, I'm kind of
IT,
like
IT security. So
I don't know. I'm kind of weary because like with all these stuff for like pushing for women in STEM and all that stuff, it makes me kind of weary because they lowered the standards to the point that they're leading people astray and give them like
hey,
shit qualifications instead of
then do something
you
different.
know
Yeah, do
yeah.
something different. You should do what you like. You shouldn't do what you
Mm-hmm.
love because that's where the
I
career.
mean, I feel like for a job, I need to do what's necessary, like because
Again,
like doing what you
again, you
like
need
is
to do
not gonna
something that you would like to
bring in
do.
money.
It's something
Right.
that you would like to do. Okay, I wouldn't mind, working on AC. Okay, well, that's something you'd like to do. Um, if you would love to, you like work on AC units, and let's say you end up in a place like Nevada, you're gonna find that life sucks because you're gonna be outside most of the time in triple digit weather. They pay
I'd
you
probably
well,
die
but
in
guess
the
what?
desert.
But yeah, but guess what? You're grimy. You're having to deal with like dirty people. You're having to deal with
No,
the
no,
heat.
I'm not saying I'm gonna die because I have to deal with like dirty people. I'm saying I'm gonna die because like I get sick from the sun a lot, so I probably wouldn't move to a desert state.
Right, but you go where the jobs are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
so again, I'm giving you a scenario doesn't mean that that's going to be your end all. But again, it's stuff that you have to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really just like the idea of moving to like South Dakota or something. 'Cause I don't know. I just
Yeah.
what was that? What was that channel you were saying about that? They went over all the states. I really need to watch that.
Just look up Nick Johnson on YouTube,
Nick
Uh,
Johnson.
or you could just pull up a video like unboxing Arizona. You'll see it. So,
uh,
Yeah. I
but
think
let's see.
that reminds me of an attitude that certain people have where they don't want to do a job unless they like it, quote unquote. But truth
Well,
is,
I
in
mean,
life,
well,
sometimes you
and
have to do stuff you don't want to
well,
do to
well,
make
yeah,
things.
that's true.
here's the thing. Everyone.
That's why I think it. That's why I think it's best to get jobs that are necessary, like that are never
Well,
gonna
everything's
run out.
necessary. Like, I mean, going to the bathroom is necessary. Eating is
Somebody's got to clean
necessary.
that bathroom.
Everybody is indoctrinated into this mindset that whatever you end up doing, that's your be all end all. And that you have to. Yeah, I understand work is work, but at the same time, you can uh, choose what type of work you're doing. If you're going to set yourself up for failure, then literally sit around in the middle of the night and ask yourself, why am I here? Then you have to literally look at the subset of choices that you made to get there, which most people aren't willing to do, because then that entails some form of responsibility. And that's why you're getting a lot of these people coming out of high school and coming out of college wondering what the hell are they going to do because they took no responsibility. They just kind of went through all the motions
Because no one
and
taught them to
used
take
and
responsibility.
yeah, and used loan money to get the feminist underwater basket weaving degree. So,
Yep.
Still don't
so
get why those courses exist. Like they're literally useless. What the hell are you gonna like?
because
I
we're in
just
a first
Something
world,
you made
we're in a
up on a
first world
playground.
nation. That's what people tend to forget. We're in a first world nation. So, it's
I don't know. Maybe it's because my parents literally came from a third world or second world or whatever you want to call it. But like I, you know, I, maybe there's just like I think that's why there's a disconnect between me and like people who have, whose parents have been in the first world for generations and stuff like that. So I don't know. I guess I have this view, like I know what's outside this, outside of this paradise. I mean, well, it's not technically a paradise, but it's a paradise compared to the hellholes that people are trying to escape. You get what I mean, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
somewhat like I understand, yeah, they have crappy living conditions, whatnot. No, but what I'm saying is that being in a first world country allows for doing stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
because in theory, there's jobs out you for that, um, waiting, quote unquote, for you for when you actually leave college. The problem being is that uh, when people go ahead and choose a profession, there's the expectation that it's going to be waiting for you when you get out there. Now, that may
Hmm.
be if you decide to go ahead and do 12 years, like say you do your master's and you do um, graduate work, and then you go ahead and do some internships, and then you end up with your MD,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to a DO, which pretty much is the same thing in terms of say medicine. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, if medicine is something that you want to do, I mean, there's
I,
truth be
I
told,
I've never wanted to be a doctor, even though, I think I said that before, that even though my mom really wanted me to be like an eye doctor, because like eye problems tend to run in my family, but like I've always felt that, to be a doctor, you have to be healthy, and I've never really felt like I've been healthy. Like,
what, to be an optician or to be an optometrist.
like, no, like, I don't,
To
like,
practice medicine, period. She.
yeah,
Are you talking about principles, like holding yourself to a standard? Like you have to
Well, why would
like
you
in
hold
other.
yourself up to a standard when you pretty much can set the standard? I mean, that's. I mean, sadly, this is the conundrum that we're in. Like, you can choose
I
to
don't
do it.
know. I'm also scared of getting sued. What if I like pierce somebody's eyeball out? Like, that's also one of
Oh,
my
that's
fears. So
Well,
another.
that
you're
That's
gonna go
another
through
thing you need
training
to make.
before
Yeah,
that even happens. Like a
I
lot
I
of
know that's I know my mom always tells me that, but like I
that's the.
can't, like,
but
being responsible for another life, like that just that's a
even
lot.
if you were to even if you were to like go into that, um, there's do you have allergies?
Yeah,
Okay, take a Zyrtec. Oh my gosh, it was like so windy the last few days. Like I
it's because
literally
the
was taking.
it's because of the fan,
Take a
but we have it on because we're at 76 right now.
what?
Oh, wait, is
Oh,
that somebody new
oh,
in the chat?
76 degrees. Oh no, oh
Red
no.
12, Red 2012 death. Hey, buddy.
Like,
He's a
like,
regular.
let's see.
I didn't realize. Like,
Let's check the weather in Las Vegas.
it
Shut
says
up.
hot. Okay,
Apples to orange.
Let's see. Let's
Look,
see.
look,
Let's
look
see.
here, motherfucker.
Oh,
Apples to
oh,
oranges. Shut up.
oh! It's
I,
102. Oh,
I'm not
um,
complaining
baby, it'll
about the
give
wait,
you.
damn
wait, wait, wait,
temperature.
wait,
I'm
wait,
saying
wait,
it's a necessity because unlike unlike wifey, I can
guys, I wanted to read the comment.
moisture. Hang on, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up, but hang on. Me and Trooper need to settle the score real quick,
Mm-mm.
motherfucker. I'm
Mm.
only mentioning the degrees, motherfucker, which is the necessity because the woman in this house cannot take that kind of weather. Apparently, okay.
76 degrees. Oh, dude, that's like I don't know. It's a little. I don't
Look,
know.
motherfucker, you got the
102.
you got the triple
102
digit
is
weather,
like
okay? I know
warm.
you can
Like,
take that. You're
oh
you're
my god.
adaptable in your environment. All right.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
truth be told, I keep this place at about what 73.
Bottom line, fan is on me. I got the
70.
sniffles, okay?
So.
That's why I'm sniffing a lot.
Mhm. Mhm.
God, like the whatchamacallit, what he's saying, wait, hold on, let me read it. Hi all, speaking of school stuff, if I could make a comic, I'd go over why it's so difficult to find out who you're voting in for district positions and what their policies are. Because I just voted on school stuff and could only find one person info on one of two positions. So my thoughts would be to show how that leads to school corruption.
I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
sick,
I,
by the way.
I think I I think I understand what he's saying. Like, I, I, you know, I've always like in the city where I live in, there's always these district elections going on for like the school position. Like school
Yeah.
district
Yeah.
stuff. Like I don't even know what the hell goes on with that either. Like I just see the papers arrive, but there's never like a campaign trail or anything that catches my attention on why I should vote for these people. It's just like the pamphlets with their names and stuff, but nothing on what they're proposing and stuff.
You know what? I
Well,
don't think
well,
Sound Nigga will be
well.
visiting my streams anytime soon. I'm so aggressive.
Truth be told, that really comes down to your interaction, your engagement with your own school district. It's real easy to pull up your school district website, and literally keep up with the news and stuff as far as what's going on in your district scholastically. As far as like the school district here, I fall under District One. Everyone that we pretty much had within the school district in this last election, they were all like, I hate to say they were all dirt bags, but they weren't exactly the best candidates. But again, it comes down to whether you're willing to run for a position or start in a low position and then kind of make your way up. If you'll notice that as far as uh, like freshmen, congressmen, and stuff like that, that's usually where they start. They start at the local level and they try to work their way up. So, um,
Mhm.
Like career politician.
well, that's what it is. I
By the
mean, we
way,
allow we
by the way,
allow it
Joe,
to
I'm not
happen. I
sick.
mean, we sit there and we dog it, but then we're also the cause of that. So when I hear people, go on about, oh, these, blah 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 blah, and it's like, okay, so uh, why is it? And you have to ask yourself this question. Why is it that most people just complain about the problem and won't actually get engaged when it comes to that kind of stuff? There was
Hmm.
one dude as far as school District One that actually had a semi decent plan to get a lot of these kids back into the classroom. Unfortunately, it involved a lot of remote education, i.e., tablets. But he was the only one that actually had a firm like outline of what he wanted to do. Everyone else was like, "Oh, I want to make change." Okay,
Vague.
great.
Yeah, what kind of
And what does
change?
that look like? And then there was one dude who was freaking like
Social change.
like
What's
like when no 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 no. The problem is, and it's gonna be like this for a while. Since we went through this last term with 45, like people are now coming out of the woodworks that quote I want to make change, and that's fine. But it comes down to, okay, well, what's your experience? Start small, work your way up, find the problems, and then when you actually run for, say, like a school superintendent, you already have an idea what's going on in your school district. It's
Dominic,
very rare. It's very rare that you'll get someone who
um,
out of the woods just comes out, hey, I'm a 9 to 5. I'm a 9 to 5er. I can do more
um,
than who's currently in there.
okay, I'm gonna read the comment. I'm currently taking a summer course involving the Boys and Girls Club. However, my teacher, well-intentioned as she is, expresses woke talking points, making me either cringe or roll my eyes. And that's kind of or
Or
face
face
palm.
palm.
Yeah,
Well,
I
like
think we
that's
all
kind
feel
of
that way.
that's what
that's
makes
kind of
crank
that's
it.
kind of how I feel about like my old arts my old arts art class teacher, like
Okay.
the one that I keep talking about that's still in the 60s and stuff like that.
No.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
um
Is she a
yeah,
boomer?
but yeah, I think so. She was a hippie during that time period.
Well, that'll do
Like,
it.
yeah, and that's kind of how I feel too. Like,
well,
I get what she's trying to say, but like, it's not that time period anymore. We're not in those times, and I just really think
and by the way, your
yeah,
all
side
but
the
wrong.
have you tried talking to a boomer?
No.
like,
Like, have you actually tried to have a discussion with a boomer, like anyone in their like late 50s, or
I
like
mean,
ha-
does my mom count?
well, yeah.
My mom, I think my mom is in her 50s though, not her 60s,
Well, if it, well, well,
early 50s.
yeah. Okay,
That still
so
counts.
Okay.
But
so
like
would your
she's not she didn't grow up in the US though. She grew up in a war zone, so like completely different
but
perspective.
it all tends to be very relativistic when we ask simple questions. So then, would your opinion be that she's still stuck or set in her ways?
Um Not really, like my well I don't know how to explain it. Like
Okay,
I
so
mean, for my art teacher, I think that she's in a way she's still stuck in that time frame. I mean, I talk to her a lot because we live in the same neighborhood, so like whenever I want to get art advice and stuff, but we just don't talk about politics
yeah,
anymore because
the
we
answer would be yes.
disagree.
The answer would be yes if you just talk to an average boomer who is either in their early or late 50s who grew up in that time. You're gonna tend to find that they're pretty much set in their ways. Now,
Yeah,
throughout the course of
Hmm.
the discussion, their opinion might change, but then they roll back to their original talking point. Like
yeah,
that whole 2 hours of discussion didn't happen. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
so
Like I just with my art teacher in particular, like we just disagree on Cuba and China and all that stuff because I think I don't know if she's a socialist or a communist or something.
well, most of them will be because
Yeah,
right after right after Vietnam and all that stuff, as far as what they say was the civil rights move, like the civil rights movement and all that. Like I would argue that we didn't go well. Leftists would argue that we went through quote unquote a civil rights movement. I would argue that we didn't, in the sense of we more or less went through all the motions, and then what you ended up having was you had um, conservative professors and a lot of the uh, conservative leaning uh, individuals more or less leave that university setting, because guess what, a lot of them do tend to be what I would deem religious, so they went and they found meaning in their lives. A lot of these people don't find meaning in their lives, so for them meaning is interpretational, meaning they either find it in their work, or they find that they tend to be relatively atheistic, or that suddenly their religion becomes politics and their worldview happens to be a liberal worldview. So that literally gets passed on to mostly everyone that tends to go through the college setting. And the ones that do tend to have more of a conservative leaning opinion won't necessarily voice theirs, because now we're in a Title IX situation where anytime you say something that could be misconstrued as something else or misconstrued as alt right, you can easily go ahead and go and submit a Title VI or a Title IX complaint. And now they're looking through all your stuff and, oh, yeah, 10 years ago, you said this and you wrote this in a book and you're canceled. So, I mean, this is where we are.
uh,
So,
it's kind of weird for me because like um I don't really consider. Okay, how do I explain this? There was like during my late teenage years, cause I'm 22 right now, but like when I was younger, like I went through during high school, like I went through this period where I was, you know, like religiously and philosophically trying to find myself, I guess. And
Right.
I don't really consider myself like conservative in the sense that I'm religious. But somehow, because I grew up, you know, my parents were religious and stuff like that. So that still is, I feel like it's a part of me. I
well,
can
I mean,
never,
that's why you're a libertarian, because you didn't grow up
yeah,
with religion, you only grew up around it. And the less you grow up
yeah.
around it, the more atheistic you become.
Hmm.
You have to literally
I
be
mean,
actively participating in the religion itself, like actively
yeah.
be studying the Bible or the Quran or whatever it is you're studying.
I
Uh,
mean, I went from like reading up the Bible, then looking up at the Quran and stuff like that. Cause like there's like Muslims live in my area, so do Christians. There's like a synagogue down the road, so like and then there was a Sikhs because like one of my friends was a Sikh and another one was a Hindu. So like there are so many religions,
yeah.
but like you know,
Well,
how do I
see,
explain it?
that's where my argument comes in that multiculturalism doesn't work. And for the longest time, we've been indoctrinating Americans that, oh yeah, we're one big melting pot and blah blah blah, and yeah, we might look different, but we all bleed red, which are all great talking points. And I'm not disputing them, but what I am disputing is the fact that it's an ideology, meaning if you subvert that ideology and put in something else, guess what? You get you start getting what we're seeing now, which is people start to tribalize.
Well,
So
yeah, well,
Mhm.
not that, but the pot itself implies that it has a shape. That shape does not change. Yeah, we're still Americans. They want us to be something other than Americans.
well, again, it's ideological.
Exactly.
So when you start subverting that with, say, more or less, uh, I'm not going to use CRT. I'm going to say anti-white talking points or something
I'll
like
say
that.
it. CRT.
So, well, what is CRT if not everyone else? Everyone else is right except a certain demographic. Now,
It's anti-white.
if we were pre if we were if we were pre 1960s, you could substitute that group with another group. So
Mhm.
it's at the very end of the day, it's still racism. It's just now we're using a different subset. That's all it is.
And
You
the
know,
faces have changed.
and we can call it critical race theory because it's got a nice little varnish on it, and it doesn't make you sound like a bigot. But I
Yeah,
mean,
but you're still a
technically,
bigot
Polite
if you
racism,
subscribe
as I
to
like to
it.
call it.
There's an
what's that?
oxymoron for you.
I was saying polite racism, as I like to call it.
Well,
So
That's what I
like
mean.
what I was saying is like um basically I went through that journey of like trying to find myself philosophically and religiously, and
You're still on
you
that
know,
journey.
yeah, I guess, but like I
I'm not.
feel
It's a long
like
road
I'm
for
not.
you, Jack
Mind you,
Jack.
Eloise, I'm not saying that as a negative. I'm saying as a
yeah,
positive, as in, even if you're hitting a breaking point where you know that you know what you are at that point, you're still finding yourself
yeah,
well,
over the years.
this is also where the church has failed as well. Whether it's Protestant churches or whether it's the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like you see the dedication in some other subsets of religions. My argument is that the church has not done enough to reach out to, if you want to call it a flock or if you want to call it parishioners, has not reached out further to um, seed an appreciation for the religion itself. Um, you, and it's not all gloom and doom. It's not all gloom and doom, but at the same
No,
time, it's like
No.
it's one of those things where as
um
as young
dread, yeah, that where was it, where the dread, yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. Like the the more anti-white it gets, the more anti-light skin it gets. Yeah, I completely understand that concern. This is
well,
like,
it should
Oh
be more
yeah.
than a concern. You should be alarmed at this point because I mean,
yeah,
if you're not actually paying
I'm
attention
already alarmed.
if you're not paying attention
Scary
to
as hell.
I
alternative
mean,
forms of information and just going off of what the mainstream tells you, then you have literally
Before
no idea
you
what's
say
going
anything,
on right now.
Eloise, I'm going to give everybody an example of why I say I was already alarmed by that point. Completely
yeah,
alarmed.
I know.
Yep.
I just tend to like, I know I'm kind of understating things, but I think
Yeah.
that's, I understand the seriousness of it. I guess I'm just understating because I don't know how to explain it.
Well,
Like I just tend to,
well, for
uh,
the sake of people in the back, I'm gonna explain why I where I literally began being
Mhm.
alarmed
mm,
by this, especially when it came down to being completely anti-white, right?
Right.
yeah,
Where anti-white rhetoric was on the all-time high.
Mhm.
I asked that question: where does it stop then? Because I know it's not going to stop. Where is it going to
yeah,
stop? Will it stop at just white men? Because I know that they're also bringing up the whole sexist thing. So I'm like, okay, so not only are you bringing up everything is racist and everything is sexist, so you're trying to tell me that I'm sexist now, but I'm black. No,
Mhm.
yeah,
you're fine. No, 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 no. Stop right there. Don't double down. Don't you dare double down.
Mhm.
Listen to me. Listen to the black man for once.
Yep.
So you saying you hate white men, all white men, but you also hate black men because you're also championing against sexism. So therefore, you'll be targeting me because simply put, I'm a guy, but you're
Right.
trying to tell me that I'm the exception because I'm black. But the moment you The moment you get onto your hate all men train, you will be coming after me because I'm a man. Like
Yep.
that blackness goes away.
Mhm.
But
Well,
you're gonna, but you also, I'm not done, trooper. But you also
you're
go,
on your soliloquy.
yes, I'm on soliloquy. I'm on. See, y'all got me started now.
You
I was,
monologuing.
I'm monologuing.
This is why we
He
don't
starts
identify with
monologuing,
villains.
huh?
I said this is why we don't identify with villains.
Exactly. He starts monologuing. But yeah. So I'm just saying, like when it comes to this anti anything, right? It leads to more anti whatever.
Yeah.
So they'll find ways to
Yep.
hate me and priest and not necessarily priest. They're already doing this. They're gonna find ways to hate you, Eloise, regardless of them.
Yeah,
They'll make
that's
up
why
ways to hate you if they need to.
that's why I always felt uncomfortable with like how do I say this? Like, I have some black friends who would talk like smack about white people, and I always felt uncomfortable because I'm pale. like I said, I like
Right.
white passing or whatever
I
they
was
want to
all.
call it. Well,
I
but
will even
since I'm Hispanic, they don't see me as white, so
see that
they'll
You're like
the.
mestizo or
yeah.
castizo or whatever.
See,
They
I'll even
I'm mestizo, so that's what I am. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
they accept it as a
so
rule for now, and then they'll find a
yeah,
reason to hate
but
you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, for
Okay.
now, they don't see me as a threat, but then they're gonna start seeing me as a threat eventually. And this is
Yeah.
what my
That's how
cousins
it
don't
works.
understand.
That's how it
My
works.
cousins don't understand this because they're dark skinned and they don't have to deal with feeling uncomfortable about
I
like
will say
when
this. I
you
will
know
say this. My mom says the most outlandish shit about anybody who ain't black, and that made me feel
Oh boy.
uncomfortable.
Oh, oh, you
Oh yeah.
poor
I
I remember this one
I
guy
will
on.
say this. Like
yeah
she'll rag on Mexicans. Hang on, Brian. I know
Right.
you want to jump in on this conversation.
Right.
I'll give you the
Yeah.
mic. But she says things about Asian folk. I'm like mom. I I always cut in on her and saying mom. She like even when she'll have her outbursts for the littlest shit that
Hmm.
anybody will do that inconvenience her, she'll go too far and say some outlandish prejudice shit, and I'm like, Ma, I would say that. I literally say I'm like I'm like
yeah.
it's
Hmm.
get to a point
that's
where
that's what I do with my dad too. But like if black people understood what he's saying, they'd probably like beat him up. Cause
Oh yeah.
cause my dad got jumped and stuff by people who robbed him and like left him for dead, and like the I don't know what happened to him, but like ever since those times he's never been trusting of like black people.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
just
Oh yeah.
That's kind
I
of like what we
am
talked
not
about.
offended by that.
It's
yeah, and I always, whenever he's saying stuff, like I always try and remind him it's not everyone, and he's like, I know, but there's so many of them,
Yeah.
like
well,
the crime and stuff like that.
Put
But
you
I
like
mean,
put you like
it,
this, I thoroughly understand where he's
it's kind of
coming
like what
from.
we talked about. Gosh, what was it? It was me, Wolf, and Leia, and I think we were doing like, was it tokenism or was it
It's
representation
one of
versus
those.
like identity
One of those
I
two at
validation,
firmly
least.
I firmly believe
partiality?
it. Yeah, it was probably representation versus identity
Yeah,
validation. We did bring
and
it
we
up.
were
But
talking about stereotypes and generalizations, and I had said that a generalization usually tends to be based off personal experience. So your dad's not wrong. I mean, based on his personal
no,
experience,
it's not.
that's that has become uh almost like a, like, you got to remember, like, everyone has like mental structures. So in terms of survivalism, we all kind of come up with these little isms or sayings and stuff like that, and that's usually done by the human mind to more or less, it's an old survival skill. So it's kind of like those sayings that you say, well, if you want something done, dun dun dun, got to do it yourself. um,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
So it's another defense mechanism. So I wouldn't necessarily like poo on anyone for having generalizations like that,
Same here.
because not everyone tends to have those experiences.
Right.
So,
Yeah, but
But yeah,
but yeah,
I
no, I
always
mean, I
remind
get it.
him
Yeah, yeah,
that it's
no,
not everyone. So
yeah. I
I
mean, it's a good
just
thing to kind of stick that in there every now and then. Hands like, hey,
yeah.
you know what? That's not every one of them. For all we know, you might, meet a guy and he might be like fantastic and he might check all your boxes and frost your cookies and he just might happen to be, you know, someone that you wouldn't normally even think about, and there you go, you're in a situation where now you have to make some personal decisions whether your family likes them or not. It's your personal decision. So
hmm
yep,
Yep.
and that's the thing. Your family don't have to like them.
yep,
It all matters is the only thing that should ever matter is whether you like him
yep,
Right.
and whether he likes you.
yep.
Now, the feat that, of course, to win the family's favor, that's a feat that you will have to achieve on your own. But the thing is, you have to make peace with that. You gotta make peace. This is a generalization too, right here. The generalization is you need to make peace with the fact that you cannot make people like you,
Mhm,
and you
Yep, that's
shouldn't be
true.
making people like you.
mhm,
If even for whatever reason they don't like you, even if you feel like it's wrong for them to dislike you, whatever their reason is,
yep.
the truth
Well,
of the matter is
that's
they
kind of
don't
my
have to.
um that's kind of my problem with if you guys watch Young Ripper,
Hmm
I know.
Yeah.
Young
Yep.
Ripper 59, he's always ranting about like the libertarians looking for you know acceptance and stuff like that. Like yeah, I get where he's coming. It's frustrating like seeing them look for acceptance when really
We're
libertarians
looking
should
for
like
fat acceptance and gay acceptance. Nobody has to
no.
like your dumb ass for you.
No,
Yep.
I'm talking about like libertarians who
No, but
do their
Yeah.
politicking and stuff like that. They're always trying to hitch their cart on like the bandwagon and stuff like that. But
no.
Young Ripper is always saying no. Libertarians should be carving their own path, their own way, because that's what it's. That's what it's. To be truly libertarian. You get what I'm saying, right?
Well,
Yeah.
the thing with libertarians is they themselves don't even have an idea of what libertarianism is. Like they all kind of have a
So I
like
call
an
myself a
overall
practicing
view of what it
libertarian.
is, but when it comes to personal rights, property rights, that's where some of them vary. Now, I'm not
I
saying
I really hate like when they do that. Like they call themselves libertarians, but then oh no, I don't believe in property rights. Like
What?
well then you're you might end up being, well, it depends on whether they're nationalists or not, but not believing in property rights already puts you on the left side of the spectrum, if you will, because even being what do they call that, even being like a because it's not it is treading on socialism, because by not having property rights then nobody has property, but then that means that even the people up top don't should not have property at all, and of course it only works one way, and, and it works
It's
in the
property for me, but not for thee.
yeah, basically it works in
You
the
just want to
direction
you just want to
away.
invade in my home and take
Mhm.
me for what I owe
Well,
that
yeah,
I earn
because yeah,
what
they
what
can
I own that I
monetize
earn with my own money
they can
that I work
monetize
Yeah.
hard for
they can
because you want an
keep
easy
generating.
life.
Yeah, they can,
They
yeah,
want to use the term libertarian socialist.
well,
They're
if
trying to muddy the
they were
waters.
nationalists, then they technically would be a nat soak. But
Yeah. Oh, them's fighting words. Thanks for
so
them.
yeah, but
So yeah, I like the quote from oh, we lost Eloise.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
her
just noticed.
connection probably gonna come back.
She'll be back. She knows where the link is.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the quote from Fences.
Hmm.
Like you. Who in the hell ever said I got to like you? What law is there to say I got to like you? I
Right.
really love that quote. As harsh as people perceive that line from
Hmm.
father to son,
Hmm.
that's the. It's like I always rewatched both James Earl Jones's rendition of that scene, and
Mm-hmm.
Denzel Washington's rendition of the scene. Both versions, by the way, his play version and the movie version.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, one thing I got, I'll tell you what I get from both of those scenes. Um, man, when you see James Earl Jones' rendition,
Yep.
you just stand there and listen. Like James Earl Jones may be a cool man to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably a polite gentleman in real life, but man, when he's doing Troy, he scares me.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mhm.
scares me straight. Completely scares me straight. Like I'm just sitting there just like, bruh, I'm your son right now, and I already got a dad. when I hear when I hear that line,
Mm-hmm.
when Denzel does it in the
Right.
play, it comes off like a sitcom, but the the point hit home still, regardless.
Right.
However, when you get to the movie version, when Denzel does that scene, that's it doesn't warrant that same feeling I get from Denzel Jones, but you still listen. You're
Right.
actually analyzing what he's saying at that point. But when you James Earl Jones, if you James Earl Jones' son, you shut up and listen.
Mhm.
But no, that's why I'm actually getting to finally understand that now. When I rewatch those things, like nobody has to like me, and and
Mm.
and vice versa. I don't have to like anybody else. Now,
Yeah.
if I like you,
Mm.
obviously I'm giving my like to you unconditionally, which means there's
Mm-hmm.
no conditions behind it.
Right.
Obviously you made a good impression on me. It's not,
Mhm.
but at the same time, on that same token, I don't
Mm-hmm.
have to like you, which means there might be some things that you do that I don't like.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you're my friend. But if you do something, say murder or rape, yeah, no longer friends there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not that I'm trying to say my like no, I'm gonna bring you to justice. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Like you like whatever friendship that we ever had, that's null and void at that point. But if you do decide to do your time and you decide to work your way to redemption, of course I'm gonna back you. Like you did your time. You served for your crime. You paid for what you done. Now you're on your road to try to redeem yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm back. That's why I go back to the Civil War rewatch with Age, Daniel, and Leia, and that really stung me really deep when
Mm-hmm.
Age made that comment about Ant-Man, and
Oh my god. Yeah.
Hmm.
like he's a former thief, breaking and entering,
Yeah.
and I'm like, bruh, he tried to work at Baskin Robbins.
Baskin Robbins always knows.
I know. I'm like, bro, he's trying to get a job after all. Like this is your mindset for former criminals that are actually trying to change their life around.
Mm-hmm.
I only I only have that mindset if they're career criminals. If they're trying to be career men that are trying to clean up their lives, I'm gonna back them up, much like Captain America would do. They're trying to be a model citizen again, and you're not gonna give them that leeway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like I'm like, if I was in that stream, I was like, Age, are you trying to tell me that you're an absolutionist?
Yes.
Mhm.
Like you hold a lot of absolutes, regardless of whether somebody's trying to clean up their life, whether regardless of whether somebody's trying to make a change in their lives, despite all
Well,
the
here's the
bad they've
thing.
done.
I mean, the numbers in recidivism aren't really in the felon's corner to actually change their ways. So I get his point. I get his point, but like I've said before, um, there are exceptions to the rule. So,
Mm,
but
I will again. I would
yeah.
love to have him on here,
Oh yeah.
give
Be
him
an
a bit
interest.
of a talk, give him a bit of talking to.
Be an interesting conversation to say the least. And Eloise is back.
Welcome back, Eloise. Well, of course, I'm
I
not.
thought I
I'm
thought
so-
YouTube I thought YouTube nuked me from orbit or something, but like no, it was my phone. I'm basically using a different device for my phone, and my phone has a hotspot, so the hotspot just Like
Conked
the
out.
my the it's the battery died, so I had to plug it in. So like
Understandable.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Of course,
So
I'm not gonna bring age in just to bully him. Just want to have a
Yeah.
talk with that guy.
what
To
Mm.
just
re-
happened? What did I miss?
I just brought up age, and it's kind of about Ant Man and their rewatch of Captain America: Civil War, and that really stung me deeply. Like you're not really gonna give Scott Lang any leeway because he was a former criminal that has become a hero. He literally stopped a guy who was trying to who was literally trying to organize an elite force of soldiers
Mhm.
Yeah.
to terminate any key players in whatever long game people are playing in the political spectrum.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that I agree with Dominic Powell. The Libertarian Party really is a joke,
Pretty
and
much.
Well, no
Like,
one can
wow,
agree on
what is a
what a
lepo?
libertarian
Ah.
party is. That's a thing too. And conservatives aren't any better. I
yeah.
mean,
Nobody is.
Con Inc.
Nobody
has
really
always
is.
been about the grift. So
I'm just it's just frustrating meeting like people online. They call themselves libertarian, but then they're like, "Oh, I'm left libertarian." Like what? No, there's no such thing. It's either you believe in property rights or you don't. Private
Pretty
property
much.
rights. So like those people don't believe in that, so they're just communists by another name. So
yeah,
Mm.
well,
Yeah.
because we're in the business of now kind of conflating language. So
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Which actually
kind of how it
reminds me.
works. So
yeah.
Yeah, just I know I know I tend to monologue and rag and ramble, which is why it's called Wolf Command Rambles. But stuff like that I hear, I'm like, bruh,
Oh yeah.
age, aren't you like look, your inspirational hero is Superman. You said so yourself, damn it, with Professor. You
oh well, did you see like
look,
Superman's son is now like a big ol' commie superhero. They took out truth, justice. Actually,
In the
no,
American
truth,
way.
Oh my god.
justice.
The whole
yeah,
point of
They
the
took
whole
out the
point of
American way.
Superman
It's now a better world. So truth,
uh
justice, and a better world.
truth,
yeah.
I
justice,
was
is a
like,
better
wow,
world.
The whole point
yeah.
of Superman's son is like I don't know if it was supposed to be that it was a cautionary tale or something like how things can go wrong or something. Ah,
All I'm
Well,
saying
the
is to age,
the
like for somebody who really takes Superman
it's
as an
a
hero, you know, Superman would have had Scott Lang in his corner too.
Yep.
Superman's son was supposed to be a dystopia, not an utopia like the people that want to make him you
Right,
know,
son? Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
hmm
Yes, that's Deco in the background, by the way.
Yeah. That's a cool
In
background
case
though.
everybody was wondering, that's Deku.
let's do
Just
Yeah.
a GIF.
let's do.
I'm just using the. I'm just trying the background function. I was like, oh, this is nice. Never thought. Oh man, after all these years, we've been talking in front of a black background.
Yeah.
Could have done something. We could have had a lot of potential here.
I'm
Anyways,
sorry,
Yeah.
now I
I
know.
just
Now
laughed
we
right
can do
now.
something with this. What you
Sorry.
laughing about?
No,
No,
because you
no, no,
said
no, no. Share with us.
no,
Sure.
Sorry,
because you
sorry.
said all this time we were talking in front of a black
No,
background. I'm sorry.
It's
It's
alright.
something silly.
no, I was laughing at this here.
Yeah, you
Watch
laugh. I meant that to be funny. Like literally, we were definitely talking in
that.
front of
That's
pitch
how you
black, and I'm like,
know.
oh man,
That's how you know this cow is out to make her money. So
I'll
Let me
share with the
see.
chat.
it's
What happened?
eh,
What's
it's com- you'll see, you'll see, you'll
It's
see.
ScarJo. It's in the
It
private chat.
it just it just came out about 2 hours ago. Looks like MSN, looks like NBC are finally starting to report on it.
Lawsuit
So her
against
biggest
Disney
beef,
for
because
Black Widow release.
her biggest beef. Oh yeah, well I'm sure there's more to it. She wants her money.
Yeah.
I don't know what her contract was like. I don't know if her money is contingent on it making X dollars, or if it was like RDJ's where he literally got a certain percentage of global sales, and they're like, hey, sure, and he signed it, and he became like exponentially like he like I don't know RDJ totally freaking he totally like ran train on MCU. It was great. But well, at that point, no one really knew if it was going to be successful, but he knew it was going to be successful because guess what? He's a smart businessman. So I really don't know what her contract is like, but for anyone that's in the chat or whatnot, it looks like our own Black Widow is
She
suing
wants
for money
she wants
because
gender
she's saying
reparations.
well no
Yep.
she's saying that they broke contract with releasing her film on D plus. She's just pissed that now she has nothing to her name other than a financial flop.
Damn.
Well,
There's
okay,
some
well remember
Schadenfreude
like
there.
oh first Marvel actor to have their directorial their director debut. Now mind you, we already know Chris Pratt has
Um, Dominic Powell asks, "What are your favorite fictional schools of all time?" Um,
What?
for me, I think it's I forgot what it was called. Like, if you ever watched Familiar of Zero, like the school that the setting in that it begins in, I think for me that was the anime that got me into Harry Potter, I guess. I don't know why
Familiar
I'm
of
echoing.
Zero. Hang on.
hmm.
It's like a
Oh,
early
oh,
2000s
that one.
anime.
Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The one with
I
the
forgot
tsundere.
forgot what it was. The school was called.
I'm looking that up right now.
The Academy of Tristane. I don't know.
I know what it's called.
Zero no Sukiya Sakaima.
Yeah, I know the name of the show. I'm talking about the school in the
Yeah, I
show.
know.
Tristane Academy, I think.
I think that's what it's called.
Hmm.
I mean, for me, that was basically for like the anime fans in the early 2000s. Basically, that was their Harry Potter, I guess.
Mm,
And um, after that, I just kind of wanted to watch any show that had elves in it. Because I really found the elves were like the coolest part of like about the setting,
yep,
like
just
the
Tristane Academy of Magic.
yeah. That's also how I got
I'll
interested in.
I'll give I'll give you guys another link right here. So yeah, ScarJo is she's QQing over the fact her film flopped. Oh man, oh icing on the cake is so good. Oh, I'm having a sugar rush right now just from this article. It's fantastic.
Of course, you would love it.
As far as schools, it's hard to say. I mean,
Fictional
I
schools.
don't want to
Fictional
be too
schools.
cliche. I know. I don't want to be too cliche, but I'll say like Roosevelt High.
From where?
Like if well,
Alien? No. The clones. The is it from that clones show? The one where they have Lincoln and Cleopatra and whatever they call them that were
Clone High?
cloned. Clone High. Is that what the school was called, or is it something else? I don't know.
well, the thing is here. Let me see if I can find some images
Wait,
so I can
what show is the school from?
show you. It's like this one high school that has been like literally featured in like so many films. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and put it in private chat. It's been featured. Gosh, I know it's been featured
Was
in
was High
films
School
like
Musical
Job
filmed
Corps.
there?
I
No,
don't think so,
I just I don't know.
but it's memorable. Like if you look at it, it's a very memorable high school. So I mean, the high school actually does exist, but it gets used in a
Ah,
lot of movies. It gets used in a lot of movies.
Back.
I
Okay.
can't name one right now, but I seen that. I seen that that school building
Yeah,
before.
it's a famous high school. Yeah, it's a famous high school. So,
For right now, I'm liking UA High School just fine
Mhm.
from My Hero Academia. That
Mhm.
and I do like what other anime that has a school setting that I actually dig, like really dig. I guess I'll settle with Ichigo's school, even though they don't really do much with that school because most of the soul reaping.
Karakura High School, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, Kanikura High.
Mhm.
Mostly because the school hijinks happen there, of course.
Mhm.
Um, what's
The Soul
another?
Reaper Academy. No, the Soul Reaper Academy, where like I think
Mm,
they did some flashback episodes with
yeah,
Renji and Rukia like attending the Soul Reaper
yeah,
Academy.
and
So
Byakuya.
mhm.
Mhm.
yeah,
There's also uh,
Hmm. Favorite schools, huh? Does Springfield
gee,
Elementary count?
was what?
yeah, Springfield Elementary.
Yeah,
What show is
three-headed
that from?
surrender monkeys.
The Simpsons.
Like, groundskeeper Willie.
Oh, The Simpsons. That's where it's from.
Yep.
It's called Springfield High. Oh, where they Springfield
I,
Elementary.
I've never really watched The Simpsons like that. I only like saw a couple of episodes on TV, but
But you
never.
have seen the opening, have you not?
Yes.
yeah, it's
Where does it begin? Over the hill, right? And where does it really start? At Springfield Elementary, where Bart gets out of class and starts
no.
skateboarding.
We're usually writing something on the blackboard first.
Uh,
Yep, every single time
Wait, I
he's
got
writing
something for you. I'll
standards.
kill that Mr. Burns and wound that Mr. Smithers.
Oh,
You got one?
I got one.
Mhm.
This might
and
be obs-
wait. Dominic Powell says Orion Academy from Orion High School Host Club. Yeah, I've seen that show. I never saw the ending though. I reached a certain point where I couldn't find any episodes online on the
I
high
got
seas, so I stopped watching.
I got one that's gonna be obscure, and I'm pretty sure Eloise it'll fly over Eloise's head too.
Yeah,
Y'all ready?
Mm.
yeah.
Acme University.
Tiny Toons.
You had to say it, you jackass.
What?
It's
Acme University.
called Looniversity, but yeah, that works.
From
Tiny
Tiny
Toons.
Toon Adventures.
I've never seen that show.
Exactly.
Really
You
now?
wouldn't know.
Uh,
That's what I'm
like
saying.
for
Like
me,
that would have been obscure for you. Definitely obscure for you because yep. Even
yeah.
Dominic says it right there. Yep. Tiny Toons. Acme University.
I feel
What?
old now because I was around to actually watch Tiny Toons.
Mm-hmm.
I even had a couple of the games too.
Yeah, I played the Super Nintendo one. So that one was where they teach the new generation to be quote unquote Looney Tunes. They were always taught by the original Looney Tunes, like Buster is taught by Bugs,
Mhm.
Fifi LaFume is taught by Pepe Le Pew, Pepe Le Pew.
Mhm.
Um, Elvira was an interesting case because she was an interesting case because she was taught by Elmer Fudd,
Well, her
and she
last
looks
name
like
is
Elmer Fudd.
Duff, which is like Fudd spelled backwards.
Yeah, but I call her an interesting curse because they're both in common. Only difference is that she kills animals with love.
Yeah.
I will hug you and love you and squish you and love you forever and ever.
Dun dun dun! Fatality.
Yeah. Um. What's another good academy that? Oh yeah. Magic School Bus.
I remember that one.
Silence. Lots of silence except for Brian.
Oh,
Magic School Bus.
I'm trying to think of another. I mean, of course, Hogwarts is another obvious one that's you know.
I'm just trying
Question.
my best not
Mhm.
to go that route because that's easy. That's far too
Yeah.
easy. That's why I said Magic School Bus.
Yeah,
Another fictional school that I liked. Although you
yeah.
can actually place it in a real life
I
location.
I completely forgot what the school was that like Winx Club happened in.
You
Oh
don't
my god,
have to say the name specifically. Just say the show it was from.
Winx Club. Like I remember seeing a couple episodes of that.
I
I
always
had a
hated Weeks Club.
I had a friend who was really into it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course, Max's school from Goofy movie.
Oh yeah. They've been
Even though,
laughing since I can
Well,
remember, but they're
but
not
I'm
gonna
not
laugh
gonna laugh
anymore.
anymore.
Shoot.
I don't
Some
think
people
the
settle for the typical things, living the life, swinging into things. Ain't no question of if, just a matter of time. You
Clock
are.
Tower, like Clock Tower from whatchamacallit, damn it, from Fate, the Fate series.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Like they had I forgot what it was called. Like have you guys ever watched the Fate series? No.
I have.
Yeah.
mm-mm.
I've
Fate
heard of
Stay
it, but
Night.
Yeah. I think in Fate
Mhm.
Zero, like the clock tower is
Yeah.
mentioned. Like that's where Lord El Mio
Ooh,
came from. You
ooh.
know
Yeah.
um, Ryder, the Ryder in Fate Zero, the
Mhm.
Ryder server in Fate Zero. Like the guy with the short hair, the short black hair.
I don't know all
Yeah.
the characters.
Let's see.
Yeah,
That's
I
like
don't know all the characters either. I just
Waver,
know their looks.
Ryder,
You know what's
Waver,
funny?
yeah, Waver was from that's Waver.
Waver.
Wa-
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, he becomes
Tosaka.
Lord. Huh?
Tosaka.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about
I know.
Waver.
I'm just naming the characters. That's all. Just keep talking.
Waver becomes Lord El Mio. Like he gets elevated to a lord in the clock tower.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I got another one that's very obscure, but I'm pretty sure Brian knows since he's a gamer.
Mm-hmm.
The Librarian.
The
Mm.
librarian. Hmm.
I agree with Dominic Powell on that one. The clock tower really can give Hogwarts a run for its money.
Well, shit,
Like
you got freaking sword wielding maidens that fucking level a whole city block with just a swing of her sword. Of course, they'll put it to shame.
Oh yeah.
not to mention like the brutality, like just to get like elevated and
Expecto
stuff.
my ass, bitch! I have the sword of Excalibur. Swing!
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Eloise, I didn't mean to cut into you like that.
It's fine.
But no, the librarian's from Blaze Blue.
Blaze Blue. I have not yet played Blaze Blue. I gotta get into that someday. But
So
while we're
yeah,
talking video games, how about the Balam Garden from Final Fantasy VIII?
I want I want
mm,
to get into Guilty Gear because like I've just seen the memes and it's just funny. Like especially the recent meme where it's like a blind dude on a computer and the other person like you guys haven't seen that meme, right? Where it's like there's a blind dude on the computer, and the person next to him who can see is saying tell him he don't miss, and the person on the computer is like I can't see.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a joke on Izzy,
Hmm. You see, how
the
about
character with the blindfold on.
okay, how
Yeah,
about
I
Angel
just
Grove from Power Rangers? Angel Grove High.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Angel Grove and
Yeah,
Power
yeah, yeah.
Rangers.
I thought you were calling it a different name. I was like, wait, Angel Grove?
what about
Mhm.
the dojo and the samurai Power Rangers? Nah,
Oh, screw that, man. I don't like Mentor G.
Oh.
I
I was
never.
saying the dojo, not like I thought the dojo looked cool. Uh,
Yeah, I rather the Ninja Academy from Ninja Storm.
Mm-hmm.
what about Konoha Academy from Naruto?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Nostalgia.
yeah, I like that one too. I just didn't like how far away from the ninja exploit the ninja tenets that they set up for the first part of this show.
Mm-hmm.
and they
Yeah.
reduced it to just freaking laser fights and kaiju fights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
I feel
like
like
they do tend to da- uh go back into the taijutsu fights, but like over time it's like, what is this?
I feel like shonen anime and manga always has a problem with power scale. Like to a
Mm.
certain point, it gets to be too much, and it's hard to the suspension of
I'm just
disbelief.
saying they're freaking ninjas, and yet you have one ninja that can cut the moon.
Not
Yeah.
only that, but like the Sage of the Sixth Path created the moon. But like I feel like I like Naruto for like even despite its flaws, I like it for what it was like on the whole friendships and whatchamacallit,
Dakota High.
Mm-hmm.
the the bonds between the characters, like
Hmm.
unbreakable bonds, and like the sense of having a village. And I really think Masashi Kishimoto tapped into that because that was what he grew up with as a kid, like
Mm.
a strong sense of a village.
Right.
Like
More
it's
research is needed before we
yeah,
start digging into that one.
yeah.
More research, Dominic. We have to do more research first.
Yeah.
Same thing with world building.
Oh, I thought you guys meant like on the stuff on Naruto. But like I was saying, basically, I really like that aspect of that Masashi Kishimoto tapped into, like the because it's part of a old Japanese custom, I guess, like the village and
Mhm.
all that
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, so
Onoji
Uh,
Academy.
mm-hmm.
Onoji Academy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um.
You know that reminds me of the
mm,
enemy is at Honnoji. Samurai warriors.
yeah. Yep. 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 There's another one that's at the tip of my tongue right now. I can't. Oh, right. I was bringing up Professor Xavier's school for gifted youngsters or gifted learners or
Oh,
whatever title
Xavier's
you like.
School for the Gifted. That's what I like to go with.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Despite its flaws.
Mm-hmm.
Um. There's also. Huh. There's another one. I wouldn't call this a school actually. I would actually call this as a military training academy, or is a training place
I
to
mean,
start.
I brought up Konoha Academy, which is essentially like child soldiers being trained. Like, so I
Hmm.
guess you can bring that up too. Like the what were you gonna say?
Basically, the cadet regiment in Attack on Titan.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say. I honestly thought you were gonna say what's it called? The storm? No, 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 no. What's it called again? I forgot. Battleship Trooper or something. The
Starship
training.
Troopers,
Yeah,
Mobile
Starship
Infantry.
Troopers. Yeah, I thought you were gonna mention that, but the Cadet Academy too. But
The cadet regiment,
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
training from hell, as we like to call the trope.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that brings back memories to when I was reading the manga and watching the anime. Like, because Attack on Titan ended recently, and yeah, a lot
Hmm.
of people, a lot of people were angry about the ending though. Like,
I was actually satisfied.
I don't get like I haven't reached the ending yet, but
Mm.
I'm getting really close. But like I just recently I don't know if you've seen, but there are some people trying to get a different ending animated from like a
That ain't
fan
gonna
comic.
happen.
What happened?
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. I
I
just
like.
I don't get why those people are just filled with
I took
such
it
anger
as
for like
the
the
saying, and
creator.
sorry, I took it as a saying from Dark Knight: "Die a hero, or live long enough to see yourself to
Hmm.
find yourself as the villain."
Hmm.
I know it's gonna spoil me anyways, but like, could you tell me how it ended? Like,
So,
Oh.
Eloise is speaking for herself. Do everybody want me to tell you what happens at
Oh,
the end
go
of
for
Attack
it.
on
Go for
Titan?
it. Like for
I'm
me, I
talking about
mean,
everybody in the chat.
like for me, like I got no skin in that game, so it's like, yeah,
No
I would
shit.
I would rather know than go through the process of like finding out and having to kind of be like, this is it, this is
That's
it.
it. This is
Yeah,
what they're pissed off.
I know.
Bruh,
That's like so
bruh.
many.
That
That's
was
so
that
many.
was my reaction when I found out.
Yeah,
That's it? Really? This is it?
yeah.
This is what
I
pisses you
mean,
off?
it doesn't compare to like the To be honest, nothing can top off like what you call it, the ending for Tokyo Ghoul, where they got pissed because like what you call it, um Kaneki like ended up with Toka. Like the shippers went crazy to the point that the manga artists wanted to kill themselves. Like
Right.
I don't think anything can top that off. Like I kind of feel
So,
I feel bad for what you call it. I forgot his name. The creator of Tokyo Ghoul.
mm. So yeah, so you know what happens to Eren in the long run, right?
Hmm.
What's going on with him so far?
I know his lifespan is shortening because of the curse, and he's trying to get the rumbling Earth plant. I forgot what it was called.
The rumbling. It's basically called the rumbling.
The rumbling. He's trying to start the rumbling,
And he
and the part.
succeeded. And he succeeded.
Holy shit! Dude, who
So
survived?
that becomes a problem. So do you want me to tell you who lives and who dies?
Like, just tell me everything, like, because you know,
So Hanji dead.
I mean, that was a given. Because like, I think I saw her disappear like at one point in the manga.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So
she
I just
died.
had a sense she's gonna die eventually. So yeah.
She died in steam.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah, she died in like she attacks the colossal titans that Aaron released that are hidden in the wall, and she died via steam. She basically died the same way Armin got injured.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's
Colossal
what I was thinking. Damn.
Titan. So he becomes the founding titan, which is this big, massive, giant titan that is so massive and huge that it really is just nothing
Oh,
but a skeleton
Hmm.
with long ribs. And
damn.
and there's like this big war that just happens upon the founding titan. Like everybody that got eaten or dead in a way gets uh reformed. So like I believe Ryan I think Reiner died at some point, but he comes. No, Reiner survived. Most of the most of the Titans that got devoured
Hmm.
gets reformed. Like the Warhammer Titan, the the Jaw Titan, the like basically any and all Titan that Aaron has consumed gets reformed by the original wielder of those of said Titans. Zeke gets killed by Levi while he's on the Founding Titan, and pretty much, excuse me, hang on, talk among yourselves.
Uh,
Hmm.
well, I saw a comment saying
Dominic.
how, as far as like Japan's education is distinct from education here in the states. Well, yeah, because they're a mono ethno state, just the way it is, and also they're culturally different because of that. Because we are in a situation of what we would call multiculturalism, and it tends to
So
be
yeah,
more of
the,
a,
yeah.
gosh, it's more stratified in the sense of we quote unquote teach about, well, we used to, I don't know about right now. Right now it's uh
It's
the
all just call me bullcrap, to
well,
be honest.
I
Hmm.
was going to
Pretty
say equity of
much.
result. But I mean, if we look at Japan, I mean, like I said, they're a mono ethno state. So I mean, their biggest saying is the nail that stands up gets hammered down. So it's a different type of society.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
It's
you want to know who delivers who actually puts an end to the fight?
Hmm.
was it? Let me guess, Mikasa.
Yep.
Damn.
So when Aaron transforms into the Founding Titan, his head is exposed within the base, which is the mouth of the Titan. So Aaron's already in communication with the original Founding Titan wielder, which is Ymir.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Not Ymir, freckle
I
face
know. I
Ymir.
know.
I know. It's the Ymir, the Ymir, the original Ymir.
Yeah. So she stops Aaron momentarily for Mikasa to cut off his head, and that's what stops everything.
Mm.
And she's basically holding his severed head in her arms, and Ymir just basically just she basically just wipe out all the Titan genes within the Eldians. So no Eldian cannot transform has the ability to transform into a Titan, like a pure Titan at
Mm.
all. Or any wielder of any of the original 9 Titans cannot transform into a Titan.
Hmm.
Oh,
So basically, Aaron dies, the world is at peace at
Mhm.
this point. That's like the same thing as House of M, where Wanda says no more mutants, and like only 5% of the population are mutants.
Yep.
oh. I think that's a good ending, though. Like,
I th-
I mean,
I think it's a brilliant ending.
yeah, because like I don't get what's there to be mad about. What did they want for like
I don't.
Eren to like
I
to
think
wipe out
everybody wanted him to
everybody
live.
else?
I think everybody wanted him to live, or at least I think that everybody wanted him to not be the bad guy.
Well, um, I
Well,
mean that was gonna
hence to
happen.
that.
He was gonna end up that way either way, because like the path he was going down, like from the beginning, he wanted vengeance,
Hmm.
against the Titans, only to realize that what caused the death of his mom and the death of all the people in Shigashina and like
And
Wall
Tross,
Maria, yeah, and Tross, it was all caused because of
Marley.
Marley and the Titans that they used. So like,
Hmm. It made
so
perfect sense, even though that they were trying during that short period of not short period of time, but that long period of non-aggression. Right now, they were trying to set up a peace movement, if you will, between Morley and Eldia,
Mm.
Hanji and the other top brass. Whereas Aaron wanted to fight Marley and the world to quote unquote protect his home. In other words,
Hmm.
like he wanted to protect Eldia, so that was a big issue.
yeah,
Yes,
but
we're talking about the ending
I
of Attack on Titan, Neil Star.
yeah, but
Hey,
I
Neil
think
Star.
I think that was a good ending because now there's no Titan genes, no Titans can be used in warfare, and there's no reason to like hate Eldia like the way people do. But I
Mm,
still think that the remnants of what happened. I think that's still gonna affect like Paradis and the Eldians that live there, and not to mention the Eldians that still live throughout the Marley Empire.
mm,
And now that there's no
mm.
Titans, Marley is gonna collapse because they relied on. I mean, they were already collapsing. I mean, that was the whole point of why they invaded Paradis Island, because they
Yep.
needed the founding Titan, and the world was catching up technologically. So I mean, I
Basically, what
really,
happens when you try to control the world? You
yeah.
stretch yourself
Yeah.
too thin.
Yeah, I really wish the author could do like a story on the aftermath, like going forward, what is going to happen to Marley, and I think that a lot of the Eldians are going to go to Paradise now. Like,
Hmm. It's a small island though. At that point, once they start piling in, can't
I
really
don't.
house everybody.
Is there a lot of Eldians? I didn't really think there was a lot. I
There
thought
it
they
is.
were. Oh,
I mean, yeah, there's like almost like I think like it's the wiki, and I'm taking this with a grain of salt though. But in his kill count, they say 85% of the population of the world. So it's a small population. Well, not necessarily a small population, just like an average amount of people still in the world.
Mhm.
Because that rumbling did a number from what I heard, to the world, because these are titans that
Holy
are literally walking across the planet,
damn.
Yep.
creating a whole bunch of steam, mind you,
Creating
and it,
chaos.
and it really shows what they're doing to the world, which is walking on it, simply walking on it. And you seen what the colossal titans physiology look like. They have these
Damn.
massive elf they have these massive elephant legs, in a way, human elephant legs, that are literally just crushing cities. Like you seen
Mhm.
Berto has would do when he's
Um,
in
I
the middle
agree
of the,
with I agree with Dominic Powell. Yeah, it really was.
yeah,
It
or at
really
least
was organic. Like,
or at least you see what Armin did to Marley's naval military naval force when he transformed. He basically just he did way he did that and then some when he wiped out the navy. He freaking like leveled up half a city block, and with just his transformation
Yeah.
only. That's how scary the colossal titans are, especially
Yeah.
when it comes when you really think about fighting them. You have to use a nuclear
do
missile.
do you guys know what happened to Annie? Did she die?
I think Annie's still frozen solid. I think she's gonna die young.
Hmm.
Oh,
I don't think she ever woke up. I think she
no,
only.
no. I remember she woke up and she joined.
Oh
She
yeah, she
was
did.
part of the group that was going after Aaron with Gabby and Falco, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
That's where they fought on the Valentine. So yeah, she did come back. I thought she like the from because I'm like still halfway through the final season. I don't think the second part is out yet per se.
Oh, I just like after season one ended, I just started reading the manga, and that was what I was following. I just haven't reached the end. I'm still like at the part where I stopped reading, like at the part where Gabby, Falco, and Annie were going after Aaron alongside Mikasa, Armin, and them.
And
I think,
Peak.
yeah, something like
Peak
that.
is funny. I understand
Yeah.
why people love Peak. Just one scene alone, I was like, oh, so this is why you guys like Peak.
Hmm.
All that plot.
I'm I'm pre, I'm pre, I'm pretty sure Eloise know what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Yeah.
This is why you like Peak, cause she reminds you of a fucking cat. I tell you about human nature these days, and they criticize us for liking anime girls and calling them little girls and calling us true pedophiles. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
While
That
y'all
says a
sitting
lot
here,
more about them than it does us.
falling
Yeah.
over a girl who likes to crawl on all four because, as she put it, it's natural for her because of her Titan form.
Yeah. The
I can see. I can see why. I can see, it makes perfect sense why she would walk like that, to the
Yeah.
point where she has to use a crutch to really stand upright. It's not because
Hmm.
it's not even. I I like to speculate that she forgot how to walk upright at
Hmm.
some point,
yeah.
because the nature of her Titan form, she can be there for a long experience. She can be in that form for a long extended periods of time,
Hmm.
Hmm.
to the point where that's basically her life at that point. So I can understand why she probably either A, forgotten how to walk standing upright, or B, feels way more comfortable walking on all fours, and her walking upright just feels uncomfortable for her, even to the point where she even lays on the couch rather than sit on it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
She's probably for either A, forgotten how to sit upright, or B, feels so comfortable laying on all fours that sitting upright doesn't feel natural to her anymore.
Neo Productions. I think you should wait. I don't know. I think you could wait for like the anime. I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I guess it's good as any to show you pirates on where to go now.
Is the final season of Attack on Titan out
First
or
part,
the
yeah. From what I've seen so
yeah.
far, first part is on I just gave you guys a site to check out.
Yeah. Whatchamacallit?
Huh?
Got all the anime that you can watch, and then some, even the
Mm.
classics. Some of the
Mm.
classics are not there yet. I looked for Last Exile. It's not on there yet. I say yet because
Uh-huh.
I mean, like if it's not on there yet, then they have yet to add it on there. Like even S Cry is on there.
Hmm.
For those who probably saw an anime on Adult Swim, but probably didn't know what the name of it was. S Cry is on there too.
Mm-hmm.
Even probably Rurouni Kenshin and Gasaraki.
Oh,
Gasaraki is on there too.
I
Both
tried watch.
dub and sub.
I remember Cash and Sins was airing on Adult Swim. I tried watching it, but like I couldn't really get through it.
If it was because of it was too depressing, I fully understand. I
Yeah,
fully
it
understand
was.
why you would stop. It is depressing, but
Yeah.
but what kept me going through that anime was the freaking action.
Mm-hmm.
When they get around to especially Dio versus Cash Earn. Oh
Is
my
it
goodness!
a manga? Because I think I'd like to get the manga just so I could like study the action scenes.
It's Tatsunoko, so of course not only are you looking at manga, there's other versions of it. So there's
Uh
Cash Earn and there's Cash Earn Sins. Cash Earn Sins was like the '06 like updated version of it, and then there's also Cyborg 009, which that's where that came from, to some extent. So I was watching a little bit of Cyborg 009 there. I'm still catching up on My Hero Academia on there. Pretty soon I'm
Hmm.
probably gonna move on to either Hajime Ippo because my friend won't shut the fuck up about it.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the manga panels, the action panels for Hajime Evil. I think it's a really good anime to
Hmm.
like watch.
Oh,
All
I really I
Yeah,
really
I'm just
wanna.
saying like that, and I'm probably gonna probably try to watch the old the thousands Baki anime before
Oh, that too. Like the
before
action panels for that, it's good. I really
insane. You hear that,
whatchamacallit.
folks? Listen to this woman. This woman like boys manga and anime too.
There you go.
It's not a boys
Yeah.
club anime and manga. Lots of girls even like Baki.
right.
Yeah, that whole girl boys club thing is a friggin' straw man.
Hmm.
Well, it
It's,
is.
it's
Again, it's more. Uh, well, I would like to call it propaganda because I mean it's another way to monetize. Oh yeah, this is boy stuff. This is girl stuff. And then it's like I
it's
mean,
male dominated.
yeah, 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 yeah. So
By the way, you know what, Trooper, you take the reins on this one.
the brilliant star that shines through the night, the sharp thorn in the side of evil. Rise, a man stands before you. Rise, a
Rise a
man.
man,
Rise, a man
rise a man,
does
does
whatever a rise
whatever rise
can.
can. Hen should go,
That's
rise.
Trooper. The way you read that sounds like whatchamacallit.
Sounds like a radio
Recent
broadcast.
yeah,
it,
recently
it kind of does.
So
yeah,
Sound a little bit like Fat Man.
Oh, I was gonna say the Shadow because recently, I was watching Razor Fist. He has a
oh
channel
nice.
where he covers the Shadow and stuff like that. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
what it reminded me of, like the narrator that reads the yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Or like what Clone Wars. Like how you always
yeah,
have that opening montage. Yeah.
yeah. That
Uh,
propaganda voice, like in Legend of Korra.
Yep. 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 Yep.
I'm sorry. Did you guys hear me yawn? I'm sorry.
No, I
Oh,
didn't.
believe me, I'm way worse.
uh,
All
So
good.
I'm trying to
Y'all
get the
are.
hang of using my headphone mic
I
because
so
like
like so Neostar and Dread, there is a 3D version of Cyborg 009.
hmm.
Uh, go at your own risk. It's decent. It's way more decent than the 3D Saint Seiya.
Mm.
Way more decent. I just didn't like the ending to that one. Like everything else was pretty cool, but like
I
when it
heard
got
they.
to,
Oh, sorry. No, I heard they destroyed Saint Seiya because the reboot or something. Like
Mhm.
they tried to bring in female characters to replace the male characters,
Yeah,
or
I
or
Hmm.
didn't watch
focus.
that.
Yeah. No, because the only reason I found out about it is because like that anime snob was like he did a whole video on it. Like I
Leia
think
should have
that
been
was
here by now.
I think that was one of the few animes that that anime snob liked. I don't know. Uh, I don't really remember, but like, damn, that was a mess.
Hmm.
I don't understand why they do this. Like, these are, when IP already has like a legacy, why destroy that when it took so many years to build that? Why not just use, the
That
foundation and build
is
upon it?
right. They did turn Shu into an actual girl.
Well, like yeah, like I've been saying, we're
Shun's
going
a
through
boy.
like again, we're going through a cultural change. I mean, this is what it looks like. I mean,
Make way for the women. Yeah,
no, no,
by
no,
getting rid
no,
of the
no. I'm not
men.
saying we're turning into matriarchy, but when
I'm just
we
saying,
go,
like in certain cases, what Eloise is describing, they're trying to uplift the women by shoving the men to the side, as
well,
in like what we've been talking about, the tear
And
down just to build
it,
somebody up,
it
and let me just say, it's not appealing. It's not appealing at all when
no,
they
makes
no, no,
women
no.
look
tear
weak.
down.
Yep.
Yeah, because it just, how do I explain it?
Girls want their dudes. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, and then there's also the fact, call it, I don't know how to explain it.
No, try
I'm
your
trying,
best. You're
I'm
doing a
trying to
good
find the
job.
words.
Look,
Like
females want to
whenever,
find their
when I,
Luke Skywalker, and dudes want to find their Tarna slash Red Sonja. But when you turn Red Sonja into, Red Stanley, then it's like you just took
Mm-mm.
away my female.
There you go, Shun Saint Seiya. That's what Shun actually looks like.
Oh
Not
yeah.
not not what they showed in
um,
the 3D
Yeah.
show.
I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. Oh no, like for me, like I always felt uncomfortable around like feminists, like crazy feminists that were going on like about crazy shit because
We need to fight
I
the patriarchy.
look I've
Pretty
always
much.
like I've been a tomboy like all my life and like
Oh, you're
you know
non-binary.
no
Pretty
tomboys
much.
are just tomboys are like
That
girls that like a lot of whatchamacallit.
They like
Guy
things.
things.
They like the mat. They like.
Yeah,
Put it
yeah,
like
the
this. This is
guy.
my definition of tomboys. As my experience with being around tomboys, they're
Yep.
the ones that punch you in the shoulder just because you know they're usually the ones that punch you in the shoulder rather than pick you on the cheek. They're usually the ones that are working on auto mechanics or fascinated by machines.
Right.
They're usually the ones that'll jump headfirst into a lake before you even attempt to save somebody.
mhm,
They're the daring, the brave, the energetic, sometimes extroverted.
Yep.
mhm.
Very very dead set on what they want. They're mostly girls that have this existential need to be abrasive and very
Mhm.
wild, if you will. That's why.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which Eloise, let me guess, your favorite character in Song of Ice and Fire is Arya.
Yes, like Arya and whatchamacallit. I'm trying to remember.
Now
Um,
here's the
I
deal.
mean,
Here's
I kind of have a soft spot for Sansa too, cause like I feel kind of sorry for her. Like
I don't. I actually praise her for taking charge of her life.
no,
In the
Sansa,
beginning,
like
you want to pity her. You want to sympathize with her in her disposition, but in some areas, I'm pretty sure the book did it better. She rose to the occasion.
wait, who Sansa or Arya? Which
Sansa,
one?
Sansa.
I really need to read. Like I'm still reading Game of Thrones. Like I'm still getting through it,
I know.
but yeah,
So get used to Sansa being a hostage for a while. That's until you
yeah.
get to the next books where I hear she starts being more assertive. Um, Here's the deal, though. The tomboys, as again, as per my experience,
Mhm.
they don't do that to show up the guys at all.
Right.
And in fact, they don't even do it within the confines of I just want to be equal with you guys. They
Hmm.
do it. They do it because, dude, we like you. Do you like that stuff? I like that stuff too. Let's
Mm-hmm.
hey, hey, hit it right there. Okay, right there and there. Okay, you got it? High five, bam. You know, they're basically human in a way. You can't really you can't really say that they just don't want feminine stuff because tomboys do like somewhat feminine stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they still look feminine even though they wear jeans or shorts or even jackets rather than blouses or dresses. You know what I'm saying? They'll
Mhm.
still even they'll even put on makeup, if you will. But they won't put like the ultra feminine makeup. They'll still wear makeup. Like sometimes they'll even wear lipstick in that
Right.
regard.
Mm.
Or at least tomboys don't usually go for that butch angle when it comes to tomboyishness. Like
Right.
you see most of these wannabe butch lesbians.
Oh yeah.
And they don't go out of their way to look like guys, or they don't go any way to, again, like I said, show up the guys. They're there to stand with the guys.
Yep.
It's like that saying, behind every strong man lies a strong woman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, strength in that is that they own up their femininity, but at the same time they are going to make the most of what they got, given to them by their biology. You know what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
probably why you gravitate towards cat the most, Eloise.
Yeah, I really admire like Kat and Janelle too. Like
Hmm.
it's just you know they're like to me they're like what I like I admire them and they're like role models. Like you know, there's just not enough women like that these days. Like everybody just seems to be on this hatred path, and it's kind of sad.
And
Oh,
like I
and
said,
Fiona too. Like I admire
mhm,
Fiona
yeah,
Wolf, Janelle, and Kat because they're not filled
Squeaky
with this
and
hatred
Squeaky.
or and oh Squeaky too. Yeah, they're just people like
Hmm.
they keep it real. They're honest. They're not in.
She See what Eloise is trying to put in. Let me put it in simple terms. You found kinship within them. When you came on Ishi's stream and you hear Kat speak, that's that kinship, because that is what you thought as you were growing up. You never own anything to your femininity or trying to be equal to the boys. You were there with the boys. You, like, say for instance,
Yeah.
I'm
I,
sure.
I always I always hung out with my friends. They were all male, and we all played Yu-Gi-Oh. We
Mhm.
would all discuss like anime and manga, and we would always like, especially in elementary, we would always like draw Sonic or Mario, and we would even like dig through video game manuals or video game magazines and just like try and see who was
Hey,
the
Leia.
best at drawing this and
Hello.
that. So, hello, Leia.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
We're talking about
Pretty
we're
good.
talking about tomboys.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the topic was.
We're still talking about. We're just kind
Oh,
of like
okay.
here and there on fun talk and topic talk. So if you got anything to share about your school experience, we'd like to hear. I was going to share my school experience, but we went off the rails by talking about a lot of other stuff. Oh, and I discovered how to use backgrounds.
Yes, I see. I was just about to say. Well, look at what you got going on there.
I
You're
Yeah.
hitting
mentioned
up.
I mentioned earlier, like all this time we've been talking in front of a black background, and I could have
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
done this.
I.
This is only possible if you get one of the subscriptions.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
That's kind of. I thought it was free, like the backgrounds thing, but I guess that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Oh
I
well.
think it's
Yeah,
cool.
if you're on the basic, you won't be able to do that. But if you, well, actually, no, this I am on the basic subscription. So if you're on the basic subscription, um, this is possible that, and I can have 10 people at once on here too. But of course, we're gonna have a limit on that one, anyways.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna be like EFAP. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, I was a little late because I had to run an errand after work. So
Mm.
that
That'll
was some
do it.
so that was some business I had to take care of.
And then we
So
also
that's
talked
why I
about
was
manga
late.
here and there.
We also talked about fictional schools that we liked.
So the fictional school in the background, that's UA Academy from My Hero Academia, and that's Deku in the middle, one of the
It look
students.
oh, that looks pretty. It looks cool. I like that you can do background. You're gonna keep that one for a little while, or you're gonna switch up.
Just for this topic, I do tend to switch it up too.
Okay. Well, don't stop me. Eloise was talking, so if you're in the middle of a deep discussion, I can come in later, and I don't want to interrupt what you were talking about.
No, it's fine. I kind of lost my train of thought. Like,
It's mostly about her being a tomboy and finding
Mm.
kinship through Kat, Star Storyteller, Janelle Pinner, most of
Yeah.
most of the regulars that are with Ishii's crew, and
Oh,
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
my sister was a tomboy, but I wasn't. I was always a geek, you could say. My sister was a tomboy, but I was a geek, not in the stereotypical sense, but reading books and um, into my sci-fi, science fiction, fantasy
Mm.
books.
Yeah,
Because I
like
would
I
see
Yep.
TV shows because I was to myself a lot. So I didn't mind it. I
yeah.
didn't mind being to myself a lot. So I was more of that type of person. I wasn't. But my sister was a tomboy. Eloise. She was a tomboy. She was into the things. I was the one. I
you
was
were the
yeah
feminine.
yeah. I was always a feminine. I was into my books. And I was into, my science
You know
fiction,
what?
the Star
Why can't
Wars.
you just sit down and read a book? I don't have time for reading. I gotta work on my swing for my baseball game today.
Yeah. Yeah, I was always the one that was true. My sister was running with my cousins and doing tomboyish kinds of things, whereas I didn't mind being feminine. I wasn't ashamed of it.
Mm.
I just had the interest. I was never really an athletic person, but I was always into performing arts. So theater, dance,
Mm.
choir. I was always into stuff like that in my school choir, dance class, theater. I
You're
love to be a creative.
Put it
So
like this: you are the Benny Gesserit to Eloise's Fremen.
Hmm.
that's good. Benny Jesuit makes me nervous because I'm not, as I posted, I have mixed feelings about who the Benny Jesuits are. I know Trooper is familiar with Dune, but I which thank you if you want to say that, but Benny Jesuits always came across to me as sort of villainous. That's
In
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 many
any
ways.
way, they're
For my interpretation, I'm speaking for myself. From
mhm.
Okay.
what I read,
I don't really understand why they wanted to create the Quiz Tatarak. I think that's what it was called. Like,
yeah,
Quincy Quincy Hedrick, I think.
the supreme, some sort of supreme being, some ultimate supreme being they
Yeah, I was
wanted to
pretty.
create
yeah,
themselves.
to
But just
to me
figuring
that sounds kind of. I would be kind of
at the
weary of
ending.
that because you
But
can't
it
really
just gives them a
control
modicum of
something.
power
Yeah,
I,
for status.
yeah, I thought I found them to be manipulative,
They got drunk on
and
their own power.
yeah, they
Yep.
were. So to me, I didn't see them as a group I would want to be a part of when I read the book.
You'll be
I
Lady Jessica then.
I didn't. Yeah, you could put me in that if you want to put me in that category. I never saw myself. Yeah, I didn't want. That's a group I didn't want to be a part of. So I don't know how this interpretation. I wonder how this new interpretation is going to be made. Will they be true to the book, or intersexual feminism being put in? But I never.
I honestly agree with like Janelle and them about it. It's probably going to be intersectional and stuff like that. You could
Hmm.
not
Yeah.
only that they're really whatchamacallit.
They're
If
making
you've
them out to
seen
be outright bodyguards, like female fighting bodyguards. They're not really violence is not really their go to method. Really,
Right.
they're if violence is ever brought in, they're mainly assassins. They're not
Right.
like these super genetically super strong Amazons. They're meant to be these assassin slash ambassador slash political secretaries, if you will, like just basically
Hmm.
just superpowered secretaries,
Pretty much.
concubines, if you will.
Yeah, and that's what Lady Jessica was um,
Duke Leto.
to Duke Leto. But I thought they were manipulative, sneaky. I'm trying to find the right word, but I just felt when I read them, I'm like these ladies do not sound like they're to be trusted.
Well,
They're
and
almost
nobody,
almost like
not necessarily everybody is to be trusted that much in the world of Doom. There's
yeah,
always
yeah,
there's always somebody that wants to, always somebody to gain on somebody, or hoping to gain on somebody. I haven't read the book, but I'm just like from what I got from the lore, it's like somebody's trying to win over somebody. It's like that saying in Backstabbers. What they do, they smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. Them
Mm.
backstabbers, backstabbers. They smile in
Yeah.
your face all the
Yep.
time. They want to
That
take
about
your
sums it
place.
up.
The
yeah.
And I
backstab.
think
I
we just.
if I was in power in that world, I would not trust them.
Mm.
I would
Well,
not.
well, you would,
Uh, uh, I would not
on
trust
one
them.
hand, again, on one hand, you would want to have one if it because a Benny Gesserit is still loyal as they can get until the sisterhood calls them to do something, if they have something to benefit from some action of some form. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why the book, I didn't read all of the books in the saga because I dropped out after the first book because the book did not appeal to me. And I think it's because the world was visually, like we've seen in the trailer, the trailer
Vast.
is stunning and visual. Yeah, it's stunning to look at, and it's vast, and it has some parts of it that's very fascinating. But to me, the
Hmm.
characters just did not, I could not relate to the characters. I just couldn't because halfway through reading it, I just fell out of it. I didn't finish it. I didn't care what happened in the next saga that the book was read.
Mm.
I guess to me, I like the hero's journey, and Paul Atreides is not the hero's
But
journey.
could you understand their motivations?
Yes, I could understand their
Yeah,
motivations. I
because
understood.
that's really the key to the whole thing. It's really the key to the whole thing.
Mm.
Because the way
I
it's written, you may like the characters. You may gravitate to maybe one or two, but it tends to be very messianic. Uh, it also, uh, I mean, it's the type of story that I want to call it inflexible because it reads a certain way. So um, that's what I have found, that there's no in between when it comes to this stuff, especially with Dune. You either really like it or you really don't like it.
right,
So it's a very polarizing type of reading, if you will.
right,
So
and oh, I agree. I agree with you, and that's why. And it like I know Trooper, you're a fan of it, and I'm not putting down anybody who. I'm not putting down anybody who is. I'm just saying why it didn't appeal to
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah,
Speaking
Hmm.
yeah.
for
Because
my
we all,
Oh,
reading,
totally.
yeah,
and
we
then
Ooh,
all have
say,
ooh.
different
I
reading
got another.
styles, and that's what I find very curious.
I got another fictional school, sort of, kind of
Mm,
in between.
Mm-hmm.
I got one. I got one. Y'all ready for this one?
mm.
Care Moran.
okay,
Dear
what
Moran.
is Kara Moran? You got to refresh me. Do I know Kara Moran? Doesn't ring a bell.
Witcher.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. That's
So Care Moran is not necessarily an academy. It's a place where witchers are made.
yes. Oh, okay.
Nobody really knows the specifics of how the witchers are specifically made. It's all
Right.
in speculative.
Right.
But they tech them after this whole prophesied selective choice thing
Hmm.
befall upon the unfortunate child, and it's usually it's usually, what's that word? There's a word called I think it starts with an E.
Oh,
It's usually involved with another Witcher that recognizes the child as the one that's used to that's going to be taken at one point to be brought to Kaer Morhen. And the when that happens, you cannot refuse. As a parent, you cannot
Mm-hmm.
refuse that. You can when that day comes and the Witcher comes. If you refuse, you're dead. They'll
Hmm.
have to kill you and take the child anyways. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, as far as I concerned, as far as I know thus far, the process is very extensive and strenuous.
Hmm.
Very. Um, they go through 7 trials, and half the time these children do not survive it.
Mm-hmm.
At least about 5 witches are made through this
Hmm.
process. There's combat training, specific combat training that they go through. There's also mutagen training, which is they use mutagen to enhance their abilities, same along with their magical abilities, magical practices too that they have to practice as well. Um, the process that the final process they go through, which gives them their white hair and cat eyes, is also strenuous too. And Geralt was subjected to this.
I didn't know that. I'm not familiar with the world of The Witcher before the show came on
Mm.
Netflix.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So that's
Mm-hmm.
fascinating.
yeah, it's fascinating because the like I said, like when you hear when you do hear some of the legends or at least hear some
Oh,
facts.
I was gonna say the Claymore school from Claymore, like where the Claymores are trained.
Yep, just like Kaer it's that also is just like Kaer Morhen. The I can both me and Eloise can give you a synopsis of what they do to the Claymore in that world,
Hmm.
which is their process of making the Claymore. Have any of you guys read or watched Claymore?
No, I'm
I
like
have
I said,
not.
Are you guys planning to do it though? Like read or watch it?
No, like I
the
mean, unless
Claymore.
we all like committed to like a specific manga and we did kind of like a manga read through review or book study or manga study, whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't mind. So I'm
Yeah,
curious.
Uh,
we
Like
could
I'm not
probably
gonna
do that
cry. You
this
know what I mean?
Sunday.
Like it might make me more curious to read it, but that kind of stuff.
We'll probably do that this Sunday then. Like that could be the first time doing a viewing of. That's something me and Matchstick did one time. A anime rewatch.
Mm.
But
Mm-hmm.
if
Because
we
I mean,
want to do a
I watched a redo of Healer, and
mm,
I know what I thought of it.
now if we want to do say a manga volume book study,
Yeah.
we can do that. I can link you the manga when I find it.
Mm.
Uh, and we'll start with Claymore. But
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
the synopsis of the process of the Claymore is they're taking
but
as little girl.
oh, you want to do it? Or
You want to take over? You
yeah,
sound,
I was
you
gonna.
sound enthusiastic, so go ahead.
Oh, the Claymore. They're taking us little girls to be trained in the school, but
Mm.
they're cut open like in half from like the
Dissected.
yeah from oh from like the what you
Chest
call it.
cavity down to basically all the way down to down the abdomen.
Yeah, and then the a piece of the monsters that they're tasked to slay is like
Yokai
in
or Goma.
yeah, the yokai are inserted into their
Yoma,
bodies.
Yoma.
Yeah, the yoma, and then they're sewn back together, and they have to learn how to use the yoma abilities that
Hmm.
the pieces that are inserted into them give them. Um, yeah,
Also,
and then
also, also that area where they dissected them with the area that they dissect that can't talk.
Mhm.
The area where they're being dissected at, right? That doesn't heal. That's stitched up.
Okay.
They're literally walking rag dolls.
Hmm.
So yeah, they have to protect that area at all times because if that come apart, their organs will spill out.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they can heal everything else but that wound, right, Eloise?
yep, and they can also have a part of their friend sewn into them too.
Yep.
Like Claire had yeah.
Claire was the first Claymore to have a Claymore being uh for lack of a better term fed into for her process.
Yeah, that's kind of what makes her unique in the sense that why when she I forgot what it was called, like why when she goes beyond she doesn't turn into the monsters. Like
Awakened being.
you get what I mean, right? I
Yeah.
forgot what the term was called.
She shifts, but she doesn't go awakened being.
Yeah. So that
Let's go with release.
that helps her retain like her humanity, I guess, because
Mm-hmm.
like the other beings that have gone, the other Claymore that have gone beyond that never come back, and
Mm-hmm. Or
I think in
sometimes
the
she manages to get them back from that brink too. With
yeah,
with
I
John,
think
she was able to do that.
yeah, I think it was even though it was kind of tragic how her like the person who basically I don't know was her mentor figure, like
Teresa.
basically yeah, Teresa, even though it was tragic how she lost her, I think that idea that having Teresa like sewn inside of her as like to remember her and stuff like that, that keeps her from like going. You know, the fact that she used Teresa instead of like, you get what I'm saying,
A
right?
Yoma.
Yeah, instead of a
Okay.
Yoma, and to honor her, and basically that keeps her from like turning completely inhuman. I think that was nice. Like the
Yeah,
yeah,
Trooper just linked a manga site that has Claymore.
Oh, so it is that one.
It is that one. It is
Okay.
definitely that one. We can read volume 1. I'll give. So
I'm probably
when
gonna start rereading it because it's been a while.
when I know Eloise is ready to go, but when do you guys want to start reading it, and I'll set up the Sunday stream for where we can do the sort of pseudo book study.
Book, book study.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we're,
Let's
Wolf
we're,
Den
we're gonna
media
call it manga.
style.
We're gonna be calling it manga study though.
manga. Oh goodness.
So
Manga
here we
101.
Oh,
No.
so
right.
here we have Teresa as the
Learning
feminine.
to manga.
So here we have Teresa as the epitome of feminine beauty. And next chapter.
Right. Right.
Like Professor Geek always does, right?
Oh god. Just like the first. I know. I keep coming back to the
Now this
first
is the
chapter
patch
of
that
Red
stuck up me.
Harvest. I'm
She
like,
is no. Now when you hear that, don't that just make you just I really just like really love that part. It just makes her sound so badass.
Oh.
I know you're
If they-
imitating in that.
Mhm.
I know who he's imitating.
I know
Yes.
you're-
Uh-huh.
Like,
Who's imitating.
can I interrupt for a minute? I just gotta point out that Teresa is just, oh my gosh, she's really hot.
Wait, can somebody let me in on the joke? I don't
Big
get
Al.
it. Oh, I mean, see, I only watched.
I take it you haven't been on his book
Al.
study.
No, I haven't. I only seen like a
It's been a
couple
while since
of.
I've been there.
I've
Yeah,
only.
yeah.
I've been through a few. Some of them are very interesting. I'm going to play devil's advocate a bit. Some of them
Mhm.
are very
Right.
interesting with some of the books. I did enjoy the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship one, or the Hobbit, I think is what we did. And Professor brought up some very interesting points. I haven't been to all of them, but just
Can't you not just see the Christian analog in this scene right here?
That's a good professor there.
And when you really boil it down to it, you know, it's very an aspiration that you want to you want to aspire to be like Claire, because she's not the particular type of person that's going to allow Rocky to die like that or be subjected to the
Yeah.
hands of the Yoma. You know that.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
Sounds like the
Hey,
professor,
everyone.
all right.
yeah.
Hey everyone, it's Professor
Yes.
Geek, and I'm here with my trusty assistant, Al Rocky. Hi,
Hi, Al.
everyone.
You both.
That tells you how many times
I
I've been to his book studies.
Yeah, I've been to. It's according to what novels he's doing. If it's a novel that I'm not a fan of, I don't attend. But if it's a novel that I've read, then I'm. And
Mhm.
yes, I didn't. I don't mind discussing it and being there.
Is it
I'm curious.
is it weird that I tend to watch lore videos and discussions on things that I've never read because
No, no,
No,
it's
I
not
not at
weird.
just
all.
No,
I
it's okay.
just I just like listening to what goes into the making of a story and stuff like that because I kind of want to
Like
write my own story someday.
this is what
So
I want to say to people who are
Sure.
fans of Warcraft or World of Warcraft. I tell them like I've never been interested in playing World of Warcraft or let alone playing Warcraft at all. But what really drove me into that world is the lore.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And
Explore
I
the.
also I also like listening to people talk about the lore, like those who are real fans, mind you,
Yep.
real fans talking
Exactly.
about the lore. Like one time, Ishii had Janelle and Unqualified Comics to talk about um Mass Effect. And or later on, Fiona. I'm pretty sure Eloise, you were there too as well.
yeah, I was watching the it was interesting to
The
see
backwash.
because like yeah, it
When
was
you
interesting.
hear it, when you hear them talking, it sounded like a Loreville, didn't it?
Yeah, like it's interesting to see them all react to these different points and like the storyline, what went wrong, what
I'm like, I'm like, dang it,
yeah.
Ishi, why you always overlooking me? I said I wanted to be on there. Oh well, I'm
Hmm.
not jealous. Actually, I take it back. Actually, unqualified Janelle and Fiona did an excellent job explaining the lore of, or at least the likes and dislikes about each game. Way better than I could ever have. I was like, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm content. I'm liking this, and I am content.
You know, I suck at like League of Legends, but I really like the lore behind the Institute of War, how they basically made they turned the battlefield made a magical battlefield where all the disputes that the countries had would be the city states would take place there instead of like you know having war all throughout the continent
Hmm.
because like the lore in League of Legends is that they had so much war that if more war continued, the continent would like be destroyed or something because of the
Yeah.
magic
Hmm.
and stuff. So they created the Institute of War to settle disputes on a controlled battlefield. like
That's basically the plot line of Bouncers. War is in my story called Bouncers. War is outlawed, completely
Hmm.
outlawed. So
I
any territory or any colony cannot go and declare open war. They for disputes to be settled. The dispute is settled through single combat
Hmm.
uh,
between champions.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So
I
they
was I was kind of thinking no, I was inspired from that League of Legends lore because I really had this idea of how the
Right.
virtual reality and stuff, like instead of wars being fought on like on the battlefield, is fought in like a virtual reality world where all the I was thinking, like using neural links and stuff like that to like go into virtual reality, but like the soldiers have to train IRL in order to have all those skills and then be able to utilize those skills like through a virtual world. You get it? You get what I'm
yeah,
trying to say?
yep.
I think I really wish somebody would write a story like that, like where they explore that. But like, I guess I don't know if I'm the only one to think of it. Like, I don't know. but
If you feel like you're the only one that thought of that, own it. Completely own it until somebody tells you otherwise. Now, one thing I will say this that should not happen is that somebody should not begin to dispute with you about that. Okay? Now, if that's the case that somebody else has done it, you had done it in your own way. It starts from somewhere, it came from something. All right?
Yeah.
But at the
Yeah.
end of the day, if you're the one who thought of that version of thinking of looking at it from that angle,
Hmm.
own that. Completely own that. That is
Yeah.
yours. That is your way of how you saw that type of storyline. In the case of League of Legends, with that setup, that is your own spin on that type of storytelling. Like in the case of my story, Bouncers, I was inspired by Robot Jocks, and Robot Jocks was basically World War III happened, and now gladiatorial fights have now been used as disputes as to claim territory or wealth. So Russia, Africa, anywhere of that sorts are usually using their champion fights through robots or robot jocks, the pilots who pilot the giant robots. Same thing with Mobile Fire G Gundam in that regard. I'm using that as inspiration too. Whereas
Hmm.
the planet became a barren wasteland due to all the war and conflict, and everybody lives on their own little artificial space colony orbiting around the planet, and the battlefield is Earth, but they use their mobile fighters to fight instead of just having an open war.
Hmm.
I was just saying, I really wish somebody would create a story like that, but I think I'm probably gonna have to write it myself. Like, the whole Neuralinks and stuff, like the war
You,
being taken to
Eloise, get on it. If you
yeah.
you have to get on it.
Yeah.
Like if that's an idea that you want to go for, get on it. If you don't, if not a story, you can do it in pictures. You can also do it
Yeah.
in pictures. Like that's one thing I'll go with Bouncers. That's probably what eventually is going to boil down to, just pictures. Like this is a world that I created. I may not have the comic book yet, but at least you know the story through the pictures, or at least you can get a sense of what the story is about through the pictures.
Hmm.
Which is instead of just using weapons, they use hand to hand combat
Hmm.
mostly. So it's basically a gentleman's game, a all out gentleman's game. Now I'm still debating on whether I want to go through a tournament arc with this one, or maybe just cancel the tournament arc altogether.
Well, I mean that's
But
just extra material. Like if people want more content, boom, there you go. It's another arc.
read this tournament arc. There you go. Have fun.
Yep.
Eat
Yep.
it up if you want to. But yeah. So I'm also gonna change the circumstances of the.
Um.
Hmm?
Oh no! Welcome back, Neil Star Productions.
Yeah, he dipped out because he didn't want to get spoiled.
Right.
You seem to have good timing on when we stopped talking about Claymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
We done derailed from the topic at hand, talking about school to freaking talking about Claymore, and
Oh, that's all you. That's all you.
I
Like,
can't help
I,
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 I can't help when I lose my train of thought, and we get to talk about
I
fun.
mean, to be
I
honest,
bro,
derails are the best. Like,
the
let's
what?
derails are the best. Like, I mean, it's going back to school, like the teachers that would derail their entire lesson to like talk about life. Those were the best moments.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I barely even talked about my experiences at school, and
Yeah.
especially from elementary all the way to high school.
Yeah.
Other
mm,
than um, other than getting distracted by the bullies that tend to distract me from learning how to read and how to read definition and how to write or even try to
Oh,
do my math.
oh,
You
don't
know,
remind me.
During my final, like during the last day of high school, there was literally a fight going on. Like all the seniors were settling the score, like their disputes and stuff like that.
hmm
Oh yeah.
So like literally what ended up happening was two girls were fighting at the front of the school, and the security guard stepped in to like drag them apart. And so what ended up happening was one of the girls who I knew, she went back inside the school, and the other girl, she started walking away and going to the side street that was next to the school, and then I'm walking, I'm walking, I'm walking like away,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm on my phone. But then suddenly I see the girl that went inside the school come out, and the other girl who went to the side street, who was walking down the side street behind me, they suddenly started fighting again. I thought that was funny how she,
That's usually
you know
how
what?
that works. That's always how that works. It's like, oh, break it up, and then they like,
and they just
They
go
don't,
right back at it.
yeah,
they don't know when enough is enough.
Sounds
They
Um,
never know
like
when
something
enough
at
is
a
enough.
WWE or something, you know?
yeah. Then there was this during my hold up, during my I think it was my sophomore, during my sophomore year, two girls ended up fighting in the bathroom, and literally the sink came off from the, I think I was telling you guys this, the sink came out off of the wall,
Ah, oh, that's great.
and it was because I think one of the girls was fat, and she ended up crashing on the sink.
That's
and
hilarious.
and it was a Hispanic girl who and this black girl, and they, when they got dragged out of the bathroom, it was literally like scars on their face, their neck, and their chest area, like like
I remember in middle school, 3 fights broke out at the same time in the lunch area.
Oh yeah.
There was like
uh
crowd. There's like you see 3 different crowd rings, and
Oh
everybody
yeah.
was like in one ring there was like 2 dudes fighting. In another ring there was like 3 dudes fighting, and in
Oh
another ring there
yeah.
was like 4 or 5 dudes fighting. And I'm just sitting here just flabbergasted at all this. Like first it started in one area in one spot of the
So basically, Royal Rumble.
bruh, if it was Royal Rumble, everybody would have been fighting. Even I would be fighting. No, that's not Royal Rumble.
you know, the thing for me, the one fight that really felt like it was like a pro wrestling match was when there was this lockdown,
Oh yeah.
and everybody was stuck inside the classrooms, right? But then
Right.
suddenly there was a noise, and people started running out of the classrooms, and they all gathered in the atrium. And the thing is, my school, it has 3 floors, but the atrium is where all the buildings of the school connect.
Uh-huh.
And so you could stand on like the you could
Any of the
stand
three
and
see the atrium.
huh? Yeah,
You
yeah.
see
All the
the-
buildings.
Yeah.
There's the old building and the new building, and you could stand at the center of the second floor and look down to see the bottom.
Uh-huh.
And you could also do that on the third floor. Look down to see the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So it
So-
sounds like to me whenever there's like a fight, everybody freaking runs to like the part that faces the atriums, and everyone's like watching.
Yeah, so it really-
Oh yeah.
I can
I've
already
seen a
see
few
it.
fights.
Yeah.
So
Well,
basically,
I'll tell you one
so
spectacle after you're done, Eloise.
so yeah, basically everybody can. I don't know what it's called. You know, like those buildings where they have the second. Okay, so basically the second and third floor. There's at the center. There's an area where you can look down to see the first floor.
About
You get what I'm?
You're
Yeah, a
on the
balcony.
second story. Yeah, balcony, yeah.
The balconies, yeah. So basically, the atrium is the balconies, and the bottom. That's where the atrium is. Like the balcony is over the. You get what I mean? The atrium has a
Mhm.
balcony, and the old building and the new building are connected. So basically, what ended up happening was that everybody escaped the classrooms, and they all gathered around on the balconies, and they were watching the fight all the way. That was the fight that was going on at the bottom, and it was a lot.
prison break.
Yeah, it was essentially because there was a lockdown, and I don't know what happened. Like the cops showed up or something. I don't know what was going on. So, and what ended up happening was the principal ended up punched in the face, and his glasses flew off his face.
You know, that actually
Ouch.
reminds me. One guy actually got into my school because he punched out a principal.
That's hilarious.
One instance of
Yeah.
one instance was this was a spectacle, and I think this was what made news for a while.
Hmm.
But my school, some of the students were trying to ditch school because they didn't want to take the SAT. I don't know
Oh.
what their deal was as to why they didn't want to take it, but all I know was
Cause you know they're gonna get a low score, and they're gonna be like, "Yeah, results came back, so we highly recommend that you become a dog walker."
yeah.
Yep.
But anyways, the police was called, and apparently a lot of people were tear gas here and there. I wasn't there for it. I was still in the classrooms taking the tests because I wanted to ace the damn test because well shit, I'm a student and I care about my freaking education, right?
Yep.
And I need to know if I know how to pass this thing or not. But I come home when the day was through, and my mom said your school was on the news. I said, really? Yeah, students were getting tear gassed by police and stuff because they didn't want to take no tests. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that sounds like what happened at my school. Like, they were on the news. Like, everybody didn't want to take the test, so they started protesting.
Hmm.
They started walking out, and I think there was supposed to be a scheduled protest. So what ended up happening was everybody just decided to synonymously join the protest that the city was hosting or whatever, like the activist groups, and everybody just
Clearly have missed it.
What'd you say, Trooper?
I said I clearly have missed the juicy parts of high school.
Okay,
What?
You want something
Like, what is
juicy?
it?
You really want something juicy?
No, not your.
it's because the protest was about getting rid of the superintendent, right? So like
Oh.
all the people, like, they just, it was scheduled and they all just left, and what ended up happening was they all left, but like some of them got caught not actually being at the protest, so they lost the exemption that they had.
Mhm.
And I think this one kid ended up at McDonald's like buying something, and then that's like, I don't know, he lost the exemption that he got because, you know, they get some of the teachers, they give out exemptions because they were going to the protest or whatever.
Right.
But my art teacher was pretty upset because she was like, half these darn kids don't even know what they're protesting about. I asked one kid, what did he say? Oh, it's Black Lives Matter, or it's
Oh,
this,
great.
it's
Wow.
this or that. Like, they don't know what they're protesting about, and it was about the
They just
superintendent. No, but everybody was like, either their answer was Black Lives Matter or
Oh,
something about gun
Man,
rights or
the world is
something
screwed.
about gun
The world
control or
is screwed.
something. Nobody knew what they were protesting about. So like,
pretty much like what happened.
my teacher
Oh
was
my
pretty
God, we're
upset.
doomed. We are doomed. We are absolutely doomed.
Nobody.
Let's go protest. Yeah, about what I don't know.
they they just didn't want to.
We
They
never
just.
want it to be
And I thought
obvious.
it was funny when a student tried to escape my school by stealing a car.
Hey,
Well,
everybody remember
okay.
that
Here's the
song?
thing.
Corporate
And this is
leaders,
Uh,
my whole thing is this: if you're
politicians.
gonna skip school,
yep,
don't
sorry about that,
Oh,
guys.
post
Oh my God,
anything
Amber Alert.
on
That's
social
a
media.
tornado warning, actually.
Oh,
oh my
nice.
God!
In
Get
Jersey,
to a
how's that
tornado
even
shelter, man.
Uh,
how's that even possible in Jersey? I mean,
it's probably gonna be a mild one. We've had a
what,
You,
maybe what?
Wait, it's in
First,
Jersey? What the hell? Why haven't I gotten the warning? Where are you?
tornado
Like,
you'll get it.
watch is saying I got it on my weather right now.
You
because
got it.
y'all are up in the
You'll get it.
I
Arctic booties.
I live in whatchamacallit? I live in Essex
The,
County. Which county
uh,
are you from?
the other
Ocean.
Ocean? Oh, so you're like south.
Yeah.
South of the neck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Goodness.
tell this story anyways because I like Trooper when he's uncomfortable.
Oh,
Do it.
So at the start of me attending my first year at high school,
Mm.
there was this rumor that kept getting spread around that supposedly that I'm pretty much was fascinated by for a time, but apparently there's this thing about not going up to the third floor in the main building because apparently some a couple of individuals there were performing fellatio there.
Oh, nasty.
Oh shit! Wait, your school had one of those too?
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Apparently, the
Did they
thing.
get coconuts for it?
here's the thing, the way how that third floor is operated, or at least how the building is structured,
Right.
and basically if you're inside the
Mhm.
school, it's your right side basically.
Okay.
So if you go in that left area, and if you go up there, it there's a lot of hidden spaces
Right.
where you can go and do whatever, despite there being other classrooms in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Like the staircase can also hide you in a way.
Hmm.
So I can see why anybody would do that aside from the bathrooms. You know, because we did have bathrooms within the building next door to the like close to the to whatever classroom you were going to in that area. But I'm freaking dread death.
Never. That doesn't mean I didn't write papers
Mhm.
or to write papers.
But to answer Victoria's question, no, I never cheated on a test. I was a
You
good
know,
student.
I'm a good test taker. That's my thing. I've always been a good test
Same.
taker. So. They got her. They got her. So.
She got black bagged.
Yeah. So let's go protest about what? I don't know. So
What do we want? I don't know. What do we need it in? We don't
now
know.
we need it now. I don't know what we need though.
Mhm.
So
You can't stand for anything, you'll fall for anything. Or what
I'm
was that
just
line
I'm just
in Sucker Punch?
laughing. I'm just laughing that freaking ScarJo is like suing because her film didn't do well.
That is amusing.
It's very well. You know why that is?
How?
Because now she can't claim the freaking money she was probably claiming before if she's looking to do any more movies. Because I mean, now she's toxic if you think about it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those. She's tied to that flop. It's kind of like Brie Larson being tied to Captain Marvel. Like right after what Captain Marvel, would she do something unicorn or whatever it was
Mm-hmm.
on Netflix, or not unicorn? It was I forget her freaking projects. That's how memorable she is. But like
She has no
it's always
charisma, so
better.
that's no surprise.
Yeah, like it's always better if you have like a super successful film, or you can say that, hey, I was in this film, and
Or
actually
this
have lines
franchise.
in it, and then you can probably kind of like BS your way through it and be like, yeah, you should pay me because I'm A tier, I'm MCU,
I'm
but
hot shit.
right,
Take it
right,
until
and
you
now,
make it.
right, and now that she's been stuck with this freaking baked turkey of a film, it's like, well, they're gonna be like, she might be asking for X, and they're like, nah, we'll pay you Y.
Oh
And it's like,
yeah.
well, I guess I gotta. Not that she's Nick Cage material now, but she might have to eat a little crow and take some of that Nick Cage money at
Should
this
be
point
lucky if she
to
even
get a
get
film,
that.
right?
Yeah.
That's why she's
So
suing. It's like, y'all need to
so
She's
pay
trying
me.
to save face, in other words.
Yeah.
so what so I got a message for Neil Stone. I'm gonna put it in the chat too. But there's a quote from Sucker Punch of all movies. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
pretty much what these activists are doing. They fall for anything, but they
No
don't
matter
really
how
want to stand
stupid
for
it is, either.
anything or stand for
Yep.
something. Eloise, are you still with us?
Yeah, sorry. Whatchamacallit? Um, I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay.
She had
Uh-huh.
behind the scenes matter to attend to.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hope it ain't dangerous. Let's just hope it's just only embarrassing so we can laugh about it later.
Right.
Yeah, it's just my dad. Yeah, that's basically it.
Uh-huh.
You're good.
We'll keep it off screen then.
Yeah, it's fine. It's nothing major. It's just like my dad extending his wisdom. Like,
He's talking to those boys on the
And my dad
internet.
does that too,
You need to
actually.
get a real one. Yeah, I can already see it.
no, it was less about that and more like, why is your room a mess? And like, I've
Oh
just
yeah,
been,
forget
I've
about
been
having kids over at
procrastinating.
that point. If your room is a hot mess, don't anybody want to see that. Don't anybody want to see that.
No, it's just like I've been procrastinating these last few weeks.
Clean your room.
In your room, Bucko.
Clean your room.
It's not even anything major. It's just like I need to like
But yeah,
start.
okay, but this is my thing. Okay, you're a Zoomer female, right? So you've got like everything going for you right now, even though you don't know if you want to be an electrician or a dog walker. And okay, so let's say you meet like this top tier dude, right?
Oh my god,
Top
please
tier,
don't.
but
You
not,
sound like my
and
dad now.
he's like, "What's your name?" And you're like, "I don't know, I just forgot it." But and then okay, so then you guys
Bro,
go hang
bro,
out.
I don't even look attractive. Like I don't. Like
Well,
I just look
still
like
still more
someone with.
attractive than Starfire's daughter. Okay, so still, it's like look,
Don't sell yourself short, Eloise.
you do you get what you get some whatever cool whatever find a dude whatnot. Okay, so okay, cool. Hey, let's go hang. Oh
I
yeah, you
don't even
can
know
come
where
by.
this
You
is
can
going.
come by. Nobody, hey, I'll have the house to myself. We can hang and watch. We can quote unquote kick
I
it.
really
No.
don't know where
So
this
then,
is going.
so then this
Trooper,
happens.
please stop. Please
it-
stop. Please stop. You're embarrassing yourself and myself.
And then it comes to
I
this
think
room
that's
that
the
looks
whole
like
point.
World
I
War
think he
Five.
wants you embarrassed.
And then
No, but he's
this
embarrassing himself too, cause like
room looks like
I don't
freaking
think he
Hurricane
cares.
Irene hit it.
I don't think he cares. I think he's having
Not-
fun with this. Too
But,
much
but
fun.
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think.
Like Hurricane Irene. It's like, come on.
I'm probably never gonna find anyone anyway, so that's why I don't really care.
Oh,
I don't really care.
Yeah.
I've just been procrastinating, but like I'm gonna do it eventually. Like
Well,
clean up. Like
you're bisexual, right? Who's to say it's going to be a dude specifically?
I
Pretty
mean,
much.
I don't. Can we not talk about this, please? I do not like romance. Like, how do I explain this?
You don't
Like,
like
have
romance.
Yeah.
You explain it by stopping.
Like,
You
have you
explain
seen
it by
people today,
stopping.
especially people of my generation? It's like
Yes,
it's dumb.
sadly,
I
they are.
I
don't
hear.
I don't have an interest in like
like Brian and I were laughing like we're doomed, like the world is doomed. So
or better yet, somebody will come over and tell you that you're freaking asexual.
I actually know a dude who claims that. I'm like, I guess, dude. Like, why don't you just call it what it is? So
Congratulations, you're now an extinct animal.
right. So, but I don't know, man. Yeah, so I stuck that YouTube link in private chat. Like, anytime I spurg about the first chapter in Red Harvest, that's normally what I think of.
Thank you, Victoria.
It's like a total montage setup, like for the end of the first chapter.
Hey, I didn't say
Hey,
anything.
I'll pick
It
on
was all Trooper.
Victoria then. But
Nah.
yeah,
Go
so it's like
Trooper.
this whole
Don't put that
huge
evil on
setup
me.
at the end of the first chapter, and it's like we're doing like this book study, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go to the second chapter. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, you just missed the entire setup. But I mean, unless you've gone through Red Harvest, you wouldn't understand.
Look,
That's how I thought in my head.
What just happened? I don't know what the topic is anymore.
No.
Look, I'm just going. I'm gonna give Professor some leeway. He's operating on time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, I know.
obviously
I know.
operating on time.
I know.
You gotta give him that kind of leeway.
I give him leeway.
Yeah, but you're ragging on him. Is all I'm saying. Give him
That
some
first
leeway.
chapter is beast mode. Is all I'm saying. All I'm saying.
Yep. Yep. Even though you're trying to be vague about it.
So
I'm just saying, like I know I can obviously agree with you there on the professor's method on how he book study, but
yeah, it's pretty
like
quick.
again
Pretty quick.
you got to take in consideration that he is on a time frame and he does have
Well,
things to
that
do.
and you also have to kind of keep in mind that the way YouTube works, really, it's almost like the type of interaction that you have is like we have interaction, but the interaction doesn't really translate as far as like chat interaction. You can, I mean, within the chat and kind of get an idea, but other than that,
In
like
other words, he ain't like us. Like we stop when we're ready to stop.
yeah, more or less.
We're
I
operating on. We'll keep going until we wear ourselves out.
Mhm.
Look, all I'm gonna say about my room is it's organized chaos. I know where everything is, and half of it is completely organized. The other half, I just need to get to it. Okay?
It's a work in
It's
progress.
over.
Yeah, I've just been procrastinating a lot.
It's a whip.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. Call for what it is. It's a
I
work in progress. It's a work
I
in
understand how
progress.
you feel. I'm back. Sorry, so I understand how you feel, Eloise.
You missed
I
a
agree with
lot,
you.
Leia. I'm just
Ah,
saying you
because
missed a lot.
well, you must have had more fun than. Well, I'm gone. Oh, what was the conflap? If you don't mind telling me right quick.
Oh no.
I think I
Oh my
mentioned.
goodness. Do you want
Should
to
I ask?
subject
I think
Eloise?
I
Maybe
actually
not.
mentioned
Maybe
someone
not.
trying to escape my school by
It, it,
stealing
it,
a
it, it
car.
was it was a light
uh,
it was a light roast. You know how like we roast you and and Captain
uh,
Underpants. So it's okay.
Really, I almost said I walked into that, didn't I?
So
He
basically,
said,
you missed the tales that I told about like the different school fights that happened.
oh yeah,
Like
that's
yeah, and
and,
how
and
the most memorable one was the one that looked like a prison break. Like everybody was escaping in like the lock. Basically, you know how they practice the lockdowns. Like they lock down the school like for these practices in case like a school shooter shows up or something. But I mean,
hmm
come on, this is like an inner city school. Like ain't no school shooter gonna show up here 'cause like all that stuff happens on the street, not in the school.
mhm.
Like
that, that's
well yeah.
amazing.
Because go ahead, Larry.
yeah.
No, I mean that's amazing how times have changed. Because what I was going to say, if y'all want to talk about school, I have to take y'all back to the days of after my school. When you got out of school, you head down the street to the guys breakdancing in the street with their beatbox going, and the
Mhm.
breakdancing contest was starting, and the hip hop and the rap music would be playing and battling
Oh
It's
and
a
goodness.
hip hop, a hippie,
yeah,
hippie.
that's
But none of
The
that
Bang
bubbles
bang
up.
bang
Yeah,
none of that
hey.
happened.
no,
None of
not
that
that
happened
far. Like the beginning of
in
LL Cool J's career, and
uh
artists like
El
that.
Cool J.
no, no, wait, I was gonna say something.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Eloise.
No, no, for a school that had a lot of people that liked rap and a whole bunch of other music and stuff, and had violinists and singers and all that other stuff. None of that happened. There was no rap battles, no dance offs or whatever. Like, why didn't we have that? All we had was like lame ass fashion shows.
I had a bunch of metalheads in my school.
Wow.
Well, like
Wow.
Like pep rallies and fashion shows. You
That's
know,
We
ridiculous.
had cheer, pep
well, because it's
rallies,
all like
we had
non-offensive
band
content now.
practice.
Like you can't do anything that like stirs an opinion because oh, someone might get offended. Like literally, that's what we live in now. Like
Yes.
Don't
Yes.
call it comeback. I've been here for years. I'm rocking my
Yeah. That,
peers, putting suckers on fucking fear,
it's no
making the tears red,
wonder. It's
sucking
no
my
wonder
spit.
why everybody took to like fighting instead, because like it was like
They just
you
need to
know
they just need to feel. They just
yeah
needed to feel, as my mom
yeah.
said. Some people just needed to feel. I'm like, but yeah, does it really come at the expense of harming others, mom?
yes. That's what. Yeah.
For you to
Hmm.
feel
That's
alive,
what I'm
you
trying
gotta
to
harm
think.
somebody else.
Yeah, that's it. That's messed up.
Yeah, you're right. They're not as expensive harm. You have to know how to feel, because in our where I was growing up, it was just like it was now. You had your cliques, you had your geeks, you had your jocks, you had your mean girls. They were there, I didn't fit into
Mama
the in
said
crowd.
knock you out.
As you know,
I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said knock you out. I'm gonna knock you out.
Oh, I'm sure y'all were like weirdos. Like I'm pretty
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, everybody when
I was
Return of the
surrounded by weirdos in my high school.
Oh goodness.
yeah, when Return of the Jedi opened, everyone said, "Well, we know where I'm going to where I was going to be at that afternoon." You know, and
Right.
because they knew how much I was a Star
Yeah.
Wars fan, and I was in there, and then
Right.
us and the other geek crowds, and you had your jocks and your bullies, and then you had the mean girls
Oh
who thought they
yeah,
was all
yeah.
that. They was all that, and yes, I was teased. I was teased. I
Oh,
don't think I
high
was
yeah.
school
bullied. I was more
politics were like
teased.
cutthroat. They were like
Yeah.
cutthroat, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
Oh.
yeah.
I
When
think
I
people.
graduated, I was not going to miss any of them. I'm like, bye, see you. Don't want to see none of y'all ever again.
I think people tried bullying me, but I was so oblivious to what was going on half the time that it never worked.
Yeah. I had a few
Like-
bullies to deal with.
Pride bully? Is that what we're calling it now?
What?
Pride
No, I
bully?
think bully rather than cry bully.
I don't know. Like, I just remember like these two groups. Like, I don't know, because I talked to different people. Like, they had it out for me because apparently I talked to their enemy or something, and they were
Oh
trying.
yeah.
They were talking behind my back, and they purposely made themselves loud to say something. But I was confused and oblivious to it. Like, how do I explain it?
Like I got rolled dirty. Like what was it?
He rolled a 1.
I got rolled hella dirty because, well, like okay, so I had to deal with freaking cheerleaders being in student council. So like I was always
Ooh.
talking down to them.
Oh,
And
Let me guess.
I
They
made
were
a
absolute
mistake.
bitches,
Well,
right?
I'll tell you one story. I made the mistake. Of asking this one.
look at how you put that, Brian.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trooper. Go ahead. Sorry.
I made the mistake of asking this one German Shepherd as far as like what we were doing in terms of like the.
German Shepherd.
Is that what you're calling the person or an actual dog?
Like, all the high school
That's what they're calling the person.
Yeah.
Oh no, she was a hell of a. She was like cheer captain, but she was hell of a German Shepherd. So anyway, I made the mistake of asking her, "Hey, so when are we doing like all these like student council portraits and whatnot?" And she literally gave me the the wrong date just to roll dirty. And this it was a way of getting back at me for something I did to one of her friends.
Oh.
Like
What did you do?
Like in terms of like, yeah. Well, we were okay. So back when we were talking about, when we were talking about Spirit Week, like in terms of like what are we gonna do for each day for like each day, like I picked on one of the freaking cheerleaders, and I was like, well, we can each day dress up as one of our. So she was sitting right across from me, so I looked her dead in the eye, and I was like, so why don't? Yeah, I was like, we could do hoochie day.
Oh no,
dress up
I
as
was
a
trying not to laugh. I'm sorry.
And dude, did she freaking flip out on me? Started like cussing me out. I started cussing her out. That was over like other stuff that like I had beef with like everybody, like except for maybe like 2 or 3 people. But the only reason I was like popular
That's a lot of likes.
Well, I guess I could say. Well, I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way.
Is Trooper like Yagami, but like good like Yagami? Because that's what it's sounding to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little laggy.
I
right
like
now.
to think he like to think he is.
What?
He like to think he's like Yagami.
Well, okay. When it came to homework, I was very popular. I'll leave it at that. So I mean, that's how I knew these people, and it's like I always had dirt. So.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So that was one.
He's
example.
more of a Patrick. He's more of
I
a
see.
American Psycho.
But like yeah, so like in all the student council photos in the freaking yearbook, you see my name and it's in parentheses not shown. Oh my god, dude! I want to roll on her like so hard, but whatever. But
What did they do for the yearbook thing?
Well, you know how like in the yearbook photos, like if you're like in all these clubs and stuff in student council, like you get like the student council like group photos and everything like that. Well, I
Yeah.
made the freaking mistake of not actually asking somebody, hey, when are we going to get together and do, or rather, I should say, instead of asking the advisor, which I should have done because I can never get, yeah, I could never get a straight answer out of anybody because either I was screwing someone over or someone else was screwing me over. I made the mistake of asking like the one freaking chick who I thought did not have skin in the game, hey, when are we all going to get together and do this portrait? Because I'm getting tired of asking people. So, and so it ended up being on a Wednesday. She told me Thursday, so I showed up on freaking Thursday.
Oh,
Like,
Oh,
yeah,
good grief.
and they're like, "Oh, well, we already took it, didn't you know?" I was like that. I was like that freaking biatch. I was like, oh. So, but I was like, all right, touche, touche. I called your friend a hoochie to her face in front of everybody in the student body. I get it. So,
Oh, man, that's classic.
well, yeah, because like,
Beautiful.
well, yeah, 'cause, like,
I'm gonna start doing that from now on.
I mean, like,
Wait, so you called her a cunt or something?
Call her a
I called
hoochie.
her like in front of everybody, like during the student council meeting, we were coming up with
Oh,
a-
Man, because
The ultimate present for that man.
well,
no,
there's a whole other backstory as to how it got that far, but like,
I was gonna say if you called her a cunt, that sounds very Australian of you.
no, like, what it was is she was a cast off, and then one of the other dudes, like one of the dudes I used to like roll with, freaking picked off. That was the thing. Like you could easily make away with like a freaking cast off. Like I never really had any interest in a lot of these freaking females, but I was like, okay, cool, whatever. So, but when I heard Home Dude was rolling around with her, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. So you're just like Miss Filter World. Okay, cool. Like I get your MO now. I get your MO. So it wasn't even about getting my attention. It was getting my attention so you could roll with someone else who was in my group. So
Oh wow.
so yeah, so I mean that's why well bro, I mean it's hard to get into my group. Like it's what we now call an e-girl. So she was a total e-girl, but
Oh
yeah.
no, I thought
freaking,
there was a difference between an ego and a thought. Like
Oh,
the
no.
ego,
yeah, no,
the ego is online and the thought is offline. Like
well, there's different
Those are like
types.
people
There's
who-
different types of e-girls because you have entry girls, which is like the one girl who like wants to get into a group because she's like aiming to do with she's aiming to meet someone like within your group. I clearly was like the weakest link because I somewhat semi talk to girls and I have a problem with it. So, but yeah, like I looked her straight in the face. I was like, yeah, why don't we do Hoochie Day and dress up as our favorite cheerleader? I was like, I vote that we all dress up as Kara. She's like, it got loud. Yeah, it got loud. So, but it's like one of my favorites. What's up?
Oh no, I was gonna say when Wolf was talking about the areas where people were doing illicit things, like in my school there was this okay, so like I told you guys, there's an atrium in the center that connects the old building with the new building. The old building is on the right, no wait, the old building is on the left and the new building is on the right, like when you enter the school. So there's this through the cafeteria there's this stairwell that goes down into the basement. And because it's the old building, there aren't a lot of cameras in that area of the basement.
Mm-hmm.
So that part of that area was called the cave, and I didn't know it at the time. I only found out later, but I feel kind of grossed out because I still remember when I went down there to like talk to my mom on the phone, and now I'm recalling like I leaned on the wall of that area, and I'm just like recalling it, and I just kind of feel grossed out now. Like, because I leaned on the wall. Yeah.
That's so nasty. So gross.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh
I,
man,
I'm
I
No.
still recall that, and I still feel like just like chugging down some like hand sanitizer or some bleach or something.
Wait. I'm sorry. I was looking for quotes from Boondock Saints. What was the story? Sorry.
homegirl went into the cave to talk to her mom, and then leaned on the wall, and then realized what the wall's used for.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you
Yikes.
see,
I
like,
found out later, like, and you know what was the sad part too? I went back upstairs to go eat, to go get lunch,
Now-
and I didn't wash my hands either. I'm surprised I didn't
oh,
catch anything.
oh
that's
my,
so,
oh.
gross.
Now the fun part was though, where back in the day, with me back in the day, taking y'all
Oh
back in the
goodness,
day, is the fun
Mhm.
part
yeah.
was going to the arcade after high school. We didn't live far from the arcade. See, back in the day, y'all, we had arcades where we went to
Back
play
in
our
the
video
day
games.
when I was
You know,
young and I can't
Oh, I
remember
remember
some days
arcade.
and wish I was a
yeah.
kid again.
We went to the arcade, which we didn't live far from. So I would always, ask my mom, could I have like an extra $5 or something that so I can go to the
Right.
arcade. 250 to get my coins, and then 250 I want some popcorn or something. And that was a fun. That was a fun hangout after
Oh yeah.
school. We would head to the arcade. I wasn't always at the library, but sometimes I would go to the arcade because I did like playing some of the. I just haven't played them now, but I did play some of the video games in the arcade.
I get the
Yeah,
Oh
sense
yeah.
that oh sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
no,
Could you
it's okay.
no, I was gonna say I get the sense that on the West Coast arcades are gonna start making a comeback because
I
of because
I
of
could
the
only hope because I've been dreaming about running a business
no,
as an
it's
arcade.
because it's because of the new laws that were passed about like banning home consoles. No, not home consoles, like PCs and stuff like that.
Hmm.
why are they banning PCs?
Hey, what?
Because they're banning gaming PCs because of
Yeah,
the electric
you know
stuff.
that
Even though electric
over.
cars take up more energy than like a gaming
Yeah,
computer.
like
Oh, good
about
grief.
You
59
gotta be
million
kidding
orders.
me.
No, 59 million orders have been have not are not going to be filled. It I
That
guess it
ain't
has to
never
do
gonna
with
happen. That's a pipe dream on their part.
no. It did happen.
Oh, it
Here,
did.
yeah. Here, I'll pull up.
Nani?
I'll pull
What
up an article.
location?
Here,
The state East Coast, like no West Coast.
bro. Like they're actually saying,
California,
yeah, like
Of course it's
Oregon,
California.
Washington,
like
and I forgot what other states it was. It was more like basically the states that are closest to the West Coast, and then Hawaii.
yeah. Let me see if
Like
I can.
And
So
what
you
this
can't.
ban entails?
How can you guys
Yeah.
not know this stuff? This stuff is like relevant. Like here, like
Motherfucker, did you not hear what I said time and time again?
oh, I
I
know
live
what
on
you
a
say,
motherfucking rock.
but not like the ones you went
but
into.
you live in California, man.
Yeah, you know
Yep.
what's really
Doesn't
funny?
mean I know everything
You
there
know what's
is
really
going on
funny?
in California.
You know what's really funny,
I'm a
Elodie? Like,
motherfucking hermit until I go to work.
you know what's really funny? Like,
Same
the moment
here.
they did that, and the moment they mentioned who it was, I was like, it had to be freaking Alienwares. So here, I'll
Yeah, it was Alienware, the high end PC that they were selling
yeah.
and stuff like that.
It exceeds our what is it? Our consumption requirements. I'm like, but you want to install ghetto looking electric cars so that no one can afford them. So then literally everyone is always renting something and they can't own property. Yeah, like here. I'll post this one. This one is actually more relevant. This one's
So yeah, I think arcades are gonna start making a comeback, or at least PC cafes, computer
It's
cafes, or
time for
something
me
like
to
that.
act on that arcade business thing I was thinking
They
about
might,
over the
but here's
years.
my thing. Here's my thing. Like, especially in places like California, like those places start taking off, and then what you're going to have is California legislature trying to find a way to tax them for it. Oh well, you can't consume
Hmm.
more than blah blah blah. So, well, that's like the with the whole plastic bag thing in California. Oh, you want a plastic bag? Last time I was there, like, yeah. I was
I,
like,
I feel
what is this?
I feel bad
10 cents?
for
Huh?
I feel bad for Hawaii because like they can't go, the people living in Hawaii, because they can't go to another state to buy the stuff they want to buy and then drive back.
Well,
like
well,
like
Let alone sell back.
my whole thing with Hawaii is like they did it to themselves. They literally
Yeah.
did. Like, I mean, this is
Mhm.
what happens to you when you put weirdos in government in power and literally start surrendering your power to the state. They pretty much do whatever quote unquote is in your best interest, and most oftentimes it's never in your best interest. So,
Mhm.
but yeah,
Which I want to know someone
yeah,
to.
like I saw that and I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" I was like, "You know what? It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense."
I'm
'Cause
sorry,
it's all
I'm
about
behind. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
like
I'm behind. I
we're
didn't
going
know
into
that you couldn't have a
we're
PC
going into
in your home. For
this reset
Christ's
whether
sakes.
people like it or not. I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now. So, let's
I don't
Yeah.
see.
think people realize. I don't think some adults really realize what some of this stuff they're doing and
No, they really
how
don't. They're like in
detrimental
their
it is
own.
for.
Kind
Yeah,
of reminds me of China and how they started putting people who like to play a lot of video games and computer games into like these shock therapy stuff that they sent them to do.
Oh, okay. Don't trust China. China is asshole.
And to
more or
think that
less.
because we were the
But
we were um Trooper, did you post that? Because anytime
yeah,
I
I
see
did.
Fauci's name, I want to go. Fauci, go somewhere.
Mhm.
We're in this
Unfortunately, this is
mess
Go
where
home,
listening.
we're at.
Fauci. You're
Yeah,
not.
I don't even
So
want to hear what you have
Literally,
to
he's
say.
the one who funded the whole gyno research,
yeah,
whatever the
yeah,
shit
yeah.
they
And
call it.
everyone's like, "What?" Yeah, like all these
Mhm.
like normally
And
people.
I
I'm
feel
like,
like
"No,
when I saw that clip where whatchamacallit, I think it was Senator Ron Paul. I think he's a senator,
yeah,
right?
Yes,
yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
he was questioning the guy, and he tried to weasel his way out, and I'm just
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. You don't know
we
what
we all know the
the
truth. The truth is obvious.
chain of function.
Mhm.
I'm like, really?
I
Yeah.
agree. I'm glad that senator got on him because I'm never trying to see
Here's
Fauci. I'm
the
like, you
thing,
know
though.
what? You are
Here's the
a
thing.
piece of.
Here's the thing. It's all freaking theater coming from conservatives because at the very end of the day, they're only giving you a wish list because nothing has yet to be done. Like all the if you want change, if you will,
Like
if you
every
want to
time
see
Ron Paul tries something, they all of them get in the way.
Yeah.
Like Ron
well,
Paul is actually trying, and then the other ones get in the way, and they backstab him the same way they backstab the Orange Man.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's money to be made, but let's
Oh, that's
see.
how that works.
No, you didn't know.
Oh.
Oh,
I finally figured.
Christian Bale.
Oh yeah.
Say there's a
I
piece
finally figured it out. Now I can finally
no.
do daily motivation. There you go for everybody and for all the panel.
Oh no, Wolf,
Yep.
don't you
Yep.
dare,
Yep.
don't you
Yep.
dare,
Yep. I'm
don't,
doing it. I'm
no,
doing it.
don't,
Just
I'm
be
doing it.
careful, because
don't
YouTube likes to nuke
Yeah,
people out of randomly for whatever image, or like whatchamacallit, you get copyright strike by whatever
yeah,
company
Oh yeah.
wants, yeah, and
you,
stuff like that.
you
Get
can,
Oh yeah.
yeah, you can get a
That
you
guy's
get a
cut in
quote
the
the
back there.
MTA or you can get a copyright strike.
That's for you guys, for the ladies.
when you said daily motivation, I'm like, oh no, Wolf, don't you dare. Don't,
This has
okay.
potential. Now I can finally be like Ishii.
Dun, dun.
See, you're gonna
Oh
think
yeah,
Ooh, nice.
take that down. We want to see the degeneracy. It's probably a dude.
No, she's a Russian. She's Russian.
Is Russian both, comrade?
Russian women are on a whole other level.
Right.
Yeah.
Russia makes you strong.
Apparently,
Dude, I already got My Hero Academia in the background. I might as well go all the fucking way.
Now, the thing that always wonders me about this whole spell and Fauci is what really happened in this lab in the
Bioweapons.
yeah, I mean,
More or less.
was it really how could you let something leak out that would pretty much lock down the whole world? I mean, is it accidental
because
or was it some?
that funding was given to a certain doctor, if you will, by
Okay.
the 44th administration.
Okay.
Okay,
They
so
basically wanted to use that to create some sort of like either bioweapons or like the other stuff that they've been doing research on that you've probably seen articles of, like how to
Yeah.
extend their life or something, whatever. Like
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's if we start going down that rabbit hole, and then most people are like, "Oh no, you guys are like
it sounds unbelievable,
conspiracy
but like
theorists."
It sounds like Resident
the
Evil level shit right there, you know?
yeah, but
Bro, I
like
mean, it's
Oh,
just
see,
it
enough
really
knowledge.
they really are looking into that, and no wonder they like push abortion and stuff like that, and because
Oh,
they need the blood of
God.
the young and all that other stuff like the cells and everything. So I guess they're trying to look into how to use gyno function or whatever research into that into the
let's just call it for what it is. They just want to. They really want a gene splice and work
Well,
on.
there's a lot of things.
super soldiers.
Like there's a
No, they
well,
just want to turn everybody into
In China already admitted to it, like
oh,
super
no,
soldiers and stuff like
tornado
that.
Jersey.
I heard a sound. Is somebody having a
Yeah,
severe
that's
weather?
me. Sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
look,
Brian.
Here in Jersey, it's flash floods. I don't get why there's tornadoes. Does that happen like south of the neck all the time?
You should know.
I
You
am-
live there.
I have
I
no idea.
don't know what's going down south of the neck. I live up north.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really over on my end.
We had flash floods over the weekend. I mean, rain, we're flooding,
Really?
but it brought a heat wave. We are
There's
still
engine-
blistering here in Michigan. We are
I
still
don't know. The weather's
like
been
near
weird.
100
Weather's
degrees.
been weird in Nevada.
Yeah.
Like I'll be honest. Like we had showers all last week. It was overcast today, and like we're right back into triple digits. So, like
Yeah, we're in
about
double digits.
every,
We're still in the 90s.
like about
Yeah. Like I'm 75
every
right
7
here in
years or
Jersey.
So like we're always. Yeah, like the way trends show, like Southern Nevada, about every 7 years, we're always due for like flash
Guys,
flooding.
I think we're ignoring the chat or something. What? Has anybody said anything in the chat? Dreadwolf. I mean, not Dreadwolf. Dread 20.
Dread 2012 death.
Hope you all have fun. He
Right.
said. Did he leave?
I
I
believe so.
think he's still with us. He's probably just
Yeah.
occupied.
Is everybody around?
But
have
yeah,
we
like
chased-
I mean,
have we
as far
chased
as like
everybody
flash
away?
flooding, nah.
Mm,
I think everybody
yeah.
wants to go to the Professor Geek book study. Are probably getting ready for that.
probably.
I mean, I guess
Wouldn't
they
Well,
surprise
can.
me.
I ain't saying no, but yeah, but like as far as flash flooding, like Vegas is just terrible as far as drainage goes.
All I'm
Like,
saying is I don't know why they want to go there since I just dropped a hot half naked muscle Russian and a man back. You know,
all
just
that
saying.
degeneracy. That's
I'm just saying we we're the cool kids while y'all hanging out with the geezers.
I see. Since I don't know if we brought this up on Tuesday, but since I've got some of you here, you probably already talked about this. Since we're mentioning Russians, does anybody have any more comments on Bilegate?
What's that?
Good question.
Oh, Victoria, don't give him any ideas.
You see that I discovered the
What's her face Biles who dropped
Y'all
out
do-
of the
That would
Olympics?
be-
Table.
That would
Oh,
be
no,
a
I'm sorry,
funny Photoshop. That would be a
Yes.
funny Photoshop.
Oh, Victoria, you've given them ideas.
You already know I discovered how the overlay functions, so this has potential.
That'd be hilarious.
Okay.
You're giving him ideas.
I already had ideas, but you just gave me the idea.
Captain
That's okay,
Vibranium Dream.
Well,
where I
the thing
give
that
my
I've never
best tips to seduce females.
Well, I've never seen before because there's this nice one in my own personal library collection of him in front of a fireplace. So that's all I'm going to say. He's in front of a fireplace. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh goodness.
This is Evans.
Oh,
It's- I will say no more.
Oh
And
no, you
so-
said more than enough. You said more than enough. You said the word library, which means more
Oh, you
than
said
two.
quite a lot for us, definitely.
No, he said there's. Oh, okay. Well, okay. There's one he took where a photograph where he's in front of a fireplace, and that one is in my personal collection.
Of
So
course, comes out
Yeah,
every
this-
comes out every Christmas. Victoria's like, is that a bad thing? No, absolutely not. You can
No.
archive and collect as much as you want.
Victoria, they're going to do that. They're going to take your suggestions. So you can tell media, you can thank
Right.
him later. because she take her later because they're going to do that. Back to Eloise, I was talking about Simone Biles cop out from the Olympics.
Oh yeah.
That's what I meant by Biles Gate.
Her. I
Yeah,
think
I can say about that.
her cut and run.
I haven't really been following the Olympics. You know, the only
I think she claimed that she was like sexually harassed by a doctor or
Oh
something.
goodness.
Yeah,
that
but
what
that
it is now?
I can tell you about these
I was
boy that cry wolf narratives that they keep spinning.
yeah. Every day they're coming up with. We'll see. Every day the media keeps making excuses for this girl for some whatever reason. They keep
'Cause
coming up with new.
It fits their narrative.
Yeah, it fits the narrative, and they come up with excuses for her for why she did what she did. Another one was the sexual harassment. I'm hearing so many different things because when they say mental health, what do you mean by caring for your mental health? What does that mean? What do you
Why you always have to
say?
keep it vague?
Yeah.
So stunning and brave.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Well, okay. So, and I'm gonna put you on the spot again, Leia. So, Leia and I kind of know a little bit about that because, both Leia and I are dyslexic. So, it's rough. I mean, it's not to say that when it comes down to like say school learning that you can't overcome that kind of stuff, but it's a thing that's always ever present. So it's like it's almost like one of like you have to learn like what's the best learning style for you. Like for me, it's always easier if I'm like on hands or practical in terms of my learning. But as far as like reading and book learning and stuff like that, I have to like reread and just make sure that I got it. So
I can relate to that completely.
yeah.
But my issue since this whole thing got started that's making me turn my stomach is this babying and coddling from the media for her.
I understand that.
Yeah. I think I have to agree with Young Rip on this. Like, people are allowed to criticize her for her decision, but like, people shouldn't be silenced on whether or not they can criticize her or not, because if she had succeeded despite whatever adversity she was facing, then people would have celebrated her. So simultaneously, they should be allowed to criticize her for dropping out.
Yeah. I have to. I didn't know Ripper did a video on it. I have to.
Honey,
he did
about you all the time.
a live stream.
The only thing you must do is never listen.
That's Eloise Ripper is right. It's criticism. Criticism is part of sports. I mean, I'm not an athlete at all, but I've been in the performing arts, and trust me, in theater, you've got directors who are not. Oh, you just got to. Why did you say that?
That's one way to handle the conversation.
I told you, this got potential.
Wolfman is having some fun here.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Being free to criticize, I believe.
Victoria just asked a question. It says, "Is that a bad thing?" I don't know.
That was earlier about the idea of me messing with the overlay with Steve Rogers, and there you have it right there.
And the reason is because that's one of my favorite Steve Rogers moments. You must remember that's one of my favorite moments is in Infinity War when he shows up. That's when I threw my popcorn in the air and cheered and screamed and yes.
That's my boy Stevie. That's my boy Stevie. That's my boy Stevie. Right there. That's my boy Stevie. Girl,
my phone is about to die.
Let me have this. Let me have this. Shut up. I swear, I'm gonna make you leave this. Leave this theater. Let me have my Stevie.
Yes, Trooper, that was funny. And see, that's one of my favorite moments. And now I totally forgot what I was going to say. Wolf, you just had to do that. And see,
you were talking about Simone and her BS.
Okay, let me try.
And y'all mentioned Air July.
Okay, yeah.
She's trying to collect herself now.
That was-
I got her back on the train of thought, but she's still trying to collect herself.
the thing is, what I think I was trying to say was, is you have to take the praises and you have to take the criticism. Because when I was in drama, the directors that were our directors, they didn't sweet talk you when you were doing a play or rehearsal. Trust me, they didn't. They didn't. They. You. And he
Yeah,
told me.
my
One of the directors told me, you're gonna be in this field to do this play. You got to have nerves of steel because you're going to get criticism, and sometimes it's not going to be very nice. And okay, that is just okay.
I
Hey,
remember
he's admiring the Lady of Valor's words of encouragement. Okay, that's
Yeah, you just threw me off right there.
he's smiling there, and he's like, you know what, this lady has a good head on her shoulders.
what was I gonna say? Oh no, I was gonna say some of my art, like one of my art teachers, the one I told you guys about earlier, like he was brutal, like with his criticisms.
Yeah, they
Like,
can be.
yeah, and then whatchamacallit, I think, and believe it or not, the fashion teacher, also the one in charge of fashion, he was brutal too. I feel bad for those. Well, not really, because I mean, some girls would end up in tears because, like, you know, their designs or whatever for like the clothing or stuff. Like, I kind of heard about it, like, you know, how they would rage quit or something because, like,
Oh yeah.
you know, the because there was two teachers that were like that were like blunt with their criticisms, but they would always make a point that, you know, that the real world is not going to be kind or something like that. They always made a point about that. So
Real world is not a hug box.
You're right, and that's what the director told me. That well, first of all, I'm going to be in here. I got to have nerves of steel because you're going to get criticized. You're going to get criticized. You have to. Like when I did great. He told me I did great, but when I sucked, he did no problem saying I sucked. And one time I did something I thought I was giving the greatest monologue ever, and he just tore it to pieces. I'm like, what? Baby, what do you think? Oh, Victoria. Yes, I'm fine, Victoria. I am composed now. I am composed, so I'm going to continue my conversation.
Sure she is.
I am composed
I'm sure
now.
she is. I'm sure she's very well composed.
I am composed now. But when he told me I sucked badly, he didn't hold back. So I knew right then and there I had to learn to and I don't think criticism is a bad thing if it's constructive. And I think in the case, it comes with the territory, just like with sports, it comes with the territory. So just as much as she enjoyed all the praises that she got and the cheers and the red carpet treatment and the cover of the magazines and the awards and being lauded, she also has to realize there's going to be criticism. And I said,
I'm sure she does. The problem is that she's always dead set on she's already dead set on where she's selling on this spectrum right now. She's pretty much going to ride that train now, continually to be in that mindset that she has to cry for everything, like much of everybody else.
A Colin Kaepernick, basically, because I mean that's what that dude did.
Pretty much another Colin Kaepernick. Yep, you hit. There you go. I'm about to call you Janelle. There you go, Eloise. Right there.
Yeah.
That exactly. That's basically what she's doing. She's being another Colin Kaepernick. Just basically, that's pretty much what what he has set everybody up at this point with his grandstanding. He pretty much just showed that anybody can attempt this and they will not receive any kind of repercussions whatsoever. They can turn their back on the flag. They can they can kneel and have you guys already know a lot of schools are doing this. A lot of sports teams have been doing this a lot. now since Colin Kaepernick
Yeah.
has done that.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to be a celebrity. Everybody wants that virtual signal. Everybody wants to be that one allyship. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
They want that now. Like she's no different. She's adding to. She's basically just being another copy paste Xerox copy. She's
She's
basically
basically
as
calling
I'm calling them
Kaepernick with tits.
that too, and darker skin.
Hmm.
By the
Oh.
way, here's a seal of approval.
Well, thank. Well. Thank you for that. That's a seal of approval. Well, thank you. All right. That's me know. That's. Is that my seal of approval?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you were trying to. Oh my God! Everybody is now into this idea.
We love you. You know that, Leia. We do it because it's love.
I know. I'm not offended at all. I'm not. I
Yeah.
know you're doing it because I
Wolfman
know
has
you.
created a Frankenstein.
Yes, I know that you do it out of love and understanding, and I appreciate that. And I know you're doing it for the greater good. So,
We're
and
no,
you're doing it.
see this again. This is why I don't understand why everybody else want to go with the geezers and professor where we have fun ragging on each other every once in a while.
Yeah, even while we're
Yeah.
talking about this
Hmm.
this topic, but
Even
yeah,
out with the feet.
Hmm.
yeah. But it seems to be something with Simone is doing seems to be something I'm seeing a lot out of this generation. The I hope I don't mispronounce her name, but Naomi Osaki, similar. I don't care what anybody says. When she beat Serena
No,
Williams, she loved all of the attention she was getting, but when it gets time to really do the work, oh, um, I don't want to talk to the press, so leave me alone. But
It's
some of them
it's
build
like
up.
what I was saying. Sorry, Leia, I didn't
No,
mean to
go
cut
ahead. I was
into you.
finished. I was
is
finished.
it not Naomi or Nami
Now,
Osaki?
Yeah, see, I don't
now,
want to miss. Yeah.
Let me look it up just because I'm curious because I don't remember.
But we're
so
seeing the.
what I was saying was I call them people who haven't really done much to amount anything to their lives. Say
Yeah, it was not Naomi Osaka.
yep. All the way to our first meeting, Victoria. All the way to our first meeting, it all started there. Anyways, what I was saying was there's people they come in two forms, or they're starting to come in many forms these days. But I'm gonna focus on the two.
Mhm.
The one that I mainly focus on the most though is they've never done anything in their lives. Aside from that, they want they want to really make a difference in their lives. Like really like set themselves up to be like this sort of pseudo philanthropist or pseudo god complex, if you will. Like they never done anything in their lives. Their parents have always told them that the world bends around you and all that stuff, and they think they step in and they think, oh, what have we haven't really focused on since history? Oh, the civil rights. We're still there's still racism. No, no, the civil rights did win. The civil rights did succeed. There is a lot of minorities in the workforce. There is a lot of minorities in the performance force, if you will, whatever you want to call the performance arts. There's
Mhm.
a there like you'll be hard pressed to find any minority in any other field based on their merit, mind you. Oh well, there's still sexism, dude. There's a lot of women in the workforce too, and there's a lot of now. I'm not going to ignore the fact that there might be some levels of sexual harassment in the workplace, yes, and stuff like that can occur.
Most
But
of that, most of the sexual harassment allegations and stuff like that, it's usually the same people who are supposedly, defenders of women doing that stuff, and that's why you get what I'm saying, right? Right?
Yeah, I follow
you
you.
Right.
Yeah.
continue. You're on the
You know,
roll
like
here.
like what happened recently with Blizzard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
These companies take on this turn where they suddenly care and stuff like that. But the reason those companies do that is because, there's suddenly something under, they got skeletons in their closet basically,
Hmm.
and I mean,
That's what I
they
think.
yeah, that's my thought too. Is like that. Um, they got skeletons in their closet. They have something to hide. That's why they suddenly take this turn. They were already dying, so you know the whole concept of go woke, go broke, and stuff like that. No, they were already broke. That's why they're going woke.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Just to stay on life support.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, they come in that form too, where they really don't. They're just bored people. Let's just say that. And to really hammer home and tell it like it is, they're just very bored people that want to do something spontaneous with their life. So they'll try to do anything and everything they can to do something really spontaneous and very extravagant that can ultimately lead to their downfall or someone else's downfall. Pretty much, they and when the table is turned, like when they really can't understand that they're complete in over their heads, they want to blame other people for their actions. They want to maintain that they what they're doing was actually good. They don't even know. They never had that guidance to tell them the morality plays on good and evil either. So they'll always continue to maintain that they're good people, or they'll try to say that they're good people. It's more of saying rather than doing. And I love Tywin Lannister's line. This is also in the Game of Thrones TV show. Um, it's the scene where Joffrey says, "I am the king," and Tywin was having none of his shit in that instance. He says, "Any man who has to say I am the king is no true king."
Mm-hmm.
So I take that line to heart when somebody says anything, when they say I'm a this, I'm a that. I'm like, okay, prove it to me. Prove
I
it to
Well,
me.
prefer Tyrion's quote where he's like something about the tyrants. Like uh, I forgot what it was, how it went.
Yep.
Basically, anyone know it? Like basically the essence of that quote was that any any man that silences another man, it proves himself a tyrant or something like
Hmm.
that.
It
Yeah.
reminds me of Cecil's line in Final Fantasy IV after the village mist is burned. Any man who'd wish for this is no king of mine.
yeah,
Hmm.
those are all good quotes. And with Simone, hey, she's quoted saying that she was the goat, that she was the greatest of all time. She said it on Twitter. She said, "I proudly accept the title of GOAT for the world of gymnastics." That was her words. And I think she had a goat sewed into one of her leotards. And she said on
Hmm.
Twitter that she was the greatest. She accepts that title. Now, someone who says their mental health is not where it used to be would not make a comment like that. Michael Jordan didn't ever call him the greatest of all time. That came from the fans, but he never called himself as that.
Nope.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why we think he's one of the greatest of all times, because he was a champion whether he won or whether he lost. He hated losing. He said he hated losing, but it always made him a better athlete the next time around.
I used to cite Dread. I
Yeah,
don't have the app.
oh, a better time around. So I think that, to me, like I said, I would have respected her more if she had
Mm-hmm.
competed and lost at her best than quit at her worst. So if she had competed and she still missed the mark and got a silver, I would have said, well, you know what? It just wasn't her day, but you know what? She put a good foot effort in there. Not just decide, well, after one fault, say, you know what? That's it. I'm out. Peace. Y'all can handle this yourselves. Going out the door. You know, I mean, I don't care who she is. I don't care what's going on. That is just something you just do not do. I don't find that professional. You just gotta
They don't have no concept of professionalism, anyways.
yeah, we
Nope.
does it. Yeah, you they don't have any
Um,
concept of professionalism.
I found the quote. When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say.
Hmm.
Yep.
That's a
So
Tyrion
true.
Lannister quote.
If that's a Tyrion
Yeah,
Lannister quote, that's a good
Yep.
yeah,
one. That's a good
yep.
one. Let me copy and paste that one. That is a good quote.
You,
I like that one.
you
Yeah.
never heard it before, Leah?
Well, I wasn't a big Game of Thrones watcher. So is that in the book or was that on the TV show or
Both,
both? Or both.
both.
Okay,
I think it was both.
so
Yeah.
I wasn't a big watcher of Game of Thrones. I just couldn't get into it. So a lot of the quotes you guys are saying, they're new to me. But I agree with you all. That is a good quote. You know,
Yeah.
and that's what you see right now. You know,
Yep.
you feel what I say, and that is what Miss Biles is doing herself by hiding behind all this coddling of her and like, oh man, even my
And
own mom would work my
and
ass, let me quit. My mom wouldn't even let me do that. There was no quitting in my house, even the mom, and all the difficulties I would always say. She would
my mom
always say,
would oh sorry. My mom would probably drag me to the finish line.
oh,
Oh
my
yeah.
mother would, guys, my mother, I would go, my mother would threaten to beat me seriously if I didn't go to the finish line. So I would say I didn't want to get a beating. So I was going to get out. I'm going to do this out of fear. I did it out of fear. Not beating, physical violence, but that,
King is tired.
that
Send him to his
beating.
bed chambers.
Do you guys remember the last Olympic where this lady who didn't even qualify managed to sneak in? And something, it was a
Yeah.
winter sport, the skiing, I think.
Hmm.
She played for I'm not sure if it was the
I don't
Netherlands or
follow
something.
sports like that, so you have to enlighten me.
It
Yeah,
was it was the Netherlands, right?
Hmm.
oh, okay. I didn't know about that was a winter sport.
Yeah, it was a
Huh.
winter sport, Winter Olympics. Like she snuck her way into the Olympics, and so they had to change the the qualifications because she didn't, somehow she managed to get in, but she wasn't even an athlete, like an athlete. She was just a hobbyist. Like
Nice.
And the hobbyist got in there before anybody else.
yeah, she snuck in and managed to like game the system to get qualified and stuff. And
Got anything for that,
surely,
Simone?
like her dream was to like participate in the Olympics, but she wasn't really an athlete, but she just wanted to ski. Just wanted to get that one moment to ski in the Olympics or something. And the Netherlands was so, I'm not sure if it was the Netherlands. It was an European country. So they got so mad they changed the qualifications because literally nobody had volunteered to participate in that particular
Oh yeah.
sport.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's bad because you do have athletes there that are not that take being in the Olympics more seriously than Biles, and these are probably countries that are not as rich as the United States or any of the other countries.
Hmm.
Not probably not have lots of money, but they have that spirit. They want to be there, even if they know they'll lose. They still want to be there.
Bathroom break.
So
I'll be back.
Yeah. It ain't
no
the
problem.
size of the fight. Ain't the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
Exactly. Exactly. You're right. You're absolutely right. There's so many um stories of athletes that have to come over, even in the past. Jackie Robinson, got death threats. If he was told he was played baseball, they would kill him and his family. When he stepped out to plate, they would yell the N word at him. The crowd
Hmm.
would yell the N word at him, but he still went out there and made those home runs and still made history despite all that. And I'm saying to her, you want to talk about stress?
You know what
You
pisses me what pisses me off about her in particular, it was the fact that she was, people were going on like when Ripa was criticizing and this other guy too, like this reporter, they were like, oh, she's not your slave or something like that. That's what they were, the people who were trying to shut down the criticism.
yeah,
I think
that's
that in particular made me angry because she hasn't suffered that. Why are you like belittling the suffering of people who have suffered that?
see. I
Like,
don't. Yeah, I don't know where this racism is coming from. Maybe because she's black and female, but she was never a slave. She chose the sport of gymnastics. Nobody made her go into gymnastics. She chose the sport of gymnastics, and she worked hard to get to the level that she was at. She is the best in the world. She so rightly deserves, but she worked hard to get to that level. No one pushed her into gymnastics. In some countries, they make you go into the sport, but
Mm-hmm.
she or go into different sports, But I know, like in China and Russia, they have very strict rules on how they treat their athletes. I don't think anybody could last over there and how they handle it in Russia and
There are
China. And
times, as much as I hate to try to wish this on any of these idiots, I would love for people to take them there so that they can get humbled.
yeah, I agree with you.
Yep.
You know that I think the my mom would take me to the country she's from, like during the summers, and I think that's a reason why I never fell into that insanity that people fall into, because they don't have any concept of what the outside world is like beyond like their city block or their city or the county or even the country that they're in. They don't know like the
Sadly,
hardships.
Eloise, sadly,
So
Eloise,
yeah.
I hate to say this, and I hate to say this to everybody else, and I hate to be a trooper in this instance right now.
Oh,
Now that I think about it, even if we did take them there, they'll still find reason. They'll actually throw those countries under the bus anyways.
Yep.
Going just by going by what I said to you, Eloise, in the green room before we started. The thing is that again they'll start pulling the actual facts out of their asses when it's convenient for them to do so. Like when I told you about the statistics about black criminals, and I'm pretty sure Leia, you're familiar with the statistics of black
hmm
folk.
hmm
They'll pull that out when it's convenient for them when it's time to vilify our black men. When it comes down to or that or when they're back against a wall in the discussion, you know.
Usually they bring that up like during discussions on poverty and something like that. Like, oh, they're criminals because of poverty or something like that.
Yeah, they'll try to have a
That's
safety net in that regard, but at the same time they'll concede on the fact that black men make up the majority of the crimes committed in America. Once they have no more safety nets to have. It's like, oh, so you do believe in the facts now when it's convenient for you. When you have
yeah.
nothing, when you have no wall to back, when you're backed up against the wall and have no safety net to crawl to. Okay, I see where your convictions are, which the lack of or none at all.
Oh yeah, because like let's say if or let's say if I can't think of the man's name, the football player, not I can't think of the guy's name right now.
Colin
Terry,
Kaepernick.
not Colin Kaepernick, but the other one that just played in his ninth Super Bowl, or Terry, no, Tom Brady.
Tom
Let's
Brady.
Oh,
say let's use Tom Brady for example. Let's say
he's
Tom Brady.
the I forgot. He's the guy who wouldn't kneel, I think, or something like that.
No, that's Kaepernick. Tom Brady is like, and anybody in the chat will
Kaepernick
No,
is the one
understand.
that Kaepernick
no,
is
no.
the
I'm
one that
talking.
sat down.
No,
Tom Brady is. She's saying the one that did not kneel at the anthem. He actually stood up like a true blue American.
Right.
Right.
yeah.
Now let's say, and some think he's one of the greatest players in the NFL. Let's say if Brady is in a Super Bowl match and it's not going his way. And what if he decided, you know what, that's it. I'm not gonna play football anymore. I'm gonna pack my things and walk away. The rest of the team can handle it. Peace, y'all. Y'all can do that. We would run him out the country. We would tear him down, verbalize him, probably throw sticks and stones and tomatoes at him and run him out of town. Or if he gave the same excuse as Simone did, if he said, "Well, guys, it's my mental health. It's Tom Brady, the greatest NFL player of all time. I'm not feeling it."
What the
I
lay
would.
of Alice saying is that why don't we get that
Mhm.
kind of support to the men who do that
Yes.
instead of just the women.
Yeah.
Which again, like I said, that's why I'm not following any of these things. Frankly, I wouldn't have followed them anyways. But like, if there was ever a reason, this would be the reason right there because you don't have my best interest at heart either.
hmm
Especially if say a random shooter, not a cop, a random shooter take my life, I won't get reported.
Right.
let alone
Yeah.
let
Right.
alone
Yeah.
let
Yeah.
alone no millions of dollars are coming to my family for my funeral or any of that matter because I wasn't murdered by a cop. Or say for instance if I was murdered by black on black, you know what I'm saying?
Of course,
No,
because it doesn't fit their narrative.
no, we
Yeah.
you look, we used to put up murals for people who did die like that. Not so much now.
Yeah. You
Not so
notice.
much now.
You're right, Commander. Why is the black on black crime is not as efficient as if it was the white cop who killed the black person, or a
Hmm.
black man, or a black man. Like you said, you're right. If that was you, it wouldn't matter to anyone. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Or where I was going, we just had a terrible
Right.
story here where there was I guess it was a drug war or something, and the guys just broke out with their guns and started shooting, and a young girl got caught in the crossfire because a young woman lately she was going to nursing school. She was 21 years old. Every morning she liked to ride her bike through a certain area in the morning for exercise. She was riding her bike, just minding her business, but she got caught in the crossfire of the bullets. And I was so devastated. I said, "Well, I know for sure they're going to have a march, or they're going to say stop this violence, or they're going to say something." Nobody said anything. I said, "Well, where's
Mhm.
Black Lives Matter? This poor girl, this girl going to nursery school, all she was doing in the morning was just riding her bike."
They
I
they
mean,
don't they don't care about any of that. Like,
All I want to
and
say
it
is
was
they
it
don't
was
think
the most
about us.
evident when the whatchamacallit, but in, I think it happened in Atlanta or something during the protests. A riot broke out and there was some shooting, and a little girl that was like 4 or 6, she
Mm-hmm.
got shot, and I don't know if she survived or if she died, but like the mother came out crying onto the streets, and they didn't care. They didn't care at all. Like, beyond, they didn't care at all for that
Yeah.
little girl's life. So,
Yeah. It's
you
all
know,
activism. It
but
Mhm.
it
really
was a
is.
little
it's
It's not
girl.
about.
they didn't care. They didn't care. They just ignored
Yeah.
it. Like, the only people who cared were like, the family and probably the neighbors, and that's pretty much it. Nobody that was protesting, they didn't give a damn. The only thing they cared about was the cops and stuff like that. But because it was a black person who, shot that bullet that went astray and hit that little girl, they didn't care. They,
Yeah. So there was no Black Lives Matter march or anything like that.
Nothing.
Nope.
Nothing.
It only briefly was mentioned in the media and quickly forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
No
Wow.
justice, no peace.
Nope.
Oh, it's terrible. Terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Silence is violence.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, the guy that got killed by the cop, he stays in the news.
Hmm.
He
Mhm.
stays in the news. What's his name? You know what
This is
I'm
why I
talking? Yeah.
stopped watching the news, and this is why I stopped reading about the
Yeah.
news.
Oh yeah, me too. I don't early mornings since I've been working from home. I turn it on like if there's a storm or something coming through, or if there's any reports from my job, go back to the office something. But after that, I just stopped watching the news. I just stopped because it was just such a one narrative. It really was. I'm like, I am just tired of this, and just turn it off unless it's just something that really, really I need to be interested in. But I just stopped because it seems like they just
Mhm.
have one narrative and one narrative in one way, and that's it. It has to be one
Excuse me.
narrative.
Mhm.
Terrible world we're living in now.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. World sucks right now.
Yeah.
Like somebody
Well, I
throw a
think
big monkey wrench in it.
because we're more divided than ever. To some people they claim we shouldn't be, but we still are one divided because I think those that claim to be on the good side are the ones that are causing the division. Well, they think they're not causing, but they don't realize they're causing more division than they're bringing people together. That's the way I'm looking for it.
I
I
don't
Unless
even
agree.
some of
think
them,
they care about that either.
Yeah. Yeah. I
mm-mm,
agree.
they just want their
They're so
narrative.
focused on their utopian vision, they don't realize that a utopia is never going to exist because it doesn't account for human nature, and humans are imperfect. We're flawed in
Which is true, but
yeah, and also whatchamacallit, where, you know things constantly change, like the way how the economy functions, how this or that functions. It's constantly changing. It's not static. We're not static either. So, but their utopian vision relies on everything being static,
Oh yeah.
and it just doesn't coincide with reality, and that's why it all falls apart when it's all realized or something.
Yeah.
It all falls apart because it doesn't account for reality.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right.
Hmm.
Well, we're in the fourth hour. We did the serious talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody want to leave out with a little fun talk or move on to any more fun talk? Wolf has already got me 2 times already with his motivations
Yeah.
and threw me off track.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's had some fun with that. Wolf has got himself a new weapon. So I'm trying to think of the trooper. Because I know in
Well, Leia, you sounded very disheartened, so I'll have something to lift your spirits now that you mention
Oh,
it.
here we go.
oh
I'll give it time to
lifting of
load.
lifting of the spirits.
Something that will lift your spirits.
Yeah.
Give it time because it's still a
There you
gift,
go.
and you know
Oh, okay.
how long those things take to load up.
Well,
Wait, I have a question. Anyone here keep up with My Hero Academia since it's like in the background? Like,
I myself do not
I'm watching
know
it
what
as we
that
speak, third
is.
season.
like I was talking like about the manga because like I stopped reading it at a certain point, like the part where they were. Wait, what part of the anime are you on?
I'm
Wolf?
in third season. I'm at
The
I'm
one
after
where after Stain,
yeah,
after
long after
Stain and
staying.
the like, is it the one um where All Might loses
Hey,
his
hey,
powers?
yeah,
Or
hang on, hang on. So so you need to pick me up, Leia. You sounded very disheartened,
I
very disheartened about what we just discussed just now. That whole thing, the whole divided thing, right?
Right.
So
yes, it can play on you sometimes.
so I got just a thing that just will lift your spirits.
Okay.
More degeneracy. I just know it.
Stop it.
There you go. That
That
will.
does lift. Yes, that's trooper.
man,
That
if you
is
think that's dude,
that
if you think that's degeneracy, I'd like to know what you think is worse. Like the things that you consider even worse than degeneracy.
There you go, Leia. There you go.
yes.
That there's your pick you up right there.
That
Mhm.
yes, that is a pick. That is the greatest pick me up. Yes, that is. That is the greatest pick me up. That is. Come on, that gave me the biggest, especially from a movie that I hated for most of all of it. That is the one moment that had me, not just me, everybody in the theater. So I'm glad I didn't feel alone. I didn't feel alone in my standing up and cheering and shouting
You ready to hoop and
and say,
holler?
so I didn't feel bad because I wasn't the only one in the theater. So I have no shame in my.
I'll give you one more, and I'll stop bullying you.
Bro, why is there tornado warning still going on down there, man?
I have no idea,
Oh
but it
That's
should have been
Brian.
Maybe
over by
I
now.
didn't know who it was. Eloise, I thought it
maybe
was
we
you
need
at
to call on the
first.
flash. So
No, it's not. It's Brian.
Yeah, it's me.
yeah.
You sure it's okay, Brian? If you have to go, if there's a tornado warning, because I don't want you to get,
I think
get
it's
people.
fine.
Come
I'm not
on,
Oh,
we
really
okay.
seeing
can't.
a lot of action on my end. I think it's just like
We,
they're putting on a warning for it.
Yeah.
we can't
Oh,
have
okay.
you. We can't have you ending up in Kansas, man.
Yes.
Well,
Or over the
well, I'm
rainbow.
in
I
a
don't
pretty
think
big
Brian.
spot too. I got a it's
I
like an
don't think.
Oh yeah.
apartment building, so and that I don't think that's gonna blow away
how
too
right
soon.
you are, Neo.
Not gonna
How right you
blow right
are.
away.
Yes, Neo. Wise words, Neo. Wise words. I was gonna say,
Now,
Brian.
this
It's
one came in a little bit too fast.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead and
That.
get that hoop and holler. That's a man right
That
there.
is.
That is a
Yes,
man.
it is. Yes.
a man's man.
Yes, that
That
is.
is a man.
Almost.
All
I
you
was in the
see
theater when I.
is all you see is chicken chicken legs and thighs and a neck bone and some wings right there.
Actually, in
The
that scene,
whole package.
Hey Wolf, have you
I actually
have you
screamed.
figured? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Have you figured? No, I was just wondering. Have you figured out how to share screen and stuff like that?
Yep.
No, because I was gonna show you guys my attack.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost
Oh,
Aloise
we
again.
lost her.
They bagged her.
She'll
They
probably.
bagged
She'll,
She got a black bag.
oh no, she'll be back for sure. I hope she'll be back. She said she was going to show something,
People
so
of
maybe
color
she's getting
bag.
something.
Get it right.
No,
What'd you
so
say,
cool.
Trooper?
People of color bag.
Trooper.
All right, there's my Attack on Titan poster.
Hang on, let me
Nice.
What is that? What is that again, Eloise?
Attack on
Attack on
Titan.
Titan.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
okay.
really wish I had gotten a better poster though, like the one from the first season instead of this collage thing. But yeah, that's my Attack on Titan poster.
That's
Well,
pretty cool.
that's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Okay.
that's season 1. At least first part.
No. Yep, there's motivation right there. Okay, there you go, right there. That's cool. Like that.
She's like Rizzo from Muppets in Space. She just deadlifting to that.
Mm-hmm.
All for you, Aaron. All for you. Oh wait, she likes Levi. I forgot.
Wait, no, I just whatchamacallit?
I kid.
Like my favorite character was it was Historia.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. Especially
Yeah.
what she did later on in the story.
Neo Star, you the what if? What was Neo? What did Neo Star say?
I think I'm done.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's cool. Thank you for showing that.
You're welcome.
Doing that. Yeah. Hey, it's great when we all show our different what makes us tick, what's our favorites, what's our passion. I think that's pretty cool. In Wolf's case, he knows mine, so that's pretty cool what you showed there. Neo, what did you say something about what if Neo? If
Yeah,
I'm
some
right.
what if stories about My Hero Academia.
Oh, okay.
I'll
I thought
highlight
about
the
the what
comment.
if. I am not looking forward to that what if in Marvel because that's just going to be a trash dumpster. I'm sorry. It just seemed like it's going to be what if woke style is what I kind of call it. But hey, that's me.
I think the Marvels is gonna be a trash fire too. Like
I agree with you.
The Plain Janes,
Yeah.
that's what I like to call them.
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, honestly, I think they should have done like Ripper was saying something about having like if they really wanted to do a Captain Marvel that was female, they should have done Monica Rambeau.
A lot of
Like-
people kept saying that. A lot of people kept saying that. Why couldn't it have been Monica Rambeau? You had that golden opportunity with Monica Rambeau. Frankly, I don't want them to do it anyways because they'll fuck it up right there. Not to sound like a freaking defeatist.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think you have a point.
They don't know how to do woke correctly. If that sounds
Feasible, right?
Yeah. Like they did it because we're gonna do this, but then of course the golden opportunity to quote unquote use a person of color suddenly didn't present itself. So
They can't present one that looks like a pet.
well, that you
Is
got to figure.
What,
You got to figure they're doing this to wreck the IPs intentionally. They're not doing it to bolster them. So maybe we would have gotten a really good Monica Rambeau out of that. They probably didn't want that, so they went with what they had.
See, I feel they would have took Monica Rambeau, and maybe you guys said this, so I'm sorry if I'm piggybacking off of you, but I think they would have took her and gave her the woke treatment. That's the best word I could come with. Is not being true to her, but turn her into some sort of symbol or political symbol like they did Chikala. I think that's probably what they would have done. It might still done. We never know. What is his name? Is I'm saying it wrong?
T'Challa.
Oh, excuse me. I'm not perfect.
I'm just giving you grief.
No, I want to pronounce it correctly.
I'm giving you grief.
I want to pronounce it correctly. Yeah. So if that is how you say it, no. Don't be afraid to correct me. I ain't above being corrected. So it's okay if
I'm
you're
just,
letting
I'm
me
just,
know.
I'm just sitting here like I never heard it like that before. That's interesting. Hearing his name pronounced like
Well,
that. But
well, for
okay.
my family, nobody gets the name right. I've heard Takala, Tashaka. Nobody in my family says it right. And they're
Well, you
fans. They,
said
you know,
you said his dad's name in such a way that sounds correct, even though it's T'Chaka.
oh, well, that's what they say. Nobody gets the name right in my family
But
with
yeah,
this character. So,
Shashaka. I'm like,
yeah.
that's not a bad way of pronouncing it. There you go. Some more inspiration. What we like to do.
Yes,
Basically,
Mm-hmm.
what we like to do to these SJ Hubos.
exactly, exactly. In that other one that you posted, where he's trying to, from Age of Ultron, when I was in the movie theater, I was yelling, "Yes, Steve, please lift it up. Go ahead." And then he did. I went, "Oh!" I said it in the
I
theater. I'm
still
like,
love
"Yes,
Thor's reaction
Steve."
to it.
Yeah, I saw. I remember seeing that too, even
He's
though
like,
I
oh
was
shit.
cheering for Steve. Yeah, yeah. Yes, Steve, go ahead, lift it up. And I was like, "Aw." When it didn't happen, everybody in the theater around me. I was like, "Aw." And I was like, "I
I
thought
still
for
love that
sure he's
Vision
gonna lift
lift.
it."
I still love the Vision lift when he
Yes.
lifted. That was I still have to give Josh Whedon credit for that one where that was a big setup right there that nobody would not have saw coming to really show why they should put their trust in Vision and trust Vision in that very moment. Like, yes, it's brief,
Mm-hmm.
but like that right there was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like that was my reaction in the theater when that happened. Everybody was cheering, but I was like my freaking I straight up like jumped when that happened. I straight
Mm-hmm.
up like jumped like oh, okay. I
Yeah,
guess we
but
can trust them now.
yes, we can. I think it's just the way he did it. He didn't lift it like he was trying to humiliate Thor. He was
Hmm.
lifting it like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, comrade, we need, here you go. Here's what you need for us to work together.
And one thing I gotta give that moment right there credence where I don't think Vision knew if the spell was in effect. I think he lit it as a kind gesture to hand it to Thor. And
Yeah, that's
what
what you
was
said.
interesting was again that they what was really nice how they kept the camera on the characters looking upon him and they were like shocked because like the moment he they don't you don't really see him like actually like picking it up. You see it in his hand already. He just hands it right. He just hands it to him
Yes.
completely. Just straight up hands it to him. And that's where
Mm-hmm.
everybody was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah. Everybody was yeah, that's the way everybody was. Yeah. Mine that was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one scene that got a really reaction that was in it. And I had the same reaction that you had, Wolf. Was I don't think he did it out of like, ego. It was more of, here,
Like
I know this is
he would
yours.
not have known that the spell
Yeah,
that
that's what.
Odin cast upon it was in effect. He just
Yes.
grabbed it just again out of a sense of
Honor. Honor.
of courtesy.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I think it is.
he knew he kind of knew it was Thor's hammer at that point. Like I think Thor probably had spoken to him a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Yeah.
there was a connection there
Yeah.
at some point, and or at least like or since this Jarvis is in Vision, so obviously Jarvis knows a lot about Thor at this point due to
Sure.
whatever it is that the amount that Tony invested into data to about on Thor was given to Jarvis. So Jarvis pretty much knows that Thor wields the hammer Mjolnir, so he grabs it out of sense of courtesy. He didn't know that the spell was in effect. So if he had tried to grab it and he wasn't worthy, of course he wouldn't be able to pick it up, which would have been a joke
Mm-hmm.
right there. It would have been
Right.
a joke. But like that was a really good move on Whedon's part to have Vision lift that hammer and hand it to Thor, and everybody looked
Mm-hmm.
like whoa, like we they were pretty much the audience, like we were
Mm-hmm.
looking at that. We were the audience, and they were the audience in that moment. Like whoa,
Yeah.
he lifted the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were all So we
Set up
reacted.
and payoff.
They realized that he is Vision is someone to be trusted, and
Hmm.
he is even for Steve himself, who was apprehensive about them bringing him into to consciousness, but now he sees that by him doing that this guy might not be bad after all. This
Hmm.
might be a good guy after all, instead of bringing him into consciousness. See, you can tell. See, this is when the MCU was good, and that's why you can you see how we can reminisce about these early films, because that's when the MCU was good, and they told good stories. And now we know it's all going downhill to the toilet sewer now with the stuff that's coming down now. But that's how you can tell when something is good, because we're able to look back on it and discuss it like that. And you, Wolf, you know who I always think about, that I think should have been in Age of Ultron, or at least made appearance in the film.
Mm.
I figured
I think Sharon Carter
Brian, I
could
posted
have
in private chat.
firm tornado rips through town.
Yeah, I
Is that
think Emily Van Camp, just north of Philadelphia.
is that
Mm-hmm.
you, Brian?
No, I'm in brick.
Okay.
I'm not in Pennsylvania
Oh, okay.
or North Philadelphia. Huh?
Right. But
Oh,
like, yeah. What Jersey's like right by there, isn't it? Or you got to say New Jersey?
No, I think I'm south of Philadelphia.
Okay,
oh. You were going to
that's
say,
probably
Commander?
why you're getting
Oh,
that thing.
yeah.
Um, what I was gonna say was, if I was saying anything in that moment, was the fact that
Oh, you know
I,
what? They're
I,
saying that this is in Pennsylvania now. I'm just looking through it now.
is that near you? Because if you got to go take duck and cover, go ahead and duck and cover.
No, I'm pretty far away.
Oh, okay.
I'm
All
like
right.
closer to the shore, so
It's wacky weather over here in the East Coast. Storm. Like I
yeah.
Yep.
said, we had a storm Sunday. It brought heavy rain and winds. That's why we were dealing
Wait,
with flooding. And now
so
we're burning up.
oh, I was gonna ask. So Pennsylvania has tornadoes. I thought tornadoes only happened in like Tornado Alley.
oh
Yeah.
shoot,
Yeah.
I just remember what
Not
I was
their
gonna say.
primary area, but it can happen in other places too.
Right, I just remember what I was gonna say now. I was gonna bring up Emily Van Camp, the actress who plays Sharon Carter.
Mm-hmm.
She probably was unable to be reached at that point because she was, I think around that time she was still doing the show Revenge.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Possibly
That's
so.
probably that's probably why
Oh,
she wasn't there.
something I forgot to mention about my school. Sorry to bring back the topic, but there's
No. Keep,
actually a bomb shelter there, like beneath the
wow.
school. Yeah, like
Mm,
in one of the exits, there's like a bomb shelter underneath, like the stairway. Like
I
you know
never
how
heard
some
that one
stairs.
before.
Yeah, it was probably either installed during World War II or during the Cold War. I think it was likely the Cold War. But the
Hmm.
building itself was, I think
yeah.
it was built during the 20s or
Yeah.
early 20th century, I think.
It's got to
Okay.
be. It's a bomb shelter. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That is
But
Yeah.
pretty
anyway,
cool.
at any rate, I think I'm gonna cut out now because it's getting late on my end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just about to
probably
say
be a
maybe we
time
should.
to start wrap it. Yeah, it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like, it's about
So
to rain over where I'm at. I'm looking out my window and it's like, oh snap! It's getting cloudy out here.
Wait, aren't you guys gonna go watch The Professor or?
I gotta get up
probably
and go to
not.
work. I
Yeah.
gotta get up and go to work at like 6 o'clock in the morning. So
Yeah.
I
I'm
I
just
I
I'm just mostly waiting for Ishi to start streaming something.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Well, you have a good evening there, Brian. I know, I have to work in the morning too, so I know how you
Eh,
uh,
eh,
feel, man.
eh, 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 eh.
Get some good rest.
Not before you sign up, motherfucker.
I hear it. So I hope you guys all had a fun time. This has been Brian Gilmartin saying no damage to report. Moving to next area.
Mhm. That's a Mega Man reference.
Yeah, okay.
Don't ask me which one because there's too many, and I think Brian knows which one.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I
that's
Uh,
remember Mega Man, but it was something like on the periphery of when I was growing up. Like people would bring it up, but like I wasn't sure if they were
Most
talking
likely
about the
Legends
show or the
or
video game.
either Legends or network transmission. If it, what year were you in school, or at least like in
Um,
your school days?
who me?
Yes, you.
Um, damn, that's a good question. I don't remember.
So
I
so
just
what?
know I just know that I was born in 1998.
So 1998. When did you start hearing, or at least what school period were you in when you were hearing these Mega Man talks?
I think I was in like middle school
Would
to
have been
early high school.
Middle school to early high school. So somewhere around in that 2000s time frame.
2000, I think it was 2011 or something.
2011, 2011. Okay,
I remember
2011.
I was visiting the city over, and I was like buying some uniform for like
Mm,
high school, I think, or middle school. No, it was high school. Like buying some uniform for high school because I was gonna enter my freshman year, or I don't know if I was going back for my sophomore year. I can't remember. I just saw these little kids talk. I just saw heard these little kids talking about Mega Man. Either that or it was during middle school.
okay, Bell Network was in 2001. That's the first one. Network transmission. Network 2. Network 3, white and blue and white. Let's see. Red and blue moon. Red sun, blue moon. What year was that? What? It's not giving me the year yet. Hang on. I'm gonna go. Okay, so
It's
let's
because
see.
like the a lot of people that don't couldn't afford cable, we would all watch Antenna, and they would air the old cartoons. I think. Yeah.
So okay, so Network 2 or Network 4 was in 2015. It released in 2015 in the states. Let's see, Mega Man Anti Warrior. What what year was that one? Anti Warrior. Okay, that released in original run 2006. So sometime around there, they were probably talking about the network series, Battle Network series. That or they were recounting old school Mega Man here and there maybe. But yeah, if they were talking about Mega Man, they were probably talking about yeah, the network or at least the EX series as or EXE series,
Uh,
which is where he was in the network, not really deep. He was basically a game sprite, or at least a data sprite, where he would fight viruses in the network, kind of like SS Grip Man, which I
uh,
know which I know Neostar is very familiar of that. Or if you were in '98, you probably would have heard of an obscure show called Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad, which Gridman was about. Actually, me and Green Lion Girl was talking about that yesterday in our rewatch of Ronin Warriors. We were talking about we were briefly talking about Samurai Cyber Squad and Gridman, which Gridman was the basis for their Sentai footage. Just just a little trivia there. But yeah, it had to be Anti Warrior or
oh,
EXC series
you guys
for
didn't hear that, right? I kind of yawned. Sorry.
yeah. It's okay. Don't feel bad.
I just don't want to breathe on the mic and kill people's ears.
No.
Well, I'm
What is
aware
the
of
professor's What is the professor stream tonight? What is he? What is
still
he
the
doing?
Bane series. Seems like
Oh, okay. All right.
he's slogging through it. I lost interest over time, so it's like at this point now I'm just like, okay, he's already won over the idea of villain stories, so I'm not gonna be sitting here just trying to add my 2 cents already. So yeah, I'm like he's already like like going through the motions of the villain centric stories, which which we already have been sorry, I'm running out of steam in my mind, so that's why we're actually wrapping it up now. So where I'm going with it is we've been getting quite a lot of villain centric movies that are not being told right
Agreed.
at this point. Where again, if he does have me on the spot with the whole inspirational heroes, I want to really briefly talk to him about that. Definitely, I definitely want to briefly talk to him about that. Like I know I know your stance on villain
Is
stories.
Trooper? Are you all right? Cause
Oh,
no, are you doing all right? Cause you look like you're face palming there.
yeah.
That's his icon.
Yeah, no, for reals. I mean that face palm right there says it all. That's all I gotta say. That's why I chose that one.
Yeah, that's his look to life at this moment where life is heading.
Yeah,
But
that's a symbol there. But go ahead.
so yeah, like I said, he's obviously after Dark Bane, he's still gonna write that train of no more like stop making these villain stories. We all know he's gonna like Trooper is basically already basically trying to that's basically what Trooper has been saying in the beginning of the stream to you, Eloise, is that like even though he's gonna sing his praises about how good the Bane series is, the Bane trilogy is, he's still gonna write that horse about that whole, stop making these villain stories. Well, like we don't need no villain stories. Like bruh, you just read a book about how good how you should how you basically just had a book study about how to write a good villain centric story. But but where I'm going with the whole, what I want to touch upon him with a brief mentioning of villain centric story is that I was going to confer to him is it's not that I don't want to always have a villain story. My stance is stop making them terrible. Is what I want to say to these so-called writers that want to write these villain centric stories. Stop writing them terribly. That's my stance on that front. I can't stand that when every time they try to make these villain centric stories, they're actually trying to make Dear Diary stories, which is stories about them, but they're using a villain character, but they're trying to state the character is good, or at least they're trying to make the villain an anti-hero, which they're not. They're not supposed to be if you're telling a villain centric story. That's why Joker was a success, even though I refuse to watch that because I'm on a no Batman content clause at the moment, which Trooper can roll his eyes on that front. He knows where my stance is, or at least he's I don't want to speak for the man, but apparently I think he's in agreement on my stance on that clause. I know freaking Matchstick got me to watch Batman Ninja finally, even though I'm been in the rule on that one because that movie was already out by that point, and that was a Batman story first and foremost. Anyways, they didn't have no extra characters in that, but like lately we have Batman in every damn thing, even though it doesn't have nothing to do with them, even though it's not feasible to put him in that type of situation. But he's there for obviously marketing purposes because everybody's on that Batman high right now.
It
Like
seems
we've already got the whole Batman v Superman, and we got Batman leading uniting the Justice League in the freaking Justice League movie of all things. And now he's getting his own solo movie yet again. But no other solo movies for other superheroes except for Shazam recently.
and Black Superman.
So
They wanted
Flash fans really got the short end of the stick because their film is not gonna be about the Flash. Like,
right.
nope. And the Flash show is turning into a poor man's Power Rangers at this point. put it like this: freaking, he's using the Speed Force to create a Speed Force lightsaber now. His daughter is back. Apparently, his future daughter comes back, and now she can use a Speed Force whip. Bart Allen is non-binary, so he's also black too. But he now throws Speed Force
Wait,
shurikens.
I thought it was whatchamacallit, Ezra Miller that was non-binary or whatever it is.
No, they got a Flash character on the CW show that's non-binary, and he's black
Hmm.
apparently. And of course, speaking of everybody's not being allowed to be gay, or at least straight rather, not allowed to be straight. We got Wally West gay now.
Oh,
The CW Wally
That
West
doesn't make any sense.
wearing a man bun of all things too. When he
Why
got
do
ported,
they always do that? Like that's like the lame
he's
ass.
he's
I'm
over.
sorry, it's like the
Look,
lamest
he got
hipster
ported.
hairstyle ever.
Dig this. He got ported into Legends of Tomorrow. Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow. Is it Legends of Tomorrow? Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow. Um, but his introduction, he's in Tibet, meditating with a man bun, and he joins the Legends of Tomorrow. I was like, oh my goodness, he looks so
But
silly with that bun.
with
Take
a
that bun
man
off,
bun.
boy.
Making
I
What?
mean, I
everything.
understand if it was like Tibet and they go into the whole Buddhism thing, but like at the same time, they never. The man bun isn't like an official like top knot. You know, like the top knots that the different East Asian cultures wear,
Mm-hmm.
like for the warriors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it's not the
It's
same thing,
it's just
because the man bun is like messy and
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Even the white boys wearing it. I'm like, okay, cultural appropriation there, but
I don't like
whatever.
the man bun. Period. I think that's the worst hair mistake. I don't even comprehend it. I just don't. I don't get the man bun at all.
You're
I
I
mean,
not
think it's
supposed
I
to
attractive.
because they wouldn't be able to
personally,
explain it.
I
They wouldn't be able to
I
explain.
I personally prefer like people that wear like the what you call it, the wolf tail.
Mm-hmm.
That looks cooler, but
Yeah.
like the people who do like try to incorporate it into their like
Identity.
hairstyle, they never get it right. Like you're supposed to like sure you're supposed to shave the sides of your head, but like you're not supposed to like you're supposed to let a how do I explain it? The shave isn't supposed to be down to your scalp. It's supposed to be like leveled. You
Mm-hmm.
you know, think of it like you're cutting like you're how do I explain it? You know how people get a haircut and it just looks like a buzz, like it's buzzed off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Are
that's
you trying to
what
say
like
Viking style?
no like the wolf tail hair. That's like it's used. I think it was popular among the Inuits.
Mm.
So like they never get it right because they shave the sides of their head like all the way down to the scalp so you see skin. It's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be like a buzz and then the top of the hair is supposed to grow out so you tie it back like a wolf's tail. You get what I'm saying, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I see what I'll put up on screen. Only the Asians can do this better. Let me see if I can find a good one, a good representation. Actually, I'll copy it and paste it into the chat.
While you're doing that, so you're doing streamings on Sundays now, Wolf.
I ain't made it official yet, but like
Okay.
I'm like as far as book reading concerned, I can probably make it a weekend thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sundays specifically.
Neil
I,
Star, I have to agree. I have to agree.
I agree there too. But there's a link in the private chat and the public chat as well. I think you this is what you're describing,
yeah, I'm looking at it.
Eloise.
Yep.
I think that's what you're describing. Or at least or at least it should be close enough to what you're describing. I've been seeing that kind of hairstyle too lately as well.
Yeah, it's
It's
supposed to look like that, but like the people don't get that it's supposed to look like that, but they shave like the size of their head all the way down to the scalp so you can see skin. It's not supposed to be that way. It's
basically like
supposed,
Sokka.
yeah,
It's supposed to look like Sokka.
yeah. There's supposed to be like a buzz of hair, even if it's light. It's supposed to be there, but the people that I've
It,
seen
what
doing
you're
it,
saying shouldn't be clean shaven.
yeah, they clean shave it and you see skin, and it just doesn't look right.
Yeah, some
Like
of them
when
go too
they,
far. It's supposed to be buzzed.
Hmm.
Yeah, basically like the way our Sokkas look.
yeah,
At
I
least
actually
that's
think
the pilot
I
version.
I think Sokka was the one, like his character and people liking his character and stuff like that. I think that might have been what popularized the hairstyle. I'm not
Mm.
really sure though.
Notice how a lot of hip and new shows that come out with these interesting hairstyles, everybody starts to emulate that. People like a lot of people who are very familiar with their Viking heritage tend to wear their hair like the like Viking hairstyle, and then you got
Oh
these
yeah,
wannabe.
I've seen people people that were fans of the show Biking. I've seen them wear the braids and everything. Yeah, I've seen that as well. But like um
And
I
the
don't know
actually
how to.
butches are wearing that man bun too. I've seen a lot of butch lesbians wear that man bun.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Society
Yeah.
has gotten so weird to the point where they're trying to just make gobbledygook versions of themselves. Like they're trying to make that version of that thing at the end of Final Fantasy Castlevania the anime on Netflix. There was this it's the final season by the way, but that is sewn up body cadaver where it was both one side male, one side female. They're trying to make themselves like that. It seems. I'll have to show you the pictures because it was an interesting case, but like I think that's what they're trying to aim for. But yeah, like what I was saying, and I agree with Neil Star about Wally West. But like when there was a video clip on Twitter floating around where they played a scene where all the speeds are together. Like you got Bart Allen, you even got Iris again as a speedster for some reason. Some redhead. I'm going to assume it was Kate, aka Killer Frost. You had Jay Garrick as well. His importance starting to diminish over time in the series, mind you. But you got them all doing their own little special flash thing, and I'm like, I put in a comment in the thread, and I said, you know, what's the purpose? Like what's the purpose of the speed anyway when you can do all that? Because none of them are winding it up anymore to do those moves at this point. Like you never see them actually running around to generate speed force to do these moves. You know how I used to throw those speed force balls at his opponents. Anybody remember that? Do
No,
y'all
I
even,
dipped out a while ago.
What was that?
not even the first season?
Bro, like I have the
I
first and
don't
the second
I
season.
don't watch
I think I have the first
CW like
season.
that much.
Like
So I'm
only
just
the
like,
first two
I
are unwrapped because that
I
show is
watched
a
I
that
watched
show is
Supergirl and then it like
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
I
I'm
know.
I mean
you're
my
talking spin, bro. Like
my my
I'm
cousin
just
was
talking about
watching
overall.
Supergirl and so I sat down with him and watched it, and like when it got to the point about the whole like the sister coming out and everything, like it was so cringe. I couldn't sit through it. And mind you, I'm not straight,
yeah,
but like I couldn't. It was like, how is
like
this significant
it's
to the?
very cringy because it's all forced. It's not
Hmm.
natural writing. It's all forced
They
writing.
didn't even commit to
Yeah,
it enough to the point where she didn't even stay together with the Mexican girl because, of course, we have to have the very
she was
dinosaur
Mexican. I
father.
thought. I thought she was Pakistani or Indian
Like
or something.
No,
again,
she's Mexican,
y'all
but
watch that stuff. Like I haven't kept up with it at all. Like I'm glad it's off
my
the
wife
air.
was watching
Like
it for a while. Then she
after
got
it got to that episode, like it was already starting to get much. Like when they were starting to
oh
dive into the whole
you want me to narrate?
the
You want to tell you
immigration
how it got
like
worse?
allegory and stuff. I just couldn't. I
You want
just
me to tell you how worse it got over time, even after that? Because that's the
no, no,
least
no.
you.
I don't. I don't
Yeah,
want to know
I
anymore
don't
because
care if
like
it's that
Well, I'm
messy.
gonna do it because I like reveling in people's pain. God damn it, I'm saying this
it's
today.
it felt like watching.
Again, you're preaching to the wind. Like again, I don't got any skin in the game. So
Look. They did Red Sun for one.
mm,
Superman. They were taking away a lot of Superman accomplishments. They for starters. I believe somewhere in the second season they had Bizarro Supergirl. So of course, again, scratching a Superman villain, but making it a girl. Um, Majority of the time, the whole entire season is her fighting another either another Kryptonian or another strong female. So of course, the first season was her fighting her auntie, which was a female Zod. They had male Zod. He died, mind you.
mm,
Somehow I forgot how he died, but fought her auntie in the first season. Second season was a Daxamite, the original Lois Lane from Lois and Clark's Superman with Kevin Sorbo as the father of Mon-El, who was also a Daxamite, her boyfriend, excuse me, ex-boyfriend, who later dated Saturn Girl of the Legion of Superheroes. Well, yeah, they got them, and of course, Brainiac 6 is dating a transgender. Oh, one of the transgender Jonas brothers, who was dreaming in this version. Oh my goodness. Man, when I heard as a trans woman, like, oh no. Oh no, sweetheart. Oh no, stop. No, don't do that. Don't you do that. Um
So
they,
yeah,
they
yeah. I I watched it with my cousin, and like to a certain point, but like once they got to that episode with the whole coming out thing, I couldn't. And mind you,
oh oh
they insert this stuff for people like me, but we don't. I don't care. Like
mhm.
it's not interesting. It detracted from the story and whatever. Mind you, it was already getting bad, but like I just wanted to see when my cousin would stop watching it because I don't understand how he could sit there and watch it. And after a while, I just stopped because I just literally told him, "How
I'm
can you
just
sit
glad
here and how can you sit here and watch this?" Like I just wanted to see if he would ever like get tired of it.
I'm just glad you
But
didn't get that far into it to see that the dad of the girlfriend that she dumped makes an allegory about Trump. And I was like, "Oh, fuck off, show." I straight up said that, like, "Oh, fuck off." So she like, the wife was like, "What? What's wrong?" Like, they're talking about Trump. They're talking about Trump. This is a superhero show talking about Trump.
Of
Shut
course.
up. And of course, it didn't amount to look. It didn't amount to shit when she stood to her daddy, and her dad just freaking walks off because of the fact that he couldn't handle the fact that his daughter was gay and all. She freaking the sister breaks up with her. I'm like, what was the fuck the point about that episode then?
Neo Star, yeah, I remember my classmates like when I was in sophomore year, they were talking about was the Flash, and yeah, I feel for you,
I was
man.
raving about the Flash too. I was there with Neil. So I had high hopes about that too. I really loved the Flash until it started getting really stupider and stupider. And of course, you start seeing the pattern with these CW shows. Every single time, the motif of the main villain or any other one shot villain, it's always a
I
speedster. In the case of Arrow, it's an archer.
Yeah, I was gonna say I heard that Arrow was terrible.
Yeah, the
um,
after the third season, it got bad. It got really bad. They kind of got it back in season 5 to some extent, but then they oh goodness, they got worse over time. And again, like I said, the pattern with these CW shows was every single time a major villain was introduced, it was always a villain with the same powers. And then, and they used to complain about the Marvel superheroes fighting in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, fighting the same copycat character, or at least the mirror character, like in the case of T'Challa, Killmonger, or Ant-Man. Yellow Jacket, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they praise the CW shows. Motherfucker, Flash is fighting a freaking speedster every fucking season for the major fucking season. Every
Yeah,
single time. I can list on hand which one. Zoom, Godspeed. What was that motherfucker? What's that one that with the freaking with the freaking mask that looked like it was melting or some shit like that? The one that wanted to hurt Flash so bad that took Jay Garrick's identity. What was his name again?
I can't remember. I didn't watch it that much.
Black Flash. Let's call him that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Black Flash and freaking later we got Godspeed. I'm like, bruh, that's more speedsters, and you trying to say Marvel always fight the same? Their heroes fighting the same villains with the same power. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
did you guys hear any of that?
No,
No, no.
I don't
No.
think you should. I don't think the mute. I don't think the mute is necessary. Eloise, you're fine.
No,
Arrow.
like, no, it's
Arrow.
alright. I have to go.
Oh, I am
Yeah,
too.
we're-
I am too. Like,
Okay. I'm gonna make this quick. Arrow. Malcolm. Cupid. And what's that fucker name? The one that's a son about somebody.
Donner and
What,
Blitzen.
yeah, it's basically that. Supergirl again. Rain was a fucking super four horsemen of the apocalypse, or at least a god of chaos, but a Kryptonian origin. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here, CW stands. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. That being said, guys, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. Thank the Maverick Hunter Saint for sharing his views, his big experiences in school. Everybody else around this panel, Trooper, Eloise, Leia, everybody. Y'all ain't doing no signing out. I'm in this
Goodbye,
right
everyone. I have to go walk my dog.
Cool.
now. Yeah.
Well, that's a good
Got
one.
it. Go eat. Hit the like. Do MeWe. The end.
We got the MeWe link for UN Spacey Wolf Fleet link in the description. You
Yeah,
guys know where to I already put my contact in there.
I was gonna say I'm on MeWe, Minds, Twitter. I guess anywhere that you could think of, like searching. I guess.
Troopers MeWe only. Leia's Facebook and MeWe.
Mhm.
Brian's MeWe Facebook. I'm on Facebook, MeWe, Minds, and Twitter. That shit pile.
I mean,
I'm just
I'm technically on Facebook, but like I don't really use the account. It's more like a placeholder, so nobody like pretends to be me or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Backups. Thank you, Salvatore. Oh yeah, Salvatore. Fuck that guy too. I hate him. Anyways, UN Spacey, welcome to Wolf Fleet, whatever. Goodbye. I'm not doing no how today. I'm already hungry. I need to eat. Wolves gotta eat. You guys have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Bye.